Kanegi Minato's ultimate dream was to wield the power of a legendary hero. He yearned for the kind of strength that could obliterate an entire army with just a wooden stick, or cast spells with a mere thought. But reality is a harsh mistress. When Minato entered the Hunter Academy, he wasn't just a loser. He was the biggest joke there, completely failing to pass the qualification exam. Everyone mocked him, but the top student in the class, Hisaki, was the absolute worst. For him and his crew, their favorite pastime was beating the crap out of Kanagi Minato. It was a daily routine, and they'd even shake him down for all his cash. But everything flipped upside down the day. Hisaki and his cronies decided to raid an ancient hero's mausoleum, dragging Kanagi along with them. They started looting the ancestral treasures, and our boy tried to stop them, but they beat him to a pulp and dumped his body into a lake, leaving him to die in the crushing depths. In that moment, hundreds of ancient legendary heroes appeared before him, offering him a choice: inherit the power of just one of them. He could become anyone he wanted: a swordsman, a mage, a summoner, an archer, an alchemist, or something else entirely. But our hero had endured way too much in his life to ever settle for just one type of power. So, with unshakable confidence, he chose everything. They told him it was impossible, that it was far too dangerous, and that his body would never withstand the strain, but he couldn't care less. And just like that, he inherited the skills of 1,000 ancient heroes. When he clawed his way out of the water, he was no longer the Kanagi Minato those bastards knew. They were stunned he'd even survived, like some cockroach that refused to be squashed. Kanagi silently scooped up a stick from the ground and swung it menacingly at Hisaki's goons. Of course, they just laughed their asses off. Hisaki, losing his patience, ordered his crew to put Kanagi down for good. His buddy, an A-rank swordsman, lunged forward, absolutely certain it would be an easy kill, and instantly paid for that mistake with his life. Another friend, a mage, started chanting a spell, but while he was busy reciting his long-winded incantation, our hero zapped him with a bolt of lightning from a single finger, frying him on the spot. Now, only Hisaki remained. As Kanagi closes in, Hisaki struggles to process the brutal reality unfolding before him, that Kanagi has somehow absorbed the souls of the founders through the emblem. All of a sudden, inside Kanagi's mind, the founders are buzzing with joy and excitement, hyped about the freedom they're finally experiencing after being locked away for centuries. They eagerly debate who gets to control Kanagi's body, treating it like some kind of high-stakes competition. Among them, the great swordsman Inoki Raichiro speaks to Kanagi, asking about his game plan, casually dismissing Hisaki as a nobody, and pointing Kanagi's attention to something far more sinister rising up behind him. Kanagi, now locked in, turns back to Hisaki, who's sputtering in fear, warning him not to underestimate an A-rank hunter, like himself. Without a second thought, Kanagi drills a powerful punch straight into Hisaki's face, sending him flying. Kanagi then shifts his focus to a mysterious bag that's radiating a dark aura. As he hones in on it, a massive surge of power erupts from within, catching him completely off guard. Hinoki, however, just stands there, totally calm, with a slight smirk on his face. Meanwhile, back in the city, a three-headed wolf monster is tearing the place apart. A man shouts for Kisaragi, begging him to handle the beast. Kisaragi immediately steps up to confront the creature, and smashes it with a cascading impact attack from above. The crowd goes wild, cheering in awe of his skill. For one-shotting an A-rank monster, Kisaragi, an S-rank hunter, humbly accepts their praise. But as they're about to file a report and grab a drink, a deafening aura washes over the city, bringing with it an overwhelming pressure. Panic rips through the streets as people collapse, and even seasoned hunters struggle to stand against the force. Kisaragi turns to see his own team buckling, realizing that even A and B rank hunters are completely powerless against whatever is causing this pressure. It's painfully clear, an S rank monster has arrived. On the streets, people are dropping like flies under the immense pressure, radiating from the founder's mausoleum. Back in the jungle, Hisaki, trembling as he tries to get up, stares in utter shock as a massive monster materializes from the bag in front of them. He mutters in disbelief, wondering if it's a demon and what the hell it could be. Kanagi explains that Hisaki's greedy actions shattered the seal, unleashing one of the tower's boss monsters that had been locked away. Hisaki, watching the nightmare unfold, instantly understands what's happened. The act of stealing the relics has broken a powerful seal, allowing one of the tower's sleeping monstrosities to break free. Hinoki, analyzing the beast with laser precision, recognizes it immediately. It's the incarnation of the Void, a threat ranked far beyond S-class danger. According to Hinoki, it can wipe out countless humans within a few kilometers with its poisonous aura alone, and was a pretty common sight back in his era. Sheer panic seizes Hisaki. He throws all reason out the window and makes a desperate run for it, convinced that staying means certain death. Kanagi, However, he grasps the predator's instincts, knowing that any movement will only invite disaster. The warning arrives a heartbeat too late. The instant Hisaki breaks into a run, the monster reacts with predatory precision, lashing out at him with its colossal tentacles. Hisaki barely has time to throw his sword up in defense before the tentacle smashes into him, piercing straight through his chest with sickening ease. Even though he once slayed a dragon with that very blade, it's completely useless against this ancient beast. The creature doesn't hesitate, swarming over Hisaki's body and draining his very life essence. His agonizing screams tear through the streets, but Kanagi, having foreseen the inevitable, simply watches. Hinoki, standing at Kanagi's side, seizes the moment to lay a hand on his shoulder. He makes his pitch. He's seeking total control over Kanagi's body. He asks if Kanagi wants to witness his one-handed sword style, but before the offer can be fully processed, other founders intervene, yanking Hinoki by the hair, accusing him of trying to hog such a powerful vessel for himself. Caught red-handed, Hinoki tries to de-escalate the situation, though it's pointless. It is Kanagi who slices through their bickering, presenting his own conditions. He won't grant control to a single individual. His body will be shared among them all. He claims he will surpass every one of them and rise to their level, proving his worth with strength alone. If they want to use his body, they'll have to show him what true power looks like. Hinoki, stunned by Kanagi's sheer audacity, readies his sword. Then, seizing the opportunity, he takes the first step to merge with Kanagi's body, urging the other founders to do the same. As Hinoki raises his sword, Kanagi mirrors the action, his own blade now targeting the monster's limbs. Hinoki's blade, guided by another founder's expertise, severs one of the demon's arms in a single, decisive strike. The beast counters with another brutal swing, but Kanagi, now infused with the mastery of another founder, evades, with inhuman agility. Power piles upon power within him, as each founder takes a turn controlling his movements. The influence of the old master grants him the ability to snatch the creature's own tentacles, using pure strength to slam the monster into the earth. The monster is sent flying from the onslaught, as Kanagi snags a bow from the ground, allowing him to skewer the monster. He then unleashes every skill at his disposal, including a whirlwind, fire breath, and ice attacks. Hinoki, taking control, once more, scoops up Hisaki's shattered sword from the ground. Just as the demon attempts a surprise attack from below, Kanagi's eyes flash a brilliant yellow as the great mage within him takes over, electrocuting the creature mid-attack. With one mighty leap, Kanagi positions himself above the monster, and Hinoki, now in control, executes his signature one-handed sword technique, the wave-slashing blade, Gekurutachi, splicing the demon clean in half and ending its rampage. A victorious smirk spreads across Kanagi's face as the demon falls. Meanwhile, perched on a nearby tree, a crow watches the entire scene unfold. Somewhere in the city, a man standing in a tower answers his phone, shocked to hear that the monster has already been defeated before he could even intervene. He asks if there are any strong hunters in the area, and the person on the other end reveals that, according to the crow's footage, it's an academy student who pulled off the feat. The man is Shihara Midori, the strongest awakened in the world, and he expresses his desire to meet this student. The following morning, Midori sits atop a pile of monster corpses while calling the academy's principal. He informs him about the defeat of the S-rank monster, but clarifies that it wasn't his handiwork. Based on the crow's feed, it's Kanagi who killed the creature. Midori struggles to believe it, given Kanagi's history of flunking the hunter exam 3 times in a row. He asks the principal for a favor. Back at the academy, students are buzzing with talk about the previous day's events. The overwhelming aura had left many of them unable to move, and now, they're all speculating about who could have possibly defeated the monster. One student jokes with his friend, claiming he was the one who did it, but his buddy dismisses the idea, pointing out that it has been a decade since the last S-rank hunter emerged. Nevertheless, rumors are swirling that the slayer is, in fact, a student from their own academy. Kanagi, leaning on a stick for support, walks across campus with his body trembling. He overhears the conversations, amazed that the incident has become the only topic of discussion. Suddenly, a man collides with him, knocking him to the ground, and scoffing at the notion that someone like Kanagi could be the S-rank slayer. Kanagi knows the truth. He defeated the demon, but only by loaning his body to the founders. Now, his body is screaming in agony. With the backlash from his power kicking in, he staggers, struggling to get back on his feet when a voice echoes in his mind, taunting him. It's Hinoki. He's reminding Kanagi of his ambition to surpass them all. Hinoki's tone is a mix of a challenge and a hype-up, pushing Kanagi to get his head back in the game and strive for something greater. Kanagi remembers their talk from the night before and answers back with a quiet confidence, stealing his resolve. He forces himself to stand, ignoring the searing pain still coursing through his body. Hinoki, now a passenger in his mind, lets out a small laugh, pushing him to show everyone what he's made of. But But as Hinoki scans the students nearby, he can't fight the crushing wave of disappointment. The so-called awakened of this era are barely stronger than normal humans, a pathetic sight compared to the warriors from his time. He figures if the tower were to reappear now, the world would be absolutely done for. But his thoughts are cut short when he feels an immense aura flaring up close by. Kanagi notices Hinoki's sudden change in demeanor and asks what's wrong, but Hinoki just brushes it off, though he can't shake the feeling of that insane energy he just detected. At that exact moment, a professor shouts for Kanagi, telling him to hurry up. Assuming he's about to be officially expelled, he walks over hesitantly. He's painfully aware that he's already used up his 3 chances to pass the hunter qualification test, and one more failure means starting from scratch. To his complete shock, the professor orders him to the field for a re-evaluation. The news floors Kanagi, since opportunities like this are practically non-existent. Meanwhile, the other students are all crowding around the windows, buzzing with gossip. No one has ever heard of a hunter retest happening before. Out on the field, Kanagi settles into a sprinter's stance. He's still not in top condition, but he is determined to prove his worth. The first event is a 100-meter dash, with an average time of 3.6 and a record of 2.7 seconds. The same student who bumped into him earlier starts trash-talking Kanagi, calling him a wash-up. As he bolts from the starting line, the students watch in sheer disbelief as he blazes past the finish line in only 1.2 seconds. The next event is a 3,000-meter run with an average time of 4 minutes and 20 seconds and a record of 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Kanagi shatters expectations yet again, finishing it in a mind-blowing 1 minute and 17 seconds. The following tests, push-ups, bench press, and all the rest produce the exact same results. Kanagi smashes every single record, often doubling the previous top scores. The students are left completely stunned, some even looking at him with newfound admiration. Kanagi himself wonders if the founders are still giving him a power-up, but Hinoki assures him that they have zero involvement in his performance. Over in the principal's office, Midori is handed Kanagi's complete records. Minato, while scanning through the documents, can't help but be impressed by Kanagi's unbelievable stats. The principal, on the other hand, voices his initial reservations about even allowing the re-evaluation. While Kanagi's physical power is undeniable, the real problem has always been his magical ability. In every single assessment he's taken, for the past 3 years, his mana levels have registered as a flat 0, making him totally incapable of using magic. The principal had completely written off the possibility that Kanagi would ever be worthy of the Academy's attention. Midori's secretary, who seems totally unsurprised by this revelation, confirms that was the expected outcome. She seems to be enjoying the situation, though, hinting that things might not go down the way everyone is expecting. Back on the training grounds, Kanagi gets ready for his magic measurement test. The professor overseeing the exam lays out the procedure, revealing that he'll need to channel his mana into a giant fan, getting it to spin within a 30-second time limit. The number of rotations it makes will determine his final score. A standard performance is about 1,500 spins, while the highest score ever recorded was 4,000. As Kanagi prepares, flashbacks of his past failures flood his mind. No matter how hard he ever tried before, the fan never so much as twitched during his attempts. His inability to even feel mana has always held him back. This time is different. For the first time ever, he can actually feel it flowing inside him, originating from his right foot, spiraling up through his body, and then cycling back down again. He realizes his breathing can regulate and speed up the flow, letting him blast the energy out from his right palm. The moment the professor signals the start of the test, Kanagi unleashes his mana instantly. The fan erupts, spinning at a mind-boggling speed, and the counting machine struggles to register the insane acceleration. While the force of the wind makes it impossible for the onlookers to even read the numbers, the velocity skyrockets way past anything expected, and before anyone can react, the machine explodes. The fan, now ripped entirely from its housing, shoots across the field like a giant metal death disc. Students scream in panic as it rockets toward the main building, slamming straight into the principal's office with a deafening impact. The director staggers up from the wreckage, his body collapsing from the sheer shock of the event. Midori's secretary, completely stunned by the spectacle, can barely wrap her head around what just happened. Meanwhile, Midori, totally unfazed by the chaos, just lets out a low chuckle. The similarity between Kanagi's power and his own is just undeniable. According to Midori, only one other person before Kanagi has ever produced a score that was literally off the charts, and that person was him. The proctor, still trying to process what he just witnessed, declares that Kanagi has officially passed the hunter exam. A wave of pure hype washes over the students as they absolutely erupt in cheers. Kanagi didn't just break every single record, he completely shattered all expectations. Staring down at his own hands, Kanagi trembles with disbelief. He spent years believing he was useless at magic, but this insane power was lurking inside him the entire time. Off to the side, Hinoki watches the scene with a quiet, knowing satisfaction, having totally predicted this outcome. Meanwhile, Kanagi knows that everything has changed. By surrendering his body to the founders, he has finally uncaged the dormant potential that was locked away inside of him this whole time. Hinoki can't help but laugh, thinking to himself that the kid in front of him is far from your average Joe. With the crest of nothingness marking his destiny, it's as if he's been waiting for this exact moment for over a century. Before he can get lost in that thought, a crushing presence descends upon them, sending a literal shockwave through the air. The raw force of it leaves him momentarily stunned into silence. His mind scrambles to make sense of the blast, but Hinoki instantly recognizes that tremendous aura. It's the exact same one he had sensed just that morning. Standing before him, seemingly materializing out of the pressure itself, is the legendary Midori. The sight of him sends Kanagi into shock. This is the strongest hunter in existence. As Midori lands, he begins to speak to him directly. Midori acknowledges his performance in the hunter exam, offering words of recognition, but Kanagi can barely even choke out a response. Midori then throws down a new gauntlet, a bonus round. He wants Kanagi to land a single, solitary blow on him, the strongest hunter on the planet. Hearing that, Kanagi is frozen stiff with shock. For a second, let's remember that 23-year-old Midori, a man who earned the title of a full-fledged hunter at the insane age of 9, is now standing right in front of him. His achievements are legendary, completely unparalleled in all of history. He has turned thousands of demons to ash in mere moments. His power is so overwhelming that even other hunters wouldn't dare step to him. 10 years ago, he single-handedly annihilated the Pandemonium outbreak, and 5 years before that, he put down the Kyushu outbreak. He is a walking cataclysm. As Midori explains this challenge, Kanagi is just floored. Hinoki, however, is absolutely thrilled, urging Kanagi to let him take the wheel immediately. But Midori laid out the conditions in the simplest terms. Kanagi had 1 minute to land a punch. Succeed or fail, there would be 0 consequences. Midori himself would only attack once every 10 seconds, ensuring the challenge was kept on the level. There was no reason to second-guess or hesitate. Any ability, any weapon, was fair game for Kanagi, while Midori would refrain from using his own. To prove he was being sincere, Midori summoned a massive arsenal of weapons, giving Kanagi his pick of whatever he wanted. The sight of so many legendary weapons materializing in an instant only amplified the surreal nature of the challenge. Confusion fogged Kanagi's mind as he realized he was about to fight the renowned Midori in a one-on-one duel. Still unsure, he hesitated before finally asking if he was truly free to use any weapon. In response, Midori casually scooped up a katana, his grip light, but firm. With horrifying ease, he snapped the blade in half like it was nothing more than a flimsy twig. He stated, without a shred of arrogance, that his own body surpassed the sharpness of any blade. Kanagi barely had a moment to process this insane flex, before Hinoki's impatience flared up. Frustration boiled in his voice as he demanded to take control. Unable to stomach Midori's overwhelming confidence, his anger spilled over as he declared that Midori's words were unforgivable. Kanagi could feel Hinoki's energy surging, his very presence amplifying as if he was ready to unleash his full power. He realized in that instant that Midori's power was on par with the founders themselves. Against that level of strength, he stood no real chance of victory. And yet, even as that realization crashed down on him, there was no time to hesitate. Meanwhile, all the students are gathering for the fight. Without warning, Midori began the countdown. A faint smirk played across his lips as he signaled the start of the test. Kanagi grips his sword and lunges at Midori, dead set on landing a hit. Hinoki asks if he really plans to fight alone, insisting it's not fair, but Kanagi tunes him out, pressing on with his charge. Even though he knows his efforts are probably futile, he believes that to become a legend, he has to rely on his own strength. Refusing to borrow the founder's power, he swings his sword at Midori, who dodges it like it's nothing. With the absolute minimum movement, even as Kanagi unleashes a relentless barrage, he just continues scrolling on his phone, casually asking what social media platform he uses. He even comments that the whole incident is definitely being recorded and will go viral. The students just watch, mouths agape, completely stunned. They can't believe Midori is effortlessly ghosting every single strike without even taking the fight seriously, all while Kanagi continues his ferocious assault. One student notices something off about his movements. As they lean in, Kanagi raises his blade, feinting a massive vertical slash, before instantly switching to a horizontal blitz aimed at Midori's feet and throat. The execution is absolutely flawless. Even Kanagi is shocked at how naturally his body is moving, realizing he's not even getting tired. He wonders if this is the true effect of borrowing the founder's power. His thoughts are cut short when Midori places a single finger on his head, getting ready to give him a little flick, and casually mentions that 10 seconds have passed. Kanagi dodges by a hair, but the force Midori unleashes tears through the entire field. Seeing the destruction, Kanagi realizes something terrifying. If that attack had connected, his head would have been vaporized. Midori stares at his hand in confusion, sensing no real malice from Kanagi, and wondering if he'd completely miscalculated his own strength. Sheer panic seizes Kanagi, as the reality sets in that he is going to die at this rate. Desperately, he tries to remember the feeling of his strongest self. As he focuses, a monstrous aura explodes from his body, catching Midori completely by surprise. Kanagi launches another attack. His speed suddenly skyrockets. Students are losing their minds, screaming that the camera can't even keep up with his movements. Midori clocks the change in Kanagi's presence and wonders if there's a specific trigger for this power, or if Kanagi was deliberately keeping it under wraps, realizing that another 10 seconds had already flown by. Midori decides to tap Kanagi lightly this time. He crouches, placing his finger for another little flick, but instead, he smashes his fist into Kanagi's chest, launching him backwards to crash hard against the wall. Kanagi coughs up blood. And yet, he finds the whole experience incredible, absolutely marveling at the fact that he's actually throwing down with the strongest awakened being in the world. He understands, if his body were the same as it was yesterday, he would have been killed by that single blow. This realization makes him smile, knowing that it means he's leveling up. However, he also recognizes that his current skill set isn't nearly enough to pass Midori's test. Full of resolve, he decides to push through with raw power and charges at Midori one more time. Suddenly, Midori appears right beside him with insane speed, bringing Kanagi to a dead stop. Apologizing, Midori tells him he's seen enough. He then declares that the 30 seconds are over, before chopping Kanagi on the back of the neck, causing him to slowly black out. As Kanagi crumples to the ground, Midori notes that he is indeed a genius, but just not on the same tier as his peers. In the end, Kanagi couldn't fully unlock the power Midori had sensed within him. Calling his secretary, he tells her they're heading back, his voice thick with disappointment over the outcome. But just then, Kanagi's hand grips his sword, and Midori immediately feels an intense, overwhelming aura flare up behind him. Midori whips his head around and sees Kanagi's body, just radiating with power. Hinoki, now speaking through Kanagi, remarks that the stubborn brat is finally asleep, allowing him to finally take control. Taking a step forward, Hinoki suggests they drag out their fight for just a little longer. Meanwhile, Kanagi's spirit, now ripped from his body, is panicking as he watches Hinoki pilot him like a puppet. Midori, however, just cracks a smile, recognizing the presence he had felt earlier. He wonders if this is a completely different person, or just some hidden skill at play. Regardless, he understands one thing perfectly: Kanagi is now a monster. Kanagi, under Hinoki's control, suddenly blitzes forward, screaming at Midori not to get distracted. Midori immediately sees that his movements have completely transformed. His speed and power have jumped to a whole new level. Suddenly, a sword is slashing for Midori's face, and he ducks just in the nick of time. Kanagi immediately swings again, forcing Midori to leap back and create some distance. Still in shock, Midori watches as Kanagi instantly resets his stance for another blow. He swings again, but Midori ducks just in time, causing the attack to crash into the building behind him instead. The students inside scatter in a panic, finally realizing the danger they're in. Midori notices that Kanagi's slashes have become wild and unpredictable, but he can still sense the flow of his movements. It reminds him of ancient swordsmanship, like a relentless, crashing flood. Raising his palm, Midori laughs and comments that this is the kind of skill required to actually defeat an S rank like him. He then lifts his hand once more, intending to put Kanagi to sleep again, noting that only 40 seconds have passed. However, Kanagi explodes forward with insane speed, swinging his sword and roaring that Midori can't even touch him. Midori effortlessly leaps back to dodge the assault, laughing as he gives props to Kanagi's impressive skills. The students can barely process what they're seeing. Midori is actually on the defensive. Kanagi just screams that Midori is boring, and he demands that he stop holding back. He warns Midori that if he's being underestimated, he'll be put down without a second thought. Kanagi launches himself forward to attack, but Midori just smirks and fires back a confirmation with a lightning-fast kick. Midori sends a pebble rocketing toward the weapons stashed behind him. In an instant, the entire arsenal is floating in midair. He vaults upward, catching Kanagi completely by surprise, and snatches one of the hovering weapons from above. Hyped, Kanagi shouts that Midori is finally going all out. Then they lock into a ferocious aerial battle, smashing into each other foot to foot, blowing the minds of the students watching. They grab every weapon within reach, and obliterate them into splinters with their raw power. Meanwhile, deep within Kanagi's body, the founders are watching Hinoki. As he unleashes his full power, they're floored that Midori is actually able to keep up with him. The old man's spirit suggests jumping into the fray, but another founder chews him out, calling him thoughtless. The Grand Mage, observing in silence, suddenly realizes that Kanagi has been studying Hinoki's every move, trying to learn from them. He clocks how Hinoki shifts his center of gravity while launching himself from below, but the sword in his hands shatters yet again. Frustrated by the trash-tier weapon, Hinoki feels a flash of pure rage. Midori, on the flip side, is finding this whole battle absolutely thrilling. Soon enough, though, he notices there are no swords left, and he wonders if Kanagi will resort to firearms. With a taunting smirk, Midori yells out that only 10 seconds remain, and he mockingly asks what Hinoki's big plan is now. Hinoki glances over at the building, right behind him, before rocketing towards it. He's heading straight for the man who shoved Kanagi earlier, and he yanks the guy's sword right out of his hands. At that exact moment, Midori closes the distance, launching a fist at Hinoki. The impact unleashes a massive explosion against the building. Luckily, Hinoki dodges in the nick of time and reappears before Midori. They resume their mid-air clash, trading devastating blows. Midori is screaming about how much fun this is, and he suggests they keep it going a little longer. Meanwhile, the students realize the building is about to collapse. As the fight rages onto the rooftop, Midori's secretary watches on, completely unfazed. Midori then slams his hand down on a massive fan and grips it, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. He rips the fan straight off the building and aims it at Hinoki. With a powerful heave, he sends it flying right at him. He's caught off guard, however, when Hinoki, wielding his sword with one hand, slices the fan into cubes with his sword art, dice style. The fan shatters into tiny fragments and Midori reacts with pure excitement, shouting praise for Hinoki's skill. But Hinoki wastes no time and hurls his sword directly at Midori. To his astonishment, the blade shatters on impact. Midori raises his hand, points it, and calmly acknowledges that 60 seconds have passed, before blasting Hinoki with a palm strike, sending him crashing away. Hinoki curses under his breath, but before he can react, Kanagi suddenly leaps onto his back and shoves him toward the other founders, just as Midori's attack closes in. Kanagi manages to deflect it to the side with one smooth motion, successfully dodging the blow. The unexpected maneuver leaves them stunned. Both Hinoki and Midori are shook. The impact, however, shatters one of Kanagi's hands. Despite that, he remains laser-focused on his goal, and he drives a punch straight into Midori's face with his remaining good hand. From within, the battle between the singularities feels endless, a ferocious clash for a seemingly tiny outcome, much like a game of chess, where both players are grandmasters. Despite its intensity, Hinoki knows it has lasted only a brief moment. Watching with quiet pride, he realizes that Kanagi has just carved open a new path to victory. Kanagi, however, is left in shock seeing Midori stop his punch just in time. Frustration washes over him, realizing he failed to land a clean hit. But then, to his utter surprise, Midori cracks a smile and deliberately pulls Kanagi's fist into his own face, acknowledging the effort. Without hesitation, he confirms that Kanagi has passed. Before either of them can react further, they both plummet to the ground. The students watching the battle just murmur in confusion, struggling to make sense of what just went down. Midori, still holding Kanagi's unconscious body, calls out to his secretary Rin and tells her it's time to go. Rin arrives at his side and asks about the result. Midori confirms that Kanagi passed and admits he finds him interesting. Still, he admits he accidentally shattered Kanagi's arm and orders Rin to fix it. She agrees without a second thought. The other students, overhearing this, can't believe their ears. Did Kanagi actually pull it off? The realization sinks in, and the entire area erupts in cheers. He did it. Kanagi actually managed to land a punch on Midori. The noise jolts Kanagi awake, and as Rin gets to work healing him, she warns him to stay perfectly still. He does as he's told, thanking her, and she congratulates him on officially passing the test. Kanagi, still in disbelief, shoots up, wondering if he really, truly landed a blow on the legendary Midori. Before he can even process it, Midori materializes right beside him, completely amused by his shell-shocked reaction. Not wasting a second, Midori declares that a pass is a pass, admitting that he started taking the fight dead seriously midway through his relentless assault. Midori then starts hyping Kanagi up, praising his skill, his insane ability to dodge his strongest attack, and his jaw-dropping moves. He tells Kanagi to be proud of what he's accomplished. Kanagi, finally getting his head back in the game, accepts the praise without hesitation. His focus immediately shifts to the next objective, eager to find out what happens now that he's passed. The question catches Rin completely off guard. She glances over at Midori, who looks just as clueless, searching for an answer himself. Later that night, Kanagi is back home, helping his mom clear the table while she cooks in the kitchen. She casually asks how many guests are coming over, and Kanagi, who's still not sure, guesses it's probably just one. His mom reflects on the day's insanity, remarking on what a monumental moment it is. Not only did Kanagi pass the hunter exam, but he's also caught the eye of Midori. She expresses total confidence in her son's abilities, saying she always knew he could achieve anything if he just grinded for it. Kanagi just listens, quietly soaking in her words of support. But his mom's expression quickly sours as she starts stressing about such a famous person visiting their humble home. She worries he might mistake their house for a dog kennel, but Kanagi, completely exasperated, immediately shoots that idea down. He insists Midori isn't the type of guy to judge someone based on stuff like that. After finishing his chores and helping his mom, he finally collapses onto his bed, his mind still reeling from the day's chaotic events. His eyes drift to the card Midori gave him, and a wave of uncertainty washes over him. He starts wondering why Midori was acting so casual about the whole situation. His mind flashes back to the battlefield earlier that day, replaying the moment Rin took Midori down. She had twisted his leg, and he vividly remembers Midori screaming in pain as Rin confronted him. In that moment, Midori had reminded Kanagi of his own words, implying that by winning, he had agreed to join his crew. A confused Kanagi had shot back, denying he ever said anything like that. Rin, getting more pissed by the second, had tightened her grip on Midori's leg. Midori tells Kanagi there are way too many people watching and suggests swinging by his house later that night. He promises to lay out all the options and reveal who their true enemies are so they can discuss everything in detail. Kanagi wonders who these enemies could possibly be, knowing the founders already destroyed the tower. And now, the current hunters are just tasked with cleanup duty, taking out the monsters that escaped the dimensional rift. He wonders if there's another angle he's missing, but quickly drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, he's jolted awake by Hinoki screaming his name. He sees Hinoki and all the founders crowded inside his room. Totally confused, he asks why they're here and what the hell is going on. But Hinoki just brushes it off, saying they were just discussing something and had wrapped it up. Still weirded out, Kanagi instinctively pulls his blanket up, anxiously asking if they've decided who gets to take over his body. Before Hinoki can even answer, the doorbell rings. Apologizing, Kanagi figures it must be Midori. He suggests they talk about it later. As he walks to the door, he notices how dark it is outside, and a sick feeling starts to creep into his stomach. To his absolute horror, he finds his mom collapsed on the floor. Pure panic sets in as he screams her name. He sprints toward her, but freezes in his tracks when he spots someone sitting in the kitchen. The stranger is casually eating the food his mom had prepared, praising the cooking while completely ignoring the scene around him. In a mocking tone, the man comments that Kanagi needs to discipline his mother, insisting that if they want to impress guests, they should serve much better food. Kanagi demands to know who this guy is and what he did to his mom. Unfazed, the man yells at him to watch his tone and introduces himself as Haitani Guru, an S-rank hunter and one of Midori's partners. He then orders Kanagi to grab his bags, announcing that they're moving to his base. Rage absolutely explodes inside Kanagi. Without a moment's hesitation, he throws a punch straight at Haitani's face. But Haitani dodges it effortlessly and instantly appears right behind him. As the question hangs in the air, is Kanagi actually challenging him? He goes silent, his mind flashing back to his mother's words. He remembers her vow to raise him alone, with pride, after his father passed away. An image of her worn-out shoes, the leather cracked and faded, burns in his memory. She stubbornly wore those old things, always telling him to buy himself new sneakers instead. He can still hear her praise from earlier today, her voice bright with the promise of making his favorite tonkatsu for dinner. The memories shatter, and a cold fire ignites in Kanagi's eyes. He stares daggers at Haitani and snarls, "What did you do to my mother?" Hinoki, watching the whole thing unfold, immediately clocks Haitani as an S-rank hunter from the old guard, and he's visibly annoyed by this guy who's just a cheap imitation of Midori. Hinoki decides it's time to make his move. The founders, having witnessed Kanagi's throwdown with Midori, finally understand exactly how to handle him from now on. Haitani, however, finds the whole situation hilarious, mocking Kanagi by calling his angry face kinda cute. He raises a hand to slap him, but Kanagi stands his ground, completely unfazed. As the blow screams toward his face, Kanagi snatches Haitani's hand right out of the air. With a shocking, fluid motion, he sends the S-rank hunter spinning. The founding elder is stunned, recognizing the technique from his own battles against monsters from long ago. Suddenly, Haitani is catapulted through a window, sent crashing toward the backyard wall. But Haitani twists in midair, landing squarely on his feet before he even hits the ground, instantly regaining his footing. Haitani stalks forward, his mind racing to process what just happened. He wonders if he just saw Aikido, his mind flashing back to Kanagi's fight with Midori. That afternoon, he hadn't just seen Kanagi's immense aura and swordsmanship, but also some kind of peculiar power. Kanagi notes Haitani's durability, commenting that he's tougher than Hisaki. With his patience completely shredded, Kanagi demands an answer. He presses Haitani, needing to know what he did to his mother, who's still inside the house, writhing in agony. As a vicious poison rampages through her body, Haitani just laughs, tauntingly pointing out that Kanagi is completely clueless, Then, with a twisted grin, he finally drops the bomb. Your mom was in the way, so I put her to sleep with a little poison. Haitani's grin widens as he adds, if she's lucky, she'll only suffer minor side effects. Kannagi, however, remains eerily calm. What is it I don't understand? He asks, his quiet question throwing Haitani off. He then questions why they would ever harm the family of someone who could become their comrade. Haitani just scoffs at the word comrade before instantly vanishing and reappearing right behind him, ready to strike. Kannagi barely dodges the attack, but the relentless assault is just beginning. As he attacks, Haitani spits, "We'll never be comrades. You're just a puppet who will do as you're told." He taunts him, snarling that once his loved ones are turned into hostages, Kannagi will have no choice but to fall in line. Calling him naive, Haitani stomps on his foot and slashes his face before he can even react, mockingly asking if he was right. Kannagi immediately creates distance, feeling a searing burn on his cheek. He brings a hand to his face and realizes the poison is already sinking in. Haitani grins, raising his fingers, which are now coated in sharp, poison-laced needles. Too late, he sneers. It's already in your system. He then reveals his power allows him to produce dozens of poisons from his body, an ability called Phantom Insect Poison, Mortal Vision, all while complaining about what a drag this mission is. Haitani boasts that if he really wanted to, he could unleash a deadly poison gas in a 5-kilometer radius, but doing that in the middle of the city isn't an option. He declares the poison will kill Kannagi in 1 minute unless he agrees to join their organization, in which case Haitani will provide the antidote. Otherwise, he's dead. Kannagi contemplates the absolute lethality of Haitani's toxin, knowing that for any normal person, this is an inescapable death sentence. Looking down at his hand, he calls out to the goddess of medicine, Valentine, wondering if she can hear him from within his soul. The founders all whip their heads toward Valentine, who looks both bewildered and shocked. Apologizing for the sudden call, he asks if she could teach him later how to neutralize the poison. Stammering, she agrees. Haitani, irritated, launches another wave of poison at him, demanding to know what nonsense he's muttering. Kannagi swiftly dodges, calmly explaining that the Aikido technique he used earlier was borrowed from the god of hands, Kudo Hyun. The elder residing inside him is floored, realizing Kannagi managed to copy the move after seeing it just once. He then calls upon the 10,000 army cutter, Hinoki, the blue spear of destruction, Shimer Calcus, and the celestial bow, Margaret. He claims that he studied and memorized them all from the records, informing Haitani that the very founders he once revered now reside within him. The revelation stuns Haitani, but instead of fear, he erupts in fury, screaming that he's going to introduce him to a world of pain. Haitani lunges at him with his poison needles bared. Kannagi leaps back just in the nick of time, dodging the lethal attack. As Haitani's strike hits a nearby tree, the tree instantly withers and crumbles to dust. Haitani unleashes another attack, screaming that if he gets on his knees and begs, maybe just maybe he'll get an antidote to dull the agony. He warns that once the pain fully consumes him, there's no coming back. His mind will shatter into madness. But our guy just stands there, silent, waiting. As Haitani's hand lunges forward, right at the moment of impact, he slips to the side like a shadow, pressing his palm flat against Haitani's chest. Then he activates Songwon Tak's fist. Haitani spits a spray of blood from the raw impact, shocking the Wontak within him. The sheer force sends Haitani slamming into a lamppost. Without a single pause, he follows up with a savage kick using Eilersun's Feet of Light, launching Haitani a massive distance. Eilersun, residing inside him, is absolutely floored by the power on display. And yet, Haitani manages to get to his feet, recovering at an insane speed. In a flash, he materializes right in front of him again, striking with both hands. Our hero masterfully weaves out of the attack, shattering several of his needles in the process. He counters with Karil's sharp peak, driving the blow straight into Haitani's stomach. Kannagi then hammers Haitani with the Dragon's Claw, Rowan's own ability, leaving Rowan absolutely speechless from inside. Haitani grabs him and activates Lilac's Fin, launching him high into the air. Floating there, he's left wondering what is even happening. He knows the poison should be clouding his judgment, should have already wrecked his nervous system, but Kannagi is still moving strong, totally unharmed. Kannagi then activates the Mage of Truth, Meltius Silencius, and unleashes it on Haitani, causing a massive explosion of energy. That leaves everyone in a state of shock. Hinoki asks the founders if they witnessed that, telling them that right after defeating Haitani, Kannagi started copying his every move, both the physical attacks and the magical ones. He adds that he couldn't care less if Kannagi's power is from the emblem of nothingness. He just finds it incredibly interesting. The founders simply nod in agreement. Hinoki suggests that they should train Kannagi, convinced that if they mold him, he will become the most powerful awakener in existence. Elsewhere, across the city rooftops, a group of cloaked figures are sprinting and leaping without end. One of them urges everyone to hurry up, revealing that the Nemours guilds are already making a move on Kannagi, so they need to act fast and grab him first. Suddenly, Midori appears behind him, asking if this is really all of them. The man is frozen in shock, and Midori tells him with chilling calm that if there are 15 of them, he must be the last. He points a finger near the man's forehead, snaps his head around, and brutally slams him face first into the rooftop. Midori contacts Rin through his crow's call, and she responds instantly, telling him she's already on location. She assures him there are no other awakeners nearby, but her next words catch him completely off guard. Someone else has already been here. Midori stays quiet, waiting for her to go on. Rin then reveals the intruder was Heitani, an S-rank hunter legendary for his mastery over poison. He had come looking for Kannagi, but was completely and utterly defeated. Midori's eyes drift toward the rooftop, where Heitani is already laid out, mouth hanging open, making Midori wonder what the hell went down. A short while later, they arrive at Kannagi's home. Midori claps his hands together, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. As he hypes up Kannagi, he shows genuine admiration, admitting he never expected Kannagi to take down an S-rank hunter. Without missing a beat, he asks if Kannagi was exposed to the poison. Kannagi scratches his cheek, offering a short, slightly sheepish reply. Both he and his mother are perfectly fine. Hinoki crosses his arms with a look of pure disinterest. He reminds Kannagi that, without Valentine's help, he wouldn't have survived the night. Hearing her name, Valentine lets out an exhausted groan, only for Hinoki to praise her speedy work. He points out that getting it all done in just 5 seconds is no small feat. Valentine shrugs, muttering that it wasn't really that hard, with the poison's creator just lying there unconscious. It only took a few quick, precise pokes to extract the necessary blood samples, to whip up the antidote. Midori lets out a deep sigh, turning his focus back to Kannagi, apologizing for arriving so late. He assures him that he has already taken precautions against the many organizations that are now targeting him because of today's viral video. Kannagi, still trying to process the entire situation, finally asks the question that's been on his mind. He asks if Heitani was lying when he claimed to be Midori's comrade. Midori nods his head without any hesitation, confirming that it was a complete lie. He adds that there are tons of people who use his name for their own personal gain. With that issue settled, he turns his attention back to Rin. He asks if she's finished, and as if on cue, she appears at his side, nodding. She announces that all the damages have been flawlessly repaired. Kannagi's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he stares at his house. His window and the backyard wall were restored to perfection. With a brilliant smile, Midori suggests they head inside. They need to talk about Kannagi's future. Rooted to the spot, Kannagi feels a twisted knot of anticipation and anxiety. A storm of emotions churns inside him. The next day, Kannagi's mom sees him off at the front door. A car is waiting to take him away. She reminds him to double-check if he's forgotten anything important, but Kannagi reassures her that he's fine, and that she's worrying way too much. She can hardly believe the same boy she raised is now heading to Midori's place. However, Midori has already given Kannagi's mom her word that she will take care of him, and she will forge him into a great hunter. Hearing that, Kannagi feels a jolt of pure excitement, but his mother is still holding on to a sliver of doubt. Hiding her apprehension, she hands Kannagi his lunch. She urges him to eat, since he skipped breakfast. Though he doesn't really need it, Kannagi accepts it without protest. His mom then voices her worries directly to Midori, asking if her son is going to face any danger. Midori confirms it without a shred of hesitation, which leads his mom to confess that Kannagi has always had a tough time. It's a massive leap of faith for her to entrust her son to Midori's care. But as a mother, she can't shake the deep-seated unease. Midori, her voice radiating confidence, assures her that she will train Kannagi to the point where he has zero weaknesses left. Hearing these words, she finally agrees to place Kannagi in her hands. As they get into the car, Rin, the driver, shoots a look at Midori and asks if it was really okay to make such a big promise to Kannagi's mom, considering not even they know what the future holds. Midori, looking momentarily troubled, glances back in the rearview mirror. She watches Kannagi's mom giving him last-minute advice, showing him the proper way to wash his clothes, and she reminds him not to sleep in the nude or he'll catch a cold. Seeing her concern, a look of fierce determination flashes in Midori's eyes. She makes a silent vow to give it her absolute all. Meanwhile, Kannagi, barely holding his emotions together, says his final goodbye. Just as he's about to hop in the car, his mother reminds him to come back home for New Year's. As they finally pull away, Midori asks Kannagi if he's doing all right. Kannagi admits it took everything he had not to break down. Midori leans back in her seat, telling him to do whatever he wants, whether that's eating or just resting up. Looking around, Kannagi notices the lunchboxes his mother had packed, placed neatly beside him. He opens one, his mom's words still echoing in his mind. As he lifts the lid, his eyes fall on a small note. A good luck message, carefully placed on top of the pork cutlet. The simple act hits him hard. It stirs up feelings he never saw coming. He pauses for a moment, reflecting on all the care she's shown him, and all the sacrifices she's made for him. A quiet wave of gratitude washes over him as he starts to eat. Though the meal is seasoned with the sting of tears, he refuses to shed. Rin and Midori, sitting up front, exchange a quick glance, but stay completely silent. They give him the space to process the moment in his own way. The journey presses on, until they finally reach their destination. Kannagi is absolutely floored, staring up at the imposing headquarters of the anti-prophecy building. Midori welcomes him, explaining that only a handful of chosen awakeners are ever granted access inside. The gravity of that fact hits him, and for a split second, he's overwhelmed by the profound realization of it all, of what he's about to be a part of. Inside one of the rooms, a man stands by the window. He watches their arrival with a silent, burning intensity. Without turning, he speaks to another person in the room. He confirms that the new recruits have arrived. A girl with a blank expression asks if that's really the rookie. A young man responds, remarking how unusual it is for them to get a new comrade. However, another man standing off to the side with his arms crossed voices his skepticism. He insists they first need to determine if the newcomer is truly worthy of joining the anti-prophecy unit. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, he's momentarily paralyzed, trying to wrap his head around everything. Questions swirl through his mind about what the anti-prophecy unit actually is, and if it could possibly have a connection to the Ichihara Guild. Sensing his anxiety, Rin acknowledges the lack of clarity, and if it could possibly have a connection to the Ichihara Guild. Sensing his anxiety, Rin acknowledges the lack of clarity, and apologizes for not breaking it all down for him sooner. She explains that she couldn't spill the details to her own mother, given the classified nature of the mission, stressing that this is a top-tier national secret. The weight of her words hits him harder than he ever expected. As they head towards the building, Midori suggests they drop his luggage off at the dorm first. Rin offers to help out, but he shuts it down flat, insisting he can handle his own gear. Just as he's about to move, a voice slices through the air, ordering them to halt. The sudden command makes him jump, and when he looks up, he spots the same young guy from before, standing directly above them. Without a shred of hesitation, the man declares he'll be the one to do the explaining. In the next instant, he launches himself forward, a powerful kick aimed squarely at our boy. Running on pure instinct, he throws his arms up to block the strike, but the raw force behind it absolutely shatters the ground beneath his feet. A tremor shoots through his entire body, yet, somehow, he remains standing, weathering the shock. The man, looking genuinely impressed, acknowledges his insane durability and offers a rare bit of praise. Intrigued, he hesitates for a split second before demanding to know who he is. Without missing a beat, the man flips backward, landing flawlessly on the ground before proudly introducing himself as Hanada Hikotaro, a member of the anti-prophecy unit and his new squadmate. The revelation is a total curveball, but there's no time to process. Hanada's been tasked with explaining everything, and whether he's ready or not, the truth is about to be dropped on him. Meanwhile, Midori is completely unfazed. As she asks Rin for some tea, Rin just nods and pours her a cup, while the two guys continue to throw down. Midori watches them with total calm, her gaze steady as she asks Hanada why they're fighting if they're supposed to be comrades. Hanada, cool as ever, explains that this move serves two critical purposes: introducing Kannagi to the anti-prophecy unit, and testing his skills at the same time. The explanation hangs in the air, leaving Kannagi wondering what kind of messed up test this really is. With zero warning, Hanada moves with blinding precision, unleashing another kick. Kannagi reacts instantly, deflecting the blow with both arms, his stance remaining rock solid. Hanada, still in the heat of combat, begins to lay out the origins of the anti-prophecy unit. Kannagi listens intently, but stays skeptical, seriously doubting that Hanada is actually planning on giving a full rundown while they're still trying to take each other's heads off. As they continue to trade blows, Hanada pauses for a microsecond to ask for Kannagi's name before continuing. Without hesitation, he introduces himself as Kannagi Minato. Midori, still calmly sipping her tea, reflects on how Kannagi has been relentlessly tested, first by the academy, then by her, and even by an S-rank hunter, and now he's facing yet another trial, a brand new one. Turning to Rin, Midori wonders aloud if Kannagi will ever catch a break from these constant evaluations. Rin, with a serene look, admits it's pretty much inevitable. After all, Kannagi is a diamond in the rough that Midori personally scouted. Hanada's merciless kicks keep coming, but Kannagi just keeps blocking them with his bare hands, showing off his insane endurance. At one point, Hanada fires off a question. What is a hunter's true purpose? Kannagi answers without even flinching, declaring that a hunter's duty is to eliminate the monsters that pour out of dimensional rifts. Hanada shoots him a thumbs up, in approval, confirming his answer is 100% correct. He goes on to compare the job to pest control, a simple analogy that carries a ton of weight. Then, out of nowhere, Hinata drops to the ground, completely shifting the conversation with a new question. He asks Kanagi about the other dangers that exist, beyond the dimensional rifts. The question catches Kanagi completely off guard. He stumbles for a moment, before asking Hinata to clarify what he means by other dangers. Hinata's expression turns a shade darker, as he explains that the world faces threats far more terrifying than anything from the rifts. He talks about truly horrifying events, the Pandemonium Castle of 10,000 demons from 10 years ago, and the Great Kyushu outbreak from 5 years back. Kanagi immediately recognizes these as massive dimensional breaches, cataclysms that left permanent scars on the world. But before he can formulate a reply, Hinata lunges at him. Again, instincts flare, and Kanagi throws up his arms to defend, managing to block the attack. Even so, the brutal force of the blow sends him skidding backward across the ground. Hinata acknowledges his resilience, giving him props for accurately remembering the publicly known facts about those past catastrophes. Then he adds that Kanagi will come to understand them on a much deeper level once his training at the academy begins. Just as Kanagi steadies his ragged breathing, a shadow falls over him. Hinata materializes from thin air. In a blinding flash, there's no time to even think. Hinata's leg is already plummeting towards him. A devastating axe kick descends, and Kanagi hurls himself out of the way, dodging by a razor's edge. The instant Hinata's foot smashes into the ground, a nearby tree absorbs the catastrophic impact. It splinters and cracks, splitting cleanly in half. The raw, untamed power of the attack leaves Kanagi utterly speechless. Hinata casually straightens up. His entire tone shifts as he continues his lecture. Those events he brought up, like the Tower of Malevolence, from 300 years ago, they weren't just simple disasters. They were full-scale invasions, a direct assault from another dimension. The sheer weight of those words hits Kanagi like a truck, as he struggles to process what he's hearing. This isn't some ancient history lesson. This is happening right now. Hinata inches closer, his expression dead serious. He admits he doesn't understand why the Awakeners of today seem so much weaker than the Titans from the Tower era. There are so few who can even come close to matching the might of the original founders, a chilling fact that sinks deep into Kanagi's gut. Caught between a storm of questions and a rising tide of panic, he finally asks the one thing that's been clawing at his mind. So, what are we supposed to do about it? Hinata's reply is sharp and immediate. That's the entire reason the anti-prophecy unit exists. The ones who can see these threats coming, who can predict the arrival of legitimate, world-ending catastrophes, they don't share that intel with the public. They only train the absolute elite, the ones who are actually capable of handling that kind of danger. And those elites, Hinata declares, are none other than the members of the anti-prophecy unit. At this reveal, Midori and Rin can't suppress proud smirks. It all clicks for Kanagi. Their core mission is to stop these prophecies from ever becoming reality. Hinata then tells him, as of today, you're officially one of us. You're the first person to ever block my kicks consecutively. So, a warm welcome to the squad. Hinata extends his hand as a sign of acceptance, and Kanagi grips it firmly. Midori and Rin applaud as Hinata calls out to the other Awakeners, who silently materialize on the rooftop. A dead silence hangs in the air. Hinata asks them what their move is, but they just stare him down before vanishing into thin air, leaving Kanagi completely blindsided. Midori quips that they fade out like a bunch of supervillains, but Hinata just shakes his head, guessing they want to see everything with their own eyes. Hinata then turns to Midori. He tells her to leave it to him, and Midori simply takes her leave. Hinata then helps Kanagi with his gear. He offers to show him to his new room in the dorm, and Kanagi gratefully accepts. That night, as he unpacks, Kanagi can't stop replaying the immense gravity of the organization he just joined, a group dedicated to managing the prophecies that dictate their world's fate. He wonders if the founders faced this exact same kind of crisis all those years ago during the Tower era, and if he's now just a pawn in a war that was predicted centuries ago. His thoughts spiral into a deep anxiety, but a voice cuts through the static of his worries, telling him to just train. Startled, he whips around to see Inoki and the other founders standing right there. He quickly apologizes for not speaking with them sooner, but Inoki cuts him off, assuring him they've already come to a major decision. As the founders, we've decided we're going to train you to become the strongest Awakener, just like they did with Midori. Under their guidance, he could become the most powerful Awakener in history. Their disciple, Kanagi, is left completely shell-shocked, stammering if they're serious about making him their disciple. Hinoki nods, simply saying, "We are." One of them mutters that it's a great idea, but Hinoki jokes it's just going to spark a battle royale among all of them for the right to train him. Kanagi, looking panicked, urges them not to fight on his account. Hinoki explains that's how it started, but after watching him more carefully, the founders had a change of heart. Instead of just hijacking his body for their own purposes, The idea of actually training him became far more fascinating. Hinoki then drops a bombshell. When Kanagi took down the poison user, he managed to copy every single one of his moves, even if he couldn't replicate them with the same flawless mastery. Still, Kanagi absorbed the fundamentals with terrifying speed. Hinoki asks, "Do you even realize how huge that is?" He points out that it might be a result of his emblem of nothingness, but the truly insane part is his mind-blowing learning speed. That's what sets him apart from everyone else. That ability, Hinoki explains, is more powerful than any single talent we founders possess. As Hinoki speaks, Kanagi feels tears welling up in his eyes. Tears are welling up, threatening to spill over. He's flashing back to the looks of sheer disappointment from his old trainers, all of them telling him he was completely talentless. Up until this very moment, not a single person had ever expected a damn thing from him. This whole situation feels like some surreal dream, especially after being treated like absolute garbage and relentlessly bullied just for failing the hunter qualification test 3 times. He can still hear the mocking laughter of his classmates, their voices taunting him, telling him to just give up already. His name was basically background noise, lost in the static, because nobody ever gave a crap enough to remember it. No one believed he had a future, and he just accepted being completely invisible. And yet, here he is, being seen and valued by 2 of the most legendary figures in the game, Midori and Hinoki. Just the thought of that kind of recognition sends a shockwave of disbelief through him, making him wonder if he even deserves this sudden blast of happiness. For so long, he's admired them from the sidelines, never in a million years imagining they would place their trust in him. Hinoki, sensing he's on the verge of breaking, steps toward him with a reassuring smile, places a hand on his shoulder, and urges him not to let the emotions overwhelm him. And then the craziest reveal of all, their very souls are residing inside of him, especially when he's asleep. This connection gives him an all-access pass to a space that isn't locked down by the normal rules of time and dimension. With that bombshell dropped, they lay out his new, absolutely grueling training regimen. Every afternoon, he grinds it out with the anti-prophecy unit. And by night, inside his own mind, the intense lessons continue. A good night's sleep is now officially off the table, but he's already mentally prepped for the challenge. Without a shred of doubt, he accepts their mentorship, voicing his resolve to follow their lead completely. As night bleeds into morning, we find him in the bathroom, where Hinata is at the sink splashing water on his face when he spots him walk in. They exchange a greeting, though you can see the exhaustion clinging to his face. The fatigue is obvious, and he admits he still hasn't gotten used to the insane schedule. Hinata, getting it completely, thinks back to his own brutal first days in the dorm. But then, something totally unexpected snaps Hinata's attention into focus. An intense aura is just pouring off our guy. Curiosity maxed out, Hinata acts on pure impulse, whipping a lightning-fast kick at him. In response, with what looks like zero effort, he just dips his head, spits a mouthful of water into the sink, and walks off without a second glance. He completely blows off Hinata's stunt, stating he has no patience for that kind of crap this early in the morning, and is heading to the cafeteria first. Hinata, in total disbelief, realizes his attack was even faster than the day before, and yet, our boy dodged it like it was nothing. Moments later in the cafeteria, Hinata finds a decent spot to sit, and approaches a woman enjoying a piece of fruit. He asks if she minds if they join her, to which she gives a super blunt nod of approval. Taking the opportunity, Hinata sits down across from her and motions for our boy to take the seat beside him. The gears start turning as he remembers the woman being introduced as one of Hinata's teammates yesterday. Her attitude, however, remains completely frigid. She addresses him with stiff formality, making it obvious she is not vibing with his presence at all. Despite the cold shoulder, he greets her and introduces himself. Her indifference is immediate. She has zero interest in his name, and no plans to remember it. Lifting her fork and pointing it in his direction, she declares that she'll only recognize his name when she deems him worthy. Until that time, training is the only thing that matters, and he's expected to tag along on a mission to eliminate a prophecy. The prophecy's story began way back in 1945, when the first book of prophecies was discovered deep within the Antarctic ice sheet, buried 3,000 meters below the surface. It was known as the Book of Doom. Its script was crude, like the chicken scratch of a little kid, but what it described was a catastrophic future. According to its predictions, the world would be slammed by a devastating attack, 80 years later, kicking off a whole series of apocalyptic disasters. The sheer gravity of its words was enough for the entire world to take it dead seriously. While they're driving, she hits him with a question, pushing him to figure out why the world would choose to believe the book's terrifying predictions. His thoughts grind to a halt for a second before he glances in her direction, still clueless about her name. But before he can even ask, she shuts it down, dismissing the need for intros and demanding he just give her an answer. He figures the prophecies must be accurate, but her reaction is instant. She scoffs at his answer, basically calling him an idiot. If even a single event written down in the Book of Doom actually comes to pass, the world as they know it will end. The weight of that truth leaves him stunned as their conversation continues. He flips to Hinata, needing to know just how many prophecies they're dealing with. Hinata's estimate? Around 200. The number hits him like a truck, leaving him utterly speechless. He can't help but wonder if the world is already a lost cause. But Midori immediately shuts that down, assuring him they've already prevented nearly 180 of those futures from ever happening. This revelation completely blows his mind. Still trying to process the sheer scale of it all, he circles back to the main question. Why does the world put so much faith in this one book? The woman breaks it down. The Book of Doom was first unearthed by an explorer named Bernard Russell. The very second Bernard cracked it open, the first page hit him with the words, "Hello, Bernard," followed by a terrifyingly precise timestamp, March 17, 1945, at 11:35 a.m. on a sunny day, the exact date and time he discovered the book. That creepy-ass accuracy left zero room for doubt. Hours later, they finally roll into their destination, the Sumida Ward in Tokyo. A mid-level dimensional rift has torn a hole in reality there. As they get closer, guards stationed on-site immediately move to block their path. They firmly declare that the area is completely off-limits. Ignoring the warnings, our crew blows right past them in a blur of motion. The guards are left totally shell-shocked. He hesitates for a second, asking if they're really cleared to just barge in. Hinata just assures him they are. Then the woman starts to lay out the much bigger crisis they're facing. Apocalyptic events like World War III, the Dark Side of the Moon incident, the invasive pandemic, and the floating trees have all been classified as major emergencies. Among them, the pandemonium outbreak, a nightmare, Midori somehow managed to contain stands out as one of the absolute worst. And while the Book of Doom is infamous, it's just one of countless other grimoires scattered across the globe. The Anti-Prophecy Unit exists for one reason: to gather intel, decode these predictions, and neutralize the threats before they manifest. Their responsibilities are tiered by threat level. Rank 3 involves the total destruction of one or more regions. Rank 2 escalates to a full-blown national emergency. Rank 1 threatens the entire planet's ecosystem. And then there's Special Rank, reserved for the literal end of the world. He listens, his growing understanding twisting into raw alarm. With a surge of panic in his voice, he asks if these insane missions are now his problem alone. The woman, totally unfazed, just confirms that yeah, duties like this are just part of the job description for the Anti-Prophecy Unit. A moment later, Kisaragi and his team spot them crossing the yellow caution line and immediately move to confront them. Figuring they're just clueless civilians, Kisaragi yells at them to get back, trying to warn them about how dangerous the situation is. She, however, just brushes off his concerns, coolly stating that today's prophecy is a Rank 3 event. Even though the dimensional rift in front of them looks like a mid-tier B-rank gate, it's actually hiding a much more sinister threat. A Rank 3 disaster with the codename Yellow Diary. She's absolutely certain the rift is about to expand, and right on cue, it starts to stretch wider at a terrifying pace. Kisaragi whips around, his eyes blown wide with horror as the fissure tears completely open. A tidal wave of creatures begins to spill out, each one more monstrous than the last. With a sharp command, he orders his squad to engage, but the enemy's retaliation is instant and savage. The creatures completely overwhelm his forces in a matter of moments, annihilating them with almost no resistance. Panic grips him tight as he curses under his breath, realizing even his B and C rank hunters are getting torn to shreds. Then, his attention is ripped towards an even greater danger, the immense, crushing pressure radiating from a boss-level monster. Seeing the newcomers just casually strolling forward, Kisaragi tries again to intervene, shouting at them to stay the hell back. But before he can get another word out, the woman slams her hand against the ground and unleashes a spell called Trismegistus. Instantly, massive spears erupt from below, impaling the creatures in a single, merciless wave. Their bodies collapse lifelessly to the ground as blood begins to pool around them. At the same time, Hinata explodes forward in a burst of speed. He flows through the battlefield like water, cutting down every enemy in his path with precise, deadly movements. Kisaragi, watching this insane display of skill, is left absolutely speechless. He'd always thought of himself as a formidable S-rank hunter, but these people are on a completely different plane of existence. He can't even begin to comprehend who they are or where they came from. Then, the woman turns to Kisaragi, her voice dripping with unshakable certainty, and orders him to fall back. From her point of view, he's the civilian in this fight. Kisaragi's gaze drops to her hand, where an emblem is branded onto her skin. Recognition flashes across his face. Their presence here is no accident. They're government operatives. Before he can fully process what that means, a colossal hand erupts from the dimensional rift. The rift tears open wider, as a colossal beast forces its way through. Gulia Olnir, an entity that exists on a plane far beyond S rank, towers over them, its grotesque form radiating an absolutely crushing presence. Without even hesitating, the woman lunges forward, coiling to strike. Kisaragi screams, trying to warn her against such a reckless charge, but his words, together, they launch their assault, completely unfazed by the threat looming before them. Haneda unleashes a rapid-fire series of kicks on the beastman, only to realize with shock that his attacks are having zero effect. The creature's anti-physical armor completely no-sells his strikes, forcing him to fall back. Just as it lunges for the woman, she instantly starts gathering energy right in front of her, prepping a counterattack. But before she can even make a move, Kanagi appears between them, stopping the beastman's charge, with nothing but his bare hand. The impact is so intense the beastman explodes in a blinding flash of energy, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. As the dust settles, Haneda recognizes the move. It was a penetration shock. What really blows his mind, though, is that Kanagi just one-shotted an S+ rank monster. The realization hits him like a truck. Kanagi's power has absolutely skyrocketed overnight. Even though the woman yells that it was total overkill, he knows that when facing an enemy with insane physical resistance, striking from the inside is the most effective play. He learned that from Wantak, the Fist Saint, who had taught him the basics of penetration attacks just the night before. With that, Kanagi turns to the girl and asks for her name, pointing out he saved her, so he at least deserves that. She excitedly tells him her name is Akane. With no time to waste, Haneda turns his attention back to the battlefield, amping up his physical abilities, to face the new wave of monsters pouring out of the rift. The woman, completely unbothered, unleashes her own attack, drenching her opponents in liquid mercury, before igniting it in a massive explosion with her mercurial repulsion ability. Together they press forward, recognizing that just like Kanagi said, shattering their enemies from the inside is proving way more effective. Determined to push forward, she signals Haneda, and without a moment's hesitation, they both charge toward the dimensional rift. Behind them, Kisaragi can only watch in absolute disbelief. He knows the world beyond that rift is a whole different ballgame, an unknown realm filled with unimaginable dangers. Venturing inside is pure insanity. Yet, before he can even react, the two of them have already plunged forward, leaping through the rift without a second thought, leaving him surrounded by the dead bodies of A-rank monsters. Then it clicks. These two aren't your average fighters. They must be part of that rumored secret organization. Stepping into the new dimension, they're met by an overwhelming swarm of creatures. Sizing up the situation, Akane raises a hand, noting the monsters are the same as the ones outside. With deadly precision, she conjures a storm of mercury spears, instantly skewering the creatures. As Kanagi sprints past, he watches her technique, acknowledging her insane power level. Now he gets why she's considered the strongest area of effect fighter in the anti-prophecy unit. After wiping out the other mobs, Akane now stands before a massive bear monster. But just as she's about to strike, Haneda jumps it first. Seeing him, the bear swings its claws, but Haneda dodges, vaults to the ceiling, and then follows up with a storm of kicks, all over the beast's body. Kanagi watches in awe at how effortlessly Haneda moves and just lets out a laugh. To his surprise, however, Kanagi suddenly rushes the bear and unleashes a flurry of his own kicks, perfectly mimicking him, and asks Haneda if it looked like his technique. Haneda is stunned, silent, but a grin spreads across his face. After taking down the monster, they push deeper. Akane notices that the further in they get, the fewer enemies there are. They finally arrive in a gigantic open space that looks exactly like an arena. All at once, they feel an immense aura wash over them, realizing something is approaching. To their shock, a massive, blind Minotaur warrior boss lands in front of them, in a blind rage. It's a triple S rank. While Haneda and Kanagi are frozen by its intimidating presence, Akane just stands there casually, asking if this is really the boss. Countless spears emerge from her portal as Akane screams at the others to unleash their strongest attacks. She'll handle the finishing blow. Hearing this, Haneda begins to channel his energy, while Kanagi hangs back, amazed by the sheer power radiating from both of them. Deep down, however, he knows this might not be enough to defeat the beast. When Haneda hears this, he's just baffled that Kanagi would doubt their ultimate moves. Despite being bombarded by magical attacks, the beast swings its massive weapon, creating a crater in the floor and sending powerful shockwaves throughout the arena. As the dust clears, they're shocked to see the beast is completely unscathed, even after their most powerful hits. The group steels themselves for another fight, as Kanagi prepares to get serious. Out of nowhere, a voice starts hyping up Akane's talent, and Kanagi instantly recognizes it as the spirit of their founder, Kilik. Kilik, a master alchemist, voices his concern that Akane, despite her pure potential, insane agility, and raw power, is on track to have her talent completely wasted by dying so young. In this fight, Kilik observes, Akane has given it her all, But this minotaur is just built different. It's on another level entirely. She totally misjudged the monster's physical resilience, which is still sitting at 100%. Getting more worried by the second, Kanagi asks what he's supposed to do, but Kilik just lets out a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, Haneda and Akane are getting wrecked by the beast, realizing way too late that they should have brought someone who actually knew magic. As Akane glances at Kanagi, she's stunned by the strange energy practically exploding from his body. Kanagi has just given Kilik the keys, letting him take over. Wasting no time, Kilik unleashes his powerful spell, Mercurius, directly onto the beast's legs, flash freezing its entire lower body. Akane's left completely speechless. She's not just shocked that Kanagi used her type of ability, but that he used it with a level of precision that completely immobilized the monster. Kilik, now in full control of Kanagi's body, shoots Akane a dead serious look and calls her a fool. He then schools her for being so one-dimensional in her craft, telling her she still needs to master manipulating substances in 3 different states, if she ever wants to call herself a true alchemist. As Kilik lays down this lecture, he's simultaneously pumping the Minotaur's entire body full of mercury. Just as the liquid metal starts to seep from the monster's mouth, he unleashes a boiling spell. The mercury inside the beast instantly skyrockets in temperature, cooking it from the inside out, as toxic fumes flood the arena, making it hard for everyone else to even breathe. Akane watches in awe, realizing that instead of relying on brute force, Kilik weaponized extreme temperatures to completely dominate the monster. Meanwhile, the Minotaur convulses in pure agony, its body literally overheating from within. While casting the spell, Kilik casually mentions to Kanagi that he wants to take Akane on as his personal disciple. Kanagi just brushes it off, thinking he's capping. The boiling mercury finally overwhelms the Minotaur, reducing it to nothing more than a lifeless heap on the ground. And with that, the day's mission to take down the Tier 3 prophecy boss ends in a decisive victory. Akane just stares in disbelief, unable to process what she just witnessed. The kind of skill Kanagi just showed off should only be possible for an awakened who resides inside an emblem. She knows for a fact Kanagi is in the same class as Jiko, yet somehow, he pulled off alchemy on her level. Still reeling, she demands to know who Kanagi really is. With a confident smirk, Kanagi holds out his hand and introduces himself. Annoyed but undeniably curious, Akane reluctantly shakes his hand, vowing that she will definitely remember him. Seeing Kanagi finally earn Akane's respect, Hanada is beaming with joy. Meanwhile, outside, Kisaragi and his men are still waiting. To their absolute shock, the dimensional rift suddenly begins to seal itself. Just as it's about to close for good, the trio leaps through in the nick of time. Kanagi asks if the mission is officially over, and they're told they just need to report back to HQ. As they're figuring out what to do next, Kisaragi walks up to them, expressing his deep gratitude for them saving his squad. He assures them he has zero intention of digging into who they are, or what went down inside the rift. Akane thanks him for being chill about it and advises him to just include details about the emblem in his report, since that will explain everything to the higher-ups. As the trio starts to walk away, Kisaragi offers his help if they ever find themselves in a jam, but Akane turns back and drops the bomb that they'll probably never see each other again, suggesting he just go back to his normal life. Hearing this, it finally clicks for Kisaragi that they're just civilians, people who operate in a world completely beyond his own. On May 11th, in a town in En Prefecture, a crimson streak flashes through the streets. A guard spots it for a split second, but is left confused, unable to identify what it was. Suddenly, a deafening, sky-shattering roar echoes across the entire town. Back at the anti-prophecy headquarters, the trio gets out of their car, and Akane reminds them to get their reports written for HQ. But just then, Haneda gets a ping on his phone, informing them that they're being summoned to the lab, a super weird request, right after a mission. Curious, they head over to the anti-prophecy HQ's lab, where 2 figures are already waiting for them. One is standing on the stage, while the other chills in the stands, who then, in a smug tone, remarks that it took Akane long enough to take down a measly rank 3 disaster. Kanagi instantly recognizes him. It's the same red-haired guy from before. Akane, however, is absolutely livid at his condescending attitude, completely pissed that he's even talking. Playing the leader when he's totally not, Hinata jumps in to diffuse the tension, asking Director Kurihara what he needs from them. The man on stage is none other than the director himself. As everyone quiets down, he cues up a video feed from the analysis team. The footage reveals a glowing, red-hot piece of charcoal, which the director identifies as a prophecy grimoire. He explains it was unearthed in a volcanic region and has been under intense analysis ever since. Kanagi can't help but wonder how it's even possible to decipher a grimoire in that condition. But the director, adjusting his glasses, reveals that by using AI and X-ray tech, they actually managed to pull some data from it. While most of the content is still a blur, they deciphered one single prophecy that explicitly names Japan. The entire room is stunned, especially Akane. This is a prophecy that's completely off the books, one they've never encountered. The director elaborates, explaining that their anti-prophecy research is top tier, gathering intel from across the globe. This makes discovering an unknown prophecy a massive red flag, but this situation is on another level entirely. The red-haired man instantly gets it. The four of them are being sent to investigate. The director praises his quick thinking, admitting this mission would normally go to the regular members, but they're all currently off-grid. Hearing this, Kanagi realizes this must be the reason. It's why Midori was MIA when they got back. The director then orders them to deploy immediately. He assures them more details will be sent to their emails. Kanagi is just blown away that they're being sent on another mission so soon, but the redhead just tells him he'll get used to it. A wave of dread washes over Kanagi as he clenches his fists. A chilling realization starts to sink in. This time, the fate of the entire world might actually be on the line. Suo slams his hand on the table and shoots to his feet, announcing with a bossy tone that he and his three subordinates will handle this critical mission. Akane is visibly pissed, watching him play the big shot again. As they head out, the director gives them one last warning, telling them to proceed with extreme caution. The true gravity of this mission is a complete unknown. He also reminds them that even if the prophecy starts to unfold, they are to wait for the main force before making any major moves. In the car, Kanagi is on edge, his mind racing about the unknown dangers that lie ahead. From the front seat, Suo suggests they get some rest, pointing out that Kanagi just wrapped up his very first mission. Akane, bristling with pride, flat out refuses, snapping that he has no right to give her orders. But to her shock, both Haneda and Kanagi immediately take the offer, passing out within seconds. Determined to stay awake, Akane fights to keep her eyes open, but as the night wears on, exhaustion finally claims her, and she drifts off to sleep too. Sometime later, the car rolls to a stop. Akane jolts awake, realizing the vehicle is now empty. Panicked, she scrambles out and finds the others standing. On a cliff's edge, they're all staring down at a brilliant light below. What she sees sends her into total disbelief. A massive magic circle is sprawled across the ground below. Its scale is beyond anything they could have possibly imagined. Haneda instantly grasps the severity of the situation. This is so much worse than they thought. The prophecy is nearly complete. Erupting from the ground are skeletal figures, each one trapped inside a colossal crystal. Their eerie glow casts an ominous light across the entire area. The sight sends a shiver down their spines. Realizing they might already be too late, they connect the dots. These skeletons are the 23 villagers mentioned in the report. It brings back memories of a similar incident from the past. 30 years ago, the Wakayama mansion vanished without a trace, and a dimensional rift nearly tore open. As he's explaining, the massive pillar at the heart of the magic circle begins to erupt. It's spewing violent bursts of energy. Spotting this, Suo yells at them to get a move on. Haneda, drawing his blade, asks what the plan is, to which Suo declares they're going to have to stop it themselves. Akane quickly reminds him of the director's orders. They were explicitly told to hang back and wait for instructions. But before the debate can go any further, they feel an overwhelming aura right behind them. Whipping around, they see Kanagi enveloped in a tremendous energy, already primed for battle. The group instantly senses it. Kanagi feels even stronger than he did before. Despite this, Suo is completely unfazed. With a smirk, he leaps forward, ordering the others to follow his lead. They all sprint after him, with Akane shouting for him not to be so reckless as they charge toward the magic circle. Hinoki and the female mage suddenly catch a scent on the wind, a smell that is bizarrely familiar. They've come across this scent many times before in their lives. Just then, the ground trembles violently, and with a massive explosion, a colossal hand erupts from beneath the earth. Hinoki's eyes snap wide open. He now understands exactly what they're smelling. It's the stench of a forbidden technique. According to Hinoki, this is the prophecy written in the Book of Scorching Heat. An awakener named Bandu Shijima, the leader of the Dark Mages, committed mass genocide during the Epsi period. He was eventually taken down by the Oniyogis, but not before an entire village was dragged through a hellish ordeal. Shijima collected the blood of the fallen villagers and used it to paint a magic circle, guaranteeing his own reincarnation 1,000 years later. His goal: to devour everyone and reign supreme over the world as a demon king. Before his death, he left behind a forbidden technique that details how living beings would be sacrificed for his resurrection. Now, in the present day, Shijima has been reborn as a boss of an unknown rank. His mission is crystal clear: fulfill the prophecy of scorching heat. Gazing down at his hands, he scowls, realizing he's been revived. With far less power than he'd anticipated, he wonders if there weren't enough sacrifices to fuel the ritual. As he surveys his surroundings, he notes with amusement that even after a millennium, the place hasn't changed a bit. However, his lips twist into a maniacal grin when he spots the anti-prophecy unit approaching, thinking they're just more sacrifices for the taking. Channeling his dark arts, he unleashes Jin's plate, causing a massive explosion. Right beneath the charging anti-prophecy unit, Kanagi watches in alarm as the blast completely engulfs Haneda and Akane, but as the dust settles, they emerge without a scratch. Kanagi's expression darkens, however, when he notices a dark magic circle, forming right where they landed. It's the dark art, realm of the circle's demise. Hundreds of spirits surge forth, their phantom hands reach out, clawing at Haneda and Akane. They fight back against the grasping spirits, quickly realizing that Shijima is far more skilled than they ever could have imagined. As Shijima watches his spell take effect, he suddenly senses movement behind him. It's Kanagi, launching a surprise attack. With effortless precision, Shijima dodges, weaving and sidestepping with contemptuous ease. He smirks, mocking Kanagi as a total amateur, before unleashing Jin's plate directly beneath him. The explosion erupts, but to Shijima's astonishment, Kanagi emerges unharmed. He counters, blasting Shijima with his Adad's Ray skill, but it's blocked as Shijima channels his own dark magic. Despite stopping the attack, Shijima is impressed by Kanagi's choice of ability. From within the smoke, Suo blitzes Shijima from behind, and uses the Chrysanthemum spell, sending a volley of razor-sharp knives hurtling toward him. Shijima is taken aback, but easily dodges by leaping into the air. While he's airborne, Suo casts another spell, revealing he knew all along Shijima wouldn't be defeated by such a low-level ability. Slamming his weapon into the ground, Suo activates the Autumn skill, causing the knives to rain down from the sky. Shijima, however, just grins, calling it nothing but a shower of lights. He then transforms his hand into a blade and lunges at Suo, who blocks it but is sent skidding backward. After being deflected, Shijima realizes that Suo is probably the strongest fighter in the group. Kanagi, standing off to the side, finds Shijima's power to be unfathomable, as it's on a completely different level from any enemy they've faced so far. Shijima feels even stronger than the founders. As Kanagi mulls this over, he hears his teammates call out from behind him. Whipping around, he's shocked to see Akane and Haneda getting hammered by dark art skills. After managing to escape the onslaught, both Akane and Haneda begin charging toward Shijima, who is still clashing with Suo. As he faces them, Shijima summons 3 skeletal demons to deal with Akane and Haneda, who are still rushing him. Haneda, seeing a demon spawn before him, throws a kick. To his surprise, it does nothing. The monsters' bodies are as hard as the minotaurs they fought before. One of the skeletal demons plants itself in front of Kanagi, blocking his way. Meanwhile, Suo and Shijima continue to exchange a relentless flurry of attacks. Shijima taunts Suo, claiming he won't be getting any help from his comrades. However, no sooner does he say this than Suo strikes Shijima's shoulder directly, declaring that he doesn't need any help. He then points at Shijima, warning him to stay back, stating that the only thing he can truly rely on is his own skill. Wiping the blood from his wound, Shijima begins to cackle maniacally, screaming that he doesn't need anyone either and that he will devour them all. With that, he lunges at Suo, who just barely blocks the attack inches from his body. As Suo struggles to hold back Shijima's assault, he hears someone call to him from behind. It's Kanagi, and he's charging straight at Shijima. Shijima is floored to see him, cause he'd sent a demon to deal with him. But when he glances back, he sees the others still locked in combat with their own demons, while the one sicked on Kanagi is already lying in 2 clean pieces. As Shijima is trying to process this, he's rocked by a heavy right hook from Kanagi that sends him scraping across the ground. Even Suo is blown away by the attack, and Kanagi suggests they team up to take down Shijima. Suo is momentarily stunned. Kanagi and Akane haven't even finished their own opponents yet, but this kid just did, and now he's offering to help. Suo's pride, however, is a brick wall, and he flat out rejects Kanagi's offer, declaring he doesn't need anyone's backup. He can handle this solo. Kanagi is in total disbelief, but before they can argue, Shijima suddenly blitzes toward them. Unleashing his Magatsu breath technique, a devastating beam shoots toward them both. Suo manages to block it, but Kanagi is sent flying, his body blasted by the brutal attack, slamming hard into a tree as his vision starts to fade to black. As his consciousness slips away and he sinks into the void, he sees the souls of Hinoki and the mage standing before him. Hinoki tells him he's passed out, which is why they've pulled him into his own mindscape. Despite the agony racking his bruised and battered body, Kanagi forces himself to his feet, desperately begging them to send him back. He has to fight, but before they can answer, a deep, commanding voice echoes through the space, ordering him to stand down from the battle. Meanwhile, on the outside, Suo is barely holding on against Shijima's relentless onslaught of attacks. Shijima grins, praising Suo for thinking just like him, for not needing anyone else to fight his battles. A wicked smile spreading across his face with an insatiable hunger to devour everything. Shijima channels his power into his next strike, hitting with so much force that Suo's sword shatters into pieces. Stunned, but quick on his feet, Suo immediately summons another blade and lunges at Shijima, but the enemy dodges effortlessly, bending backward with a freakish, inhuman flexibility. Shijima seems to be enjoying himself more and more as Suo continues to struggle. Back in the spirit realm, Kanagi's spiritual form can only watch as the battle unfolds. Shijima is on another level than anyone there. Hinoki confirms this is way beyond what Kanagi can handle right now. The mage adds that Shijima's precision is terrifyingly high. If there had been more humans living in this area, he might have already ascended to the rank of Demon King. She warns Kanagi that if Shijima consumes his life too, he'll become even stronger and unleash hell on civilization, and she calls his discovery of the grimoire nothing more than a fluke. Hinoki then steps forward, asking Kanagi to lend them his body so they can handle this themselves. But, to their absolute shock, Kanagi shuts them down, hard. Apologizing, he states firmly that this isn't some training session. This is the real deal. He needs to overcome this obstacle on his own, just like all the ones he'll face in the future. With unwavering confidence and resolve, he looks at them and asks if they're with him. The mage tries to argue, but she's cut off by Hinoki, who just bursts out laughing. He tells Kanagi he has already defeated them, placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder. Hinoki reminds him of his vow to surpass the founders. With that, he urges Kanagi to go, to use everything he's learned, and to do things his way. This ignites Kanagi's confidence, and with a look of pure fire, he turns back to the battlefield, asking the founders to watch over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolts toward the field where Shijima and Suo are still locked in combat. Suo looks completely wrecked as he opens his eyes. Shijima lunges again, sending him airborne. While he's in the air, Shijima prepares the final blow to finish him off. But just as Suo braces for the end, someone snags him right out of the air. Both his sword and his body are caught by Kanagi. Mid-air, our boy borrows Suo's sword, and with one swift motion, hurls him down toward the ground, clear of Shijima's incoming magic blast. Suo hits the ground hard as Shijima turns his attention to Kanagi, still hanging in the air. He unleashes another Magatsu breath, aimed right at him, but he's shocked to see Kanagi calmly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style. With intense focus, Kanagi slices through Shijima's breath attack, cleaving it cleanly in two, and with pinpoint control, he strikes Shijima's arm, severing it from his body. Shijima, stunned and horrified, is completely speechless, unable to process what just happened. Trembling with rage, he screams about who he is, but Kanagi, his face a mask of unshakable determination, coldly replies that he's the one who will surpass the founders. The mage watching the battle asks Hinoki if Kanagi can actually win against the dark mage, but even Hinoki doesn't know yet. He is, however, certain that Kanagi is no fool. He suspects Kanagi might have picked up a new trick while he was passed out in the car on the way here, a wide grin spreading on his face. A look of utter disbelief spreads across Hinoki's face as he wonders if he's witnessing something beyond all human comprehension. Suo, watching Kanagi weave through the chaos with such deadly grace and speed, is just as stunned. Literally moments ago, he'd brushed off Kanagi's offer for help, yet now that very same person is the only thing keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Kanagi unleashes a relentless assault on Shijima, forcing the villain to teleport backward in a desperate retreat. Shijima counters with his dark art ability. Grenade, a storm of energy blasts, screams toward Kanagi, who scrambles to dodge, but he instantly realizes they're tracking him. Leaping into the air to evade, Kanagi finds the explosions glued to his tail, relentlessly hunting him. In a flash, he remembers one of the founder's abilities, Replica. Slamming his foot into the ground, he throws up a massive stone barrier in front of him, absorbing the incoming onslaught. Shijima is shocked by Kanagi's quick thinking, but immediately launches another volley of blasts his way. In response, Kanagi masterfully uses the shattered stone fragments to form another makeshift shield. Seizing a split-second opening, Kanagi fuses two abilities to blink directly behind Shijima, but Shijima somehow manages to dive out of the way at the last possible nanosecond. Without missing a beat, he retaliates, unleashing his yin plate blast and landing a solid hit on Kanagi. Though Kanagi takes the blow, he absorbs most of the force by using a floating rock as a springboard, launching himself right back at Shijima. Channeling the lessons passed down from the founders, Shijima evades once more, but the sheer variety of techniques Kanagi is throwing at him leaves him completely staggered. The founders, watching from the sidelines, are equally floored by Kanagi's explosive growth and his never-ending offensive. However, Shijima still has another card to play. With a dark glare, he activates his forbidden art, summoning an absolutely towering skeletal monstrosity. By fusing countless skeletons together, this colossal beast looms over the entire battlefield, radiating a powerful and twisted aura. Shijima grins, declaring that this is the end of the line. The skeletal giant swings its massive palm down toward Kanagi, as the founders scream for him to run. But Kanagi doesn't move an inch, his eyes locked on the incoming attack, deep in thought. He knows that even if he goes all out, he still doesn't have the raw power to take Shijima down. He realizes he needs something more, something that shatters his current limits. He thinks back to the mage's lessons, and to Hinoki's, and remembers how, to wield the brilliant flame and Hinoki's one-handed sword technique, he pictures Hinoki teaching him the wave blade attack, and its various slashes. Drawing on both of their teachings, Kanagi channels the brilliant flame into his hand, while infusing his blade with Hinoki's skill, transforming his weapon into a blazing sword of pure fire. The mage and Hinoki watch in absolute shock. Kanagi has just done the impossible. Gripping his newly empowered weapon, Kanagi readies himself. The technique he just invented is called the blazing fire/blade. Without a shred of hesitation, he dashes toward the skeletal beast, wielding his fire sword, while Shijima can only stare in utter disbelief. Recalling Hinoki's swordsmanship and the mage's magic arts, Kanagi realized he wanted more than just one or the other. With that raw determination, he unlocked the blazing fire/blade ability, engulfing his entire sword in roaring flames. With one fluid swing, he cleaves the skeleton from head to toe and slices right through Shijima as well. Everyone is absolutely stunned by this feat, by him combining two completely different magical abilities in such a way. The Alchemist founder is particularly awestruck, calling Kanagi an irregular for his insane ability to adapt and merge any and all skills. He never dreamed that Kanagi could fuse techniques so flawlessly, and suspects his potential might be literally limitless. Then, just as suddenly, the alchemist vanishes, leaving Hinoki baffled. The mage, hearing his words, agrees, realizing they might have seriously underestimated what Kanagi is capable of. A flicker of worry crosses her face, and she wonders if it's truly wise to raise someone with his kind of power. However, Hinoki is absolutely hyped by Kanagi's strength, and can't wait to see how much stronger he'll become. As Kanagi lands on the ground, exhausted, he's horrified to see Shijima, who had been sliced clean in half, begin to regenerate from his own spilled blood. Furious, Shijima growls that if that attack had hit his head, he might have actually died. Channeling a dark energy, he forms a death ball, swearing to finish this himself. But just as the words leave his mouth, Suo materializes behind him and slices his throat open. Shijima is decapitated, caught completely off guard. As his body crumbles, Suo catches Kanagi, who has finally collapsed into unconsciousness. Holding him, Suo is hit with a memory from long ago. His older brother once carried him just like this. It had been a freezing night under a bridge, with snow blanketing the ground. His brother had promised him they'd get food in the morning. As Suo drifted off to sleep, they heard the sounds of a massive parade. Crossing the bridge above them, other people celebrating while they shivered in the cold with empty stomachs. That was Shijima's whole play, wasn't it? To twist his solitude into a weapon and use it against him. But staring at Kanagi now, something just clicks. He isn't really alone. And you know what? Even if he were, he's more than strong enough to handle it. As this epiphany crashes over him, the very barrier trapping them begins to splinter and crack. The second it gives way, Akana and Haneda bolt inside, their faces etched with panic when they spot Kanagi's unconscious form on the ground. After confirming he's just passed out, Haneda's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the barrier is caving in on itself. She screams that they need to move now. Haneda frantically asks what happens if all that pent-up energy blows outward. Suo's knuckles turn white as he grips his sword, his voice dangerously low. If that happens, we'll be annihilated. Their only shot is to unleash their absolute strongest attacks and try to redirect the blast, a plan Suo states with chilling confidence. But deep down, he's terrified. In their battered condition, he knows it's a long shot, but it's the only one they've got. As they brace themselves, the impossible happens. Kanagi, still completely out cold, suddenly raises his sword as raw power floods into the blade. Suo can only stare in utter disbelief. Deep within Kanagi's mind, Hinoki seizes the controls, piloting his body just as the barrier detonates. Everyone unleashes every last ounce of their power, while Hinoki executes his signature move, the one-handed style splitting cloud. Outside the blast zone, a red-headed man and his two subordinates are sprinting toward the chaos. His men scream a warning that the barrier is about to blow. And then, a blinding flash. It erupts. They're too late. But to their absolute shock, a brilliant pillar of pure blue light erupts from the epicenter, rocketing into the heavens from the tip of Kanagi's sword. The red-haired leader watches, completely awestruck, recognizing that light as the mark of a perfect sword technique, one without a single shred of doubt. His name is Sume Kodo, the captain of the anti-prophecy unit. Gazing at the spectacle before him, he wonders whose incredible power this could possibly be. Sometime later, on a jet soaring high above Peru, Midori is on a call with Makoto, absolutely floored that their newest recruit just single-handedly stopped an unknown prophecy. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Makoto, still on the line, is staring down a rank 1 prophecy of his own, a threat that he claims is on a whole different level from anything they have ever faced before. Midori, instead of riding inside the plane, is chilling on top of it, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks about how much the anti-prophecy unit has grown. But his good mood gets nuked when Makoto reveals that the person who stopped the prophecy wasn't just some member, it was Kanagi, the very same Kanagi who had been on the team for a grand total of 2 days. The shock hits Makoto like a ton of bricks, as he desperately demands to know who this kid really is. Without a moment of hesitation, Midori declares with absolute certainty, he's the one who will put an end to all prophecies. They had been anticipating his arrival for a very, very long time. There was always this undeniable feeling of destiny surrounding him, as if he was the key figure they had been searching for all along. Makoto is skeptical about putting so much faith in him, questioning if trusting this kid is really the right call. Instead of arguing, Midori simply tells him to watch and see for himself. Changing the subject, Makoto's voice turns grim, urging Midori to get back immediately. His power is desperately needed. Going up against a foe of this caliber without him is proving to be a serious challenge. Midori lets out a low chuckle, offering a quick apology before his tone shifts, becoming all business. Just then, Rin's voice cuts in over the comms, laced with sheer panic as she describes a massive prophecy materializing right before them. Before them stands a colossal enemy, a super-rank prophecy, the prime source of the suicide infection, Ishtun the Terrible. As the monstrous being barrels towards him, Midori tells Makoto to just hang tight, assuring him that he's about to end this thing, right now. Without a single wasted motion, he thrusts his hand forward and unleashes a maelstrom of divine wind. At that exact same instant, miles away in a sterile hospital room, Kanagi's eyes fly open. A sharp gasp escapes his lips as he jolts upright in the bed, completely disoriented. A nurse, seeing his sudden movement, rushes over to gently calm him down. She explains that he's finally woken up after being unconscious for quite a while. He's been recovering in the anti-prophecy infirmary, sleeping ever since his massive mission wrapped up. Hearing this, Kanagi wonders if he really just passed out. His sleep was so deep that he didn't even enter the spatial realm to train with the founders, something that absolutely never happens. The nurse reassures him he's fine, pulling back the privacy curtain and telling him to just buzz if he needs anything at all. Getting curious, he asks about the girls, and Suo spills that they're grinding hard in training, totally crushed after feeling like dead weight in the last fight. Suo just nods, a grim acceptance in his eyes, admitting that Kanagi's power was, without a doubt, on a completely different level. Hearing that kind of praise from a beast like Suo just hits different. But before Kanagi can even begin to process the compliment, Suo shoots to his feet, his entire vibe shifting as he aggressively demands, "Who the hell are you, really?" It's been less than 48 hours, and Kanagi has already dropped a rank 3 boss and a potential rank 1, all while flexing some unheard of fusion magic, a technique Suo has never even witnessed. He presses again, his voice low and dangerous, demanding to know who Kanagi truly is, and more importantly, how Suo can get that same kind of power for himself. But as he's demanding answers, Makoto appears out of nowhere, asking if he's found Kanagi. Kanagi confirms, but Suo just freezes, completely blindsided. It's his older brother. Makoto strides right past Suo without a single glance, prompting a hesitant Kanagi to ask, "You're really Suo's older brother?" The words are barely out of his mouth when Makoto's sword is already drawn, a flash of steel. He swings wildly, the blade slicing through the air just inches from their faces. Both Kanagi and Suo are completely caught off guard. Ducking under the slash, Kanagi's mind races. Is this some kind of twisted test? Meanwhile, Makoto is just as shocked, absolutely floored that a mere trainee managed to dodge his strike. Makoto confirms that it was, in fact, a test, and Kanagi passed with flying colors. Without missing a beat, he introduces himself. Makoto, captain of Suo's own squad. The revelation hits Kanagi like a truck. So, he really is Suo's big brother. After a beat, Makoto drops a bombshell. Because of Kanagi's insane performance against that rank 1 disaster, he's being temporarily assigned to his squad. The announcement leaves Kanagi utterly speechless. But if Kanagi's shocked, Suo is absolutely gutted. A bitter wave of jealousy crashes over him. He's Makoto's actual brother, after all, and even he isn't allowed to join that squad. Wasting no time, Makoto simply tells Kanagi to follow him for a briefing, and in the background, Suo clenches his fist, nails digging into his palm so hard that his knuckles split open, drawing blood. Over in the training grounds, the anti-prophecy duo are going at it hard. Akane is a whirlwind of steel, juggling multiple weapons, all while Hinata desperately focuses on parrying her relentless assault. But no matter how hard they grind, they both know the bitter truth. Kanagi is in a whole different league. As they're sparring, Midori waltzes in, cheerfully announcing he's back with chocolates all the way from Peru. To his absolute shock, they completely blow past the candy and swarm him, eagerly demanding to know how long he's staying in Japan. When Midori says he's got a week, they practically beg him on the spot to train them for the entire time he's there. There's no way they're letting Kanagi leave them in the dust without a fight. Midori's taken aback. He had no idea they were this fired up. He agrees to whip them into shape, but then he asks about Suo, wondering if he wants in on the action. And right on cue, Suo appears in the doorway with a look of pure, unyielding determination etched on his face, confirming he's in. Meanwhile, back in the hallway, Kanagi is practically jogging to keep up with Makoto's blistering pace as he leads the charge. And back in the training room, the others are still reeling from Suo's sudden intensity. That's when Suo drops the bomb. His brother just recruited Kanagi, poached him for his elite squad, even if it's temporary. The news absolutely floors the duo, making them realize just how far ahead Kanagi has rocketed. Getting personally scouted by Makoto is a massive honor, but for Suo, it's just another bitter reminder of his own shortcomings. He's not good enough, not compared to Kanagi. He has to get stronger. At the same time, down the hall, Kanagi's curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks Makoto what this briefing is really about. Makoto's answer is blunt. Their next mission. They're shipping out tomorrow morning. As they're walking, Makoto suddenly stops, dead in his tracks, and turns to him. He asks if Kanagi is close with his little brother, recalling how Suo had lent Kanagi his own sword during their last fight. Kanagi's response is immediate and genuine. They are. Makoto plays it cool, acting like he doesn't care, but deep down, he's secretly worried sick about his brother. The problem is, he never, ever shows it. And because of that ice-cold facade, Suo is 100% convinced his older brother despises him. He thinks Makoto couldn't care less if he lived or died. But the truth? That time, Makoto came to see them. He wasn't ignoring Suo. He just couldn't stand to look at how badly his brother was hurt. This devastating misunderstanding, however, led Suo to believe he was being snubbed. That one moment is what's fueling Suo's death wish, this desperate, reckless drive to get stronger just to finally earn Makoto's attention. And the tragic irony? Makoto doesn't want a stronger brother. He just wants a brother who's alive and safe. This massive, gut-wrenching misunderstanding is the engine driving Suo's obsession to surpass Kanagi, believing it's the only path to his brother's acknowledgement. He even hopes to one day defeat Makoto himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi, still curious, keeps probing, and finally, Makoto cracks. He admits it. He really does care about his little brother. The confession totally warms Kanagi's heart. Back on the training grounds, as Suo lays it all out for the group, Akane gets confused. Suo keeps talking about surpassing his brother, and driven to prove his worth, he still holds a deep respect for his brother, continuing to grind under Hanada's training. Akane remarks that, deep down, Suo is just desperate for his brother's acknowledgement. Hanada finds the sentiment touching, but Akane's words strike a nerve, and something inside Suo just snaps, igniting his fury. Meanwhile, at the briefing, Kanagi gets the rundown on the squad's 3 core tenets. First, be swift. Second, maintain relentless offensive pressure. And third, obliterate your weaknesses. Inside the Counterforce Division, Makoto's squad is legendary, considered the absolute titans of combat prowess. The squad runs lean, with a minimum of 7 members, engineered to be a compact but devastatingly elite force. Their assignments? Nothing less than rank 1 threats and beyond. On board the chopper, as Makoto's team is ferried to their mission. A squad member named Yakeru casually jokes that 90% of the team's power is just their captain. Everyone else is basically a glorified extra. Since Kanagi's just a temp, the pressure's off. No one expects him to do much. But as Yakeru is laying this all out, Kanagi is completely zoned out, glued to his phone. Yakeru totally calls him out on it, prompting a quick apology from Kanagi, who explains he needs to message his friends. Yakeru, totally thrown, asks what he means by message. Kanagi is trying to get in touch with the other members of the anti-prophecy crew, mostly because the founders won't stop blowing up his phone about it. Back at the training grounds, his message drops like a bomb, stunning the entire group, especially Suo, who's wondering, what the hell Kanagi is even thinking sending this? They immediately rush it over to Midori, who realizes the message contains 3 distinct pieces of advice, each one custom-tailored for a different person. This detailed breakdown on how to get stronger genuinely blows Midori away. With a grin, she holds out her hand and asks if they'll accept the advice or turn it down, framing it as a direct challenge. They all accept, especially Suo, who is absolutely seething because Kanagi essentially just put all his weaknesses on blast. Back on the aircraft, Yakeru lets Kanagi know they've reached the drop zone. Wiping the condensation from the window, Kanagi's jaw drops at the sight of a vast, snow-covered mountain range pierced by enormous crystal spires erupting from the earth. Their mission is to take on a rank 1 prophecy, the frozen earth. This cataclysm threatens to plunge the entire planet into a new ice age, as the affected zones are expanding at a terrifying rate. If left unchecked, the whole world could be flash frozen, extinguishing all life. This phenomenon isn't localized. It's happening in 17 different locations across multiple countries at the same time, with many of them hitting populated urban centers, which just makes the crisis 1,000 times worse. The vice captain, Kashi, briefs the squad on the situation, stressing that they can't afford a single moment's delay since field reports show the freezing effect is accelerating much faster than predicted. Taking point, Makoto orders the squad to jump from the chopper's rear hatch, since the aircraft can't proceed any further. Before they leap, he gives one final order: no human life is to be harmed. To fire everyone up, he has them chant the squad's 3 rules, and they all roar them in perfect unison. Standing at the edge, Kanagi thinks back to his last fight, where he had to rely on Hinoki yet again. He's determined to use this temporary mission to finally get stronger, seeing it as a golden opportunity to learn from the best. As everyone else dives out of the helicopter, Kanagi makes a silent vow to clear this mission himself. This is his first ever Rank 1 prophecy. At 10:17 a.m., they all touch down safely. The air is brutally cold, and despite being an awakened, Yakeru starts shivering, wondering why the temperature is hitting him so hard. Kashi explains that the chill is far more intense than what the reports indicated, which could be the reason. She also informs the squad that the area is massive and recommends they set up a base camp at the halfway point. Hearing this, Makoto quietly considers something, but keeps his strategy to himself. Meanwhile, Kanagi asks Yakeru if the Frozen Earth prophecy is documented in any of the official prophecy books. Yakeru shakes his head, revealing that the anti-prophecy unit actually predicted this one, using their own unique abilities. While countless prophecies exist, this marks the very first time a member has successfully identified a Rank 1 threat before it manifested. Because of that, Makoto's squad was handpicked for the mission, given its insane gravity. Kanagi gets his answer, but Kashi clocks that he seems a little on edge. Kashi reassures him that being nervous is way better than being careless, but he can't let it weigh him down. Yakeru claps a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, echoing Kashi's words and reminding him that he's rolling with the single best crew in the entire anti-prophecy unit. Kashi immediately barks at Yakeru for being too laid back, making him snap back with an apology. Suddenly, Yakeru's hand shoots up, reporting that his radar has pinged hostiles at their 2 o'clock, approximately 200 meters out. Kashi acknowledges the report, her eyes narrowed in focus, and vanishes in a flash, only to reappear moments later. He confirms the recon: 30 hostiles spotted up ahead. Their estimated rank is a nasty SSS+. These creatures are ice gargoyles from the Tisei tribe. Hearing this, Makoto wastes no time and gives his unit the order: annihilate the enemy. The squadron surges forward, a perfectly synchronized assault against the approaching monsters. Their flawless teamwork and battlefield awareness leave Kanagi absolutely stunned. They're operating in a whole different league compared to the trainees, making him realize these are legit elite warriors. They are worlds beyond regular members. Itching for a piece of the action, Kanagi asks for permission to join the fight, and Makoto grants it, casually shrugging off the enemies as nothing more than SSS+ rank. With the green light, Kanagi blasts forward and smashes a kick into a monster's head. But to his shock, the creature just detonates, showering the area in icy fragments. Kashi, effortlessly dodging a monster's swipe, screams a warning that some seriously OP mobs are mixed in with the grunts. Meanwhile, Kanagi ignites his flame shortsword and completely obliterates a monster with one searing strike, launching its corpse into the air. Witnessing this, Yakeru is floored that a guy like Kanagi could even use a fury sword skill. Kashi is impressed, while Makoto, with just a few flicks of his blade, effortlessly carves through the remaining monsters. He also clocks Kanagi's fire sword and realizes that the blue flash of light he saw earlier had to have come from him. With the monsters wiped out, the squad sets up a camp in the mountains and starts to chow down. During their meal, Kashi asks Yakeru for an update on what else his radar is picking up. Yakeru reports no boss-level threats within a 10-kilometer radius. Hearing that, Kashi lets out a sigh of relief, confirming they can crash there for the night. But then she wonders where Kanagi and the captain disappeared to. Elsewhere, Kanagi is posted up by his own campfire. He's trying to fuse his spells again, just like he did before. As he focuses on the process, the captain materializes right behind him and calls him out for being such a tryhard with the training. Caught completely off guard, Kanagi nearly leaps out of his seat. Makoto's stealth game is so good, he nearly gave the kid a heart attack. After Kanagi calms down, Makoto sits down next to him and asks if this is his first time camping out and if he's finding it rough. Kanagi, all hyped up, insists he's totally fine, but to his surprise, Makoto deadpans that he just wants to go home and smoke. Kanagi is completely thrown. He never imagined someone like the captain talking about smoking, but then, To Kanagi's utter disbelief, Makoto reveals he's desperate to smoke his cat. Confused and more than a little alarmed, Kanagi's mind goes to the worst possible place, thinking he's talking about some kind of drug. He immediately asks the captain about his cat, and Makoto, leaning in uncomfortably close, just whips out his phone and shows him a picture. Kanagi asks for the cat's name, and Makoto reveals it's Oribe. As Kanagi checks out the photo, he notices the cat's murderous glare, but instead asks if Makoto actually misses it. To his surprise, Makoto flatly denies it, revealing that Oribe is an absolute menace. The cat is always shredding his stuff, puking all over the place, and is generally a total nightmare to live with. But despite all that, Makoto admits the little monster is still adorable, just like his younger brother, Suo. Kanagi finds it bizarre that Makoto is opening up like this, but he listens as the captain expresses a sliver of hope that one day he'll be able to talk to Suo. In the same chill way he's talking to Kanagi right now. As an only child, Kanagi admits he can't really relate, but he offers up an idea. Maybe Makoto should try treating Suo the same way he treats his cat. Hearing this, a grin spreads across Makoto's face and he agrees. He then shows Kanagi some videos on his phone, shocking him with footage of the captain baby-talking his cat. Amused, Makoto asks if that kind of behavior is even okay. Then, with a softened expression, he looks right at Kanagi and asks if they can practice together. In his head, Kanagi is screaming no, but before he can respond, Kashi shows up looking for them. She tells them to get back to camp, reminding them they have an early start the next morning. Makoto agrees without a single complaint. That night, however, Makoto and his team are completely oblivious to a mysterious figure trekking through the snowy landscape. The person, dressed like they're heading to the beach, plunges deeper into the frozen terrain. When stopped, he claims he's on a mission to fulfill the land's prophecy. Clutching a small book in his hand, he declares that it's a vital quest. He's a lone awakener, heading toward the very same mountain as Makoto and his squad. Back at camp, as Kanagi sleeps, he finds himself dream training with the founders. Tonight's lesson is archery, designed to sharpen his concentration. Kanagi is grinding with a heavy bow, with Margit coaching him through every move. Noticing the sweat pouring down his face, Margit asks if it's a total grind just to keep his focus locked in. While they're training, Hinoki is whining his head off, complaining about why it isn't sword practice day. But the mage shuts him down fast, reminding him that he got his turn yesterday. In spite of the racket, Margit is low-key impressed that Kanagi's form remains rock solid. He's shown some serious improvement in maintaining his concentration compared to their first go-around. Kanagi explains that he's on a quest with a legit god-tier squad right now, which is all the motivation he needs to give it his all. With his focus zeroed in on the target, he lets the arrow fly, slamming it dead center for a perfect bullseye. Margit is absolutely floored by the accuracy as Kanagi collapses to the ground, gasping in relief. Margit tells him not to forget that feeling, and with that, she calls an end to the day's training. The second he realizes the session is over, Hinoki gets amped up, immediately unsheathing his sword. He orders Kanagi to get on his feet for some sword training, but, just as they're about to clash, Kanagi is jolted awake by his team. It's time to continue their journey. Before setting off, Makoto briefs everyone, declaring that today is the day they finally kill the boss tied to the prophecy. As they press onward, they clash with more monsters, this time a whole flock of blue birds. While the squad charges at them, the founders inside Kanagi comment on how this mission should be a total cakewalk, given the team's insane power level. However, the mage notices that one of the oldest founders seems uneasy. He senses something is deeply wrong with this fight. After a vicious battle, the team successfully eliminates the monsters. With their path cleared, Makoto then orders Jikuru to scout ahead. Jikuru reports back that, roughly 2,000 meters from their position, there's what looks to be a major boss, and it's heading straight for them. Then he drops the horrifying news. The monster will reach them in only 10 seconds. In a flash, a towering figure known as the Unknown Goddess, Kalamita, comes hurtling toward them with a ferocious, unhinged expression. Her entire aura is on a completely different level than any monster they've ever faced before. Makoto immediately orders his team to attack. They all lunge toward the boss in perfect coordination. Jikuru uses his abilities to chain up the creature, while Kashi blitzes her from all sides. But to their absolute astonishment, their attacks don't leave a single visible mark. The boss remains completely unharmed despite their well-executed combo. Just as the boss is about to counterattack, she suddenly feels something approaching from above. It's Kanagi, descending with a powerful sword strike, remembering everything Akane and Hinoki taught him. About how to execute a vertical slash, he unleashes his strongest attack, ready to hit with his full power. Fusing his power, Kanagi strikes with his blazing firewall sword, blasting a beam of fire directly at the boss. However, to his shock, it has zero effect. The boss immediately counters. Swinging her own sword, she sends Kanagi crashing into the ground. Hearing the powerful impact, Yakero momentarily believes that Kanagi was just killed. However, Kanagi survives, having landed on an ice crystal that cushioned his fall. Meanwhile, Kashi, still in the fight, realizes why this boss is ranked number 1. She looks toward Makoto. It's now up to him to save them. Makoto unsheathes his sword. As he does, Yakero instantly wraps Kanagi in chains and yanks him out of the fight. He claims that if they interfere, they'll only get in their captain's way. As they retreat, the boss attacks Makoto with everything she's got. The sheer power of the attack creates a massive shockwave, causing Kanagi to worry for Makoto's safety. But, to his amazement, Makoto stops the attack cold just inches from hitting him. The boss attacks again, and once more, Makoto blocks it effortlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he counters with a devastating slash, severing one of the boss's arms. Seeing this, Hinoki is beyond impressed, exclaiming that he wants to do the same thing. However, Kanagi is getting more and more worried, rambling about how it's his duty to protect the world. Then out of nowhere, he just meows like a cat, sending an unbearable wave of secondhand cringe through everyone watching the battle up close. Kanagi realizes that Makoto's entire technique is just built different from Hinoki's. His skills are on a whole other plane of existence. Awestruck, Kanagi is now desperate to learn from him. Meanwhile, Makoto deals one final follow-up strike, cleaving the boss completely in two. But in an instant, a flash of light rips across the battlefield. Makoto's arm is suddenly sheared clean off. In disbelief, he whips around to see a massive hole blown straight through Hikaru. Kanagi watches in pure horror as the reality of what just happened sinks in. One by one, his comrades are torn to shreds, their blood painting the ground. They all crumple to the ground, dead before his very eyes. Spotting Hikaru falling, Kanagi sprints to help, but with his last ounce of strength, Hikaru shoves him away. Stumbling back, Kanagi can only watch, stunned, as the allies he fought beside just seconds ago collapse in front of him. On the verge of death, Hikaru is filled with regret. His radar completely failed to pick up the attack, causing this devastating loss. As he falls, he apologizes to his captain and slams into the ground, hoping his team at least saw where the attack came from. Kashi was safe, but several other members are hit by the same beam, which pierces right through them. Makoto, clutching his severed arm, screams at his team to use the terrain for cover, calling it a skill-based attack. Without a second's hesitation, they all obey and run for their lives. As he flees, Kashi calls out to a fallen comrade, urging him to follow. He hesitates though, worried sick about his captain, who's been critically injured. The attack that took Makoto's arm can't be blocked, not even by a barrier, because its properties allow it to completely annihilate anything it touches. Suddenly, another beam rockets toward Makoto, but he narrowly dodges it, leaping into the air. Kashi watches with mounting dread as the boss unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks while it regenerates. Realizing they need to take the boss down with one decisive blow, he turns to Kanagi only to find him on his knees, completely paralyzed by shock. Kanagi stares at the bodies of his fallen friends, his voice barely a whisper, as he begs the founder Valentine, asking if she can resurrect them. But with a look of shame, Valentine apologizes. She can't bring back the dead. Kanagi is silent for a moment, then takes a deep breath. He calls out to all the founders, admitting that even though he wanted to handle everything himself this time, he now realizes he might need their help. Once again, without a moment's hesitation, Hinoki steps forward and takes control of his body. Meanwhile, Makoto, analyzing the attack, realizes it completely bypassed Hikaru's radar. Since Hikaru's radar only detects threats within a 3-kilometer range, the attack must have originated from beyond that distance. This single strike not only killed Hikaru, but also took Makoto's arm, proof that their hidden enemy is at least as powerful as he is. Determined not to let his fallen comrade's sacrifices be in vain, Makoto pushes past his current limits, channeling a power far beyond his normal capacity. He focuses his energy, using his heightened senses to pinpoint a location more than 3 kilometers away. Despite the obstacles hiding the enemy, he grips his sword, remembering those who have fallen. Today, their deaths fuel his resolve. With unwavering determination, Makoto charges his sword with crimson light and unleashes a devastating fire. The scorching inferno tears through the ground, obliterating everything in its path, until at last, it reveals the enemy who cast the deadly spell. It's the same guy who arrived alone, dressed casually. He's impressed that Makoto managed to track his attack back to him, just as you'd expect from the captain of the strongest squad. Makoto, however, is in shock. His attack was completely eaten by this man. The guy claims that if Makoto still had his left arm, that attack would have killed him. He's using a spell called Darkness to channel dark orbs around him. As he strolls toward Makoto, he launches one of the orbs, with killing intent. In response, Makoto swings his sword, conjuring an ice barrier then instantly counters, vanishing and reappearing behind the guy, slashing his neck. But before Makoto can even process what happened, the same devastating beam attack strikes again, tearing a chunk out of his torso. The guy is completely unharmed, calmly stating that he had anticipated Makoto's move. He adds, however, that Makoto is the one who's actually close to death. That comment ignites Makoto's fury. With what little strength he has left, he lunges forward, swinging his blade, but the guy effortlessly sidesteps and counters with a powerful kick, striking Makoto's open wound directly. Makoto, however, is one step ahead. Seizing the opening, he strikes with the flat of his blade, sending the guy crashing to the ground. As Makoto watches, he finds himself wondering why the guy stopped using his beam attack. After just a couple of blasts, despite his insane power, it's clear he can't keep this up forever. The truth hits him. The kid can't just spam his spell. When it comes to stamina, they're on even ground. The kid gets slammed but still manages to land on his feet, confirming Makoto's suspicion. But let's be real, their conditions aren't even close. Makoto is at a massive disadvantage, an arm gone, half his torso practically erased. But our boy Makoto refuses to even acknowledge the concept of a disadvantage, his mind flashing back to the squad's 3 rules. He draws an incredible strength from them. Pure determination surges through him as he prepares to fight to his very last breath, his resolve unshakable. He channels crackling, fiery energy, searing his own gaping wounds shut to stop the bleeding. As he does, he roars the squad's 3rd rule. On the battlefield, you overcome your weakness. With those words, he erupts in a scarlet inferno. The kid's eyes narrow. He realizes Makoto is literally burning his own life force to amp up his power. In response, he does the exact same thing, fueling his darkness magic with his own vital essence. Makoto, channeling the spirits of his fallen comrades, stares daggers at his opponent. His voice booms across the battlefield, warning him to never underestimate his squad. Meanwhile, way in the back, Kanagi is calling on his founders for help. His hair flashes stark white as Hinoki seizes control of him. The other squad members, still running, are suddenly stopped in their tracks by the chief. She stands tall, casually regenerating her arms. Kashi sees this, and her heart sinks. She knows she can't subdue the chief by herself, and screams for Kanagi, who's still kneeling in the distance. To her, it looks like his will to fight has been completely shattered after witnessing his friends get slaughtered. It's only natural. He was just a regular guy who had only recently joined the squad. But then, to her absolute shock, Kanagi rises. He explodes forward in a blinding flash of speed, and delivers a devastating kick to the chief, launching her clean across the battlefield. Makoto and his foe continue their brutal exchange, trading blow for vicious blow. Makoto, wielding only half of his blade, unleashes a crimson slash. His opponent barely ducks out of the way, and even though he evaded the attack, he gets a bad feeling. This fight is getting way harder. Makoto's flames, which should have been snuffed out by his darkness spell, are reigniting and slamming into him again. Plus, there's a hard limit to how much he can manually control his darkness, and he's getting dangerously close to it. Realizing this, he launches a barrage of dark orbs at Makoto, but Makoto nimbly weaves through them. He seizes an opening, lunges forward, and cleanly slices off his opponent's arm. The tables have officially turned. But even after losing an arm, his enemy leaps forward and brutally drives a knee into Makoto's wounded shoulder. Makoto collapses to the ground in agony as his opponent slowly stalks towards him, scoffing that losing an arm means nothing. After all, Makoto still has a gaping hole blown through his stomach. Then, he reveals something chilling. He had anticipated Makoto's entire strategy. From the very first attack, he knew Makoto would try to force a close-quarters battle. He acknowledges Makoto's strength, admitting he always makes the smartest moves and never wastes a second. However, he also points out Makoto's fatal flaw. He's far too predictable. And that, he declares, is precisely why Makoto is going to lose. Reaching into his pouch, he pulls out a book. Holding it aloft, he claims that Makoto's defeat was already sealed. By its contents, Makoto's eyes blow wide with horror as he recognizes it. The Book of Fate. The opponent flips the book open, dropping a shocking truth. He claims that if an organization exists to stop prophecies, it's only logical for another to exist to make them come true. Makoto is completely floored. He never knew such an organization even existed. His opponent then makes his final reveal. He is one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. He introduces himself as the 12th of darkness, the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. Makoto, still in disbelief, questions the reason behind his obsession with causing so much destruction. His opponent, casually flipping through the pages, just smirks and asks if telling him the reason would make Makoto forgive him. Makoto is enraged by the taunt. Without hesitation, he swings his broken blade with every ounce of his remaining strength, nearly shearing off the apostle's shoulder. Makoto is confident he can win this battle. His opponent seems to be out of mana, and his body looks like it's hitting its limit. Makoto channels the red dragon form, convinced this will secure his victory. On the other side, the guy with his shoulder barely attached is somehow still standing. He declares that this is the end of the line for Makoto. With that, he pulls out a potion and chugs it, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The light blinds Makoto, and suddenly, from inside the brilliant glare, a powerful fist connects squarely with Makoto's face. The blow sends him crashing to the ground. As the dust settles, Makoto stares in utter disbelief. He's watching as every bit of damage he inflicted on the man has been healed, and his opponent has been restored to his full strength. The villain brags that the potion he downed was an artifact, powerful enough to let him fully heal with just one arm. Makoto isn't having it. He unleashes his scarlet light blade again, blasting a wave of energy straight at the guy. But the dude just shatters it with his dark orbs and fires back with a vicious barrage of attacks. Makoto is absolutely stunned, because the kind of artifact this guy just used is supposed to be locked down by entire countries. That's how OP it is. And no regular organization should ever be able to get their hands on one. The villain then slams his boot right into Makoto's abdominal wound. He sends him crashing to the floor, where Makoto takes his last, ragged breaths. Seeing our hero defeated, the villain breathes a sigh of relief, believing he's finally crushed him for good. But on the edge of death, Makoto's mind flashes back to his childhood and his comrades. His fingers desperately reach for his sword. He also remembers Kanagi's words about treating his brother like he was just his cat, a memory that pulls a faint smile onto his bloodied face. With a fire reignited in his soul, he grips his sword, but just as he's about to swing, a beam of pure darkness rips through him. It shears his sword hand clean off his arm. The villain, dripping with confidence, bids Makoto a final farewell. However, just as he moves in for the final blow, the crystal wall behind him shatters. It's Kanagi, and he's backed by all the founders, ready to unleash some serious payback on the guy who made their disciple cry. Makoto feels Kanagi's presence. At first he's worried, but he quickly realizes this isn't just Kanagi. There's a whole different energy pouring off of him. The villain clocks the insane aura radiating from Kanagi too. The kid in front of him is no longer some vulnerable target. He's now facing a power that's ready to fight back with everything it has. Getting nervous, the villain warns Kanagi not to move a muscle, threatening to kill Makoto if he does. But while he's still talking, his own arm is suddenly severed from his body. In a single instant, the guy is in total shock, unable to even comprehend how it happened so fast. All the while, Kanagi simply swings his sword from a distance. The sheer force of the attack actually dulls the blade. The founders notice this, amazed that the sword became blunt after just one strike. The alchemist founder then steps in, transmuting a whole arsenal of weapons for Kanagi to use in the fight. With pure vengeance in his eyes, Kanagi orders every founder to unleash hell on this guy. But at that moment, the villain's arm completely regenerates, which stuns Hinoki. The mage founder explains it as reversion, an ability she never expected a modern awakened to have. She speculates that the artifact he used is continuously healing his wounds until its effect finally wears off. As she speaks, Kanagi lets an arrow fly that smashes right into the villain's head. The guy never saw it coming, but the wound instantly regenerates. Witnessing this, one of the founders asks the mage how in the world they're supposed to kill him. She reveals they have to just keep killing him over and over until he finally stays dead. The villain summons his darkness spell just as Kanagi notches another arrow. The second Kanagi lets it fly. The dark spell tries to intercept it, but the arrow just tears right through, piercing the guy in the chest and head. The archer founder scoffs at the villain, asking if he really thought he could stop his arrows. The guy heals his wounds and counters with a hailstorm of dark orbs. Kanagi, channeling the evasive powers of a founder, effortlessly weaves through the attack and closes in on the guy, kicking him square in the face. He then grabs the villain's hand and delivers a powerful palm strike right to his face. One of the founders points out that the dude can't use his annihilation beam if his own orbs are blocking his vision, giving them a major advantage. Dodging the attack becomes way easier. For this, Kanagi lands a devastating blow to the guy's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground. The founders just wonder how many times they'll have to watch this same guy die and regenerate. Meanwhile, Kanagi rushes to Makoto's side, who in his beaten-up state asks if it's really Kanagi. Kanagi says no, explaining that the founders are using his body as a vessel, like heroic spirits. Using preservation. Using Valentine's healing power, Kanagi begins to mend Makoto's arms. As he heals, Kanagi, and she reveals they're on a tight schedule and need to move now. As Kanagi bolts, Makoto gets it, the founders are running the show. A short distance away, the villain scrambles to his feet, absolutely stunned that his spells were so easily dodged and shut down. Without giving him a second to process, Kanagi impales him with a spear, piercing straight through his heart. The guy is hit with a merciless barrage, dying over and over again with no time to even breathe. One of the founders asks the mage if keeping the spear lodged in the dude's heart will stop his regeneration. But the spear just phases right through his body, and he immediately starts to reform. As the villain recovers, Kanagi delivers a brutal axe kick from above, slamming him back into the pavement. Kanagi coldly wonders which body parts regenerate first if they completely obliterate his body. The guy starts regenerating from just his hand, but by the time his body is fully pieced back together, he's gasping, completely drained of energy. He's getting absolutely wrecked, but he refuses to be taken down by some kid. Vowing to kill Makoto and escape, he makes a mad dash for him, only to find Kanagi already sitting there, guarding Makoto with a twisted, manic grin. Kanagi reveals it's already too late. Hinoki then seizes control of Kanagi's body, and, using her signature sword style, carves the villain's body into a million pieces. Even as he's annihilated, the guy isn't afraid of death, believing he's just fulfilling a prophecy. However, that conviction starts to crumble when faced with something as genuinely terrifying as Kanagi. As the villain regenerates yet again, he tries to refocus on his mission to see the prophecy through, refusing to let fear take over. He fumbles in his bag for another artifact, but before he can even pull it out, Kanagi slices his arm clean off. The artifact scatters across the ground, erupting into a powerful golden cage around Kanagi, known as the Cage of the Sands of Time. The regeneration effect on the villain instantly cuts off, and he can't regrow his arm. Relieved, the guy thinks he barely managed to pull it off. The founders, seeing the cage, start to panic, wondering what their next move is, since the villain's regeneration is almost complete. The villain, standing safely outside the cage, boasts that not even their darkness can shatter this prison, so Kanagi is trapped and can't kill him. With a shaky, nervous look, he declares that he's leaving, but before he can finish his sentence, Hinoki screams at him to watch closely. Suddenly, the guy feels an insane aura flare up behind him. He whips around to see Makoto, standing on his own 2 feet, still regenerating. How is Makoto such a Chad and so overpowered? Well, it all goes back to his childhood, when he trained under the absolute best, Midori. Even Midori ended up losing to Makoto in a sword duel, which made her suggest that Makoto find a better master to continue his training. Taking the advice of the world's strongest awakened being, Makoto sought out new masters, aiming to become a disciple to those at the highest possible level. But he blew past every single teacher he found, whether they taught him swordsmanship, magic, or agility. Every master gave up on him in less than a month. One of them recommended him to the strongest swordsman they knew at the time, Hinoki Ichika. She became Makoto's final master, and he trained under her for about 3 years. One day, while sparring with Ichika, Makoto asked about a sword technique mentioned in a book called Indomitable. Not even Ichika could figure out how the technique worked, claiming it was a skill that only Inoki, the founder, could possibly use. Makoto found that fascinating, since he'd classed out, read all about it in the book. However, Ichika soon realized there was nothing left for her to teach Makoto, as he had already mastered the Hinoki one-handed sword style. Makoto was hungry to get even stronger, but Ichika had no idea how he could possibly advance any further. She compared him to an unbloomed flower bud, saying that even with all his training, blooming in this lifetime was going to be tough. She hoped that one day a stronger swordsman would appear before him. Back in the present, Makoto realizes that very moment is happening, right in front of his eyes. He's watching Kanagi use sword techniques he never even knew existed. According to Ichika, an opportunity like this might only come once in a lifetime, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Grateful for the chance, Makoto starts pulling his severed arms back together. Seeing this, all the founders are totally bewildered, wondering what he's even trying to do. Kanagi is also worried sick about his captain, who's outside the cage with the enemy. Makoto starts radiating the exact same aura as Kanagi. Meanwhile, inside the anti-prophecy faction's training grounds, Midori, who is sparring with Suo, feels an immense surge of power. Abruptly, a massive explosion rocks the entire area, and as the dust settles, they are shocked to see a giant hole blasted through the wall, and Midori is just gone. Back on the battlefield, the villain is freaking out, watching Makoto pull off such an insane feat despite his condition. He knows, without a doubt, that he's about to be destroyed. Witnessing this all unfold, Hinoki lays it out for Kanagi. People are like flowers, exploding into their truest form, only when they hit their absolute peak, whether it's physically, spiritually, or by mastering an ultimate technique. And for Makoto, this is that very moment, his time to truly bloom. Hinoki, standing right behind Kanagi, warns him to sear what he's about to see into his very soul. The realization hits Kanagi like a truck. Like a flower bursting open, Makoto raises his arms, his hands shaping the air as if gripping a phantom sword. With unbreakable focus, he unleashes the lost art of the Hinoki one-handed style, Indomitable, the exact same legendary move he'd read about in the book. The darkness. User's defenses are flawless, on point, but it's useless. Makoto cleaves him clean in two without even holding a physical blade. The guy can only wonder, is this it? Is this the place I die? As his body disintegrates into dust. Inoki is blown away, praising Makoto for materializing a sword that existed only in his will. Meanwhile, Makoto, standing in a hazy state of shock, feels a deep certainty wash over him. He has finally become the swordsman he always dreamed he could be. He counts it as a blessing to have shared his life with family, with friends, his squad mates, and his subordinates. Every single experience forged him into who he is now. Even if this is his final curtain call, he remembers his younger brother and his cat, whispering a silent apology in his heart. Just as consciousness begins to fade, he sees a vision of Kanagi stepping closer, reaching out a hand with a warm smile. Seeing this, Makoto understands that this death might not be the real end. He can still pass his will to the next generation through Kanagi. Grasping his hand, he murmurs a thank you and then crumples to the floor. As the cage dissolves after the enemy's defeat, Kanagi sprints to his captain, feeling an intense connection pulse through the emblem of nothingness. All their other comrades are already lifeless on the ground. But right as Makoto is about to join them, Midori swoops in from the sky, catching his falling body just in time. Makoto dies, in Midori's arms at 23 years old, following the battle against the Darkness user. F's in the chat. Clutching Makoto's body, Midori is completely shattered, unable to process what just happened. His mind flashes back to a training session, remembering a time he asked Makoto why he even became the squad's captain. According to Midori, in the anti-prophecy unit, Makoto was the second strongest right after him, and if he ever truly went all out, nobody could even touch him. Midori had asked Makoto, straight up, with all that power, didn't he think he was better off fighting solo? The question totally blindsided Makoto, who shot back, asking if Midori thought he wasn't cut out for teamwork. The truth was, the team meant more to Makoto than anything. He just wasn't sure how to put it into words for Midori. But just then, his squad mates called him over the security camera. The whole group was buzzing. Yakeru was hyped because one of their own, Kusushiro, had just passed the level 2 assignment he'd been grinding on. Kusushiro was stoked too, saying he wanted to tell the captain the good news first. Yakeru, riding the high, suggested they all go out for lunch. Seeing their bond, Midori was just stunned into silence. As he listened in, Makoto revealed that he cherished his teammates and that even if he were torn apart in battle, he would die happy knowing he had them by his side. Snapping back to the present, Midori holds his friend's body and tells him that his wish to fight for his squad came true. That even though most of their comrades have fallen, 2 of them are still standing. With tears streaming down his face, Midori gently closes Makoto's eyes, declaring that as a leader, Makoto fulfilled his duties. It was a role Midori knew he could never have handled, but Makoto nailed it, and with honor. On the other side of the battlefield, Kanagi is on the floor as all the founders stand silently behind him. The darkness begins to creep into his consciousness, and the mage explains it's likely because Kanagi has shouldered all the blame for the station's destruction and his own perceived weakness. Every single founder has also felt the sting of losing their comrades, their friends, and their families. Their hearts shattered, watching their allies die. And for most of them, like Hinoki, they were never able to move past that pain. Hinoki approaches Kanagi, who is kneeling in absolute despair. He calls out to him, but in a hopeless tone, Kanagi reveals he doesn't want to fight anymore. His heart feels ripped apart, and he's convinced that if he had just let the founders handle the fight, from the very beginning, nobody would have died. He finally understands that in his attempt to become strong for everyone else, he just ended up becoming an empty vessel for the founders to use. Hearing Kanagi's broken words, Hinoki tries to say something, but Kanagi is completely drowning in his own thoughts. He can feel the phantom warmth of the handshake with Makoto in his conscience, burning like a brand. Kanagi knows Makoto entrusted him with his entire legacy. This brings tears to the founders' eyes, but what Kanagi says next leaves them absolutely shook. He declares that he doesn't just want to surpass the founders anymore, but to absolutely crush them with every fiber of his being. In that instant, a blinding ray of light engulfs Kanagi as he solidifies his new resolve. He won't let another person die on his watch. Bro just leveled up his mental fortitude by 1,000. 1 month later, deep in Nagano Prefecture on Mount Mitaki, Suo is locked in a fierce hand-to-hand sparring session with Kanagi. He unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes at Kanagi, who expertly weaves around every single one. Kanagi then fires back with a piercing thrust. Suo manages to block it, but the sheer force of the attack unleashes a shockwave behind him. Kanagi is stunned that Suo deflected the power of his penetration spell so effortlessly. As he processes this, Suo launches a counterattack, but Kanagi is ready, using Aikido to send Suo spinning through the air. Suo attempts a mid-air kick, but Kanagi shuts it down and retaliates with a devastating kick of his own. But just as the blow is about to connect, a sharp cry halts them in their tracks. It's Ichika. So, how did we get here? Well, the squad's annihilation left a deep scar on the entire anti-prophecy unit. During the funeral for their fallen comrades, everyone was in mourning, but Suo just stood frozen in front of his brother's picture the entire time. Later, as Kanagi was heading back to his room, he spotted Suo leaving Makoto's quarters, clutching a few books and a cat. Kanagi instantly recognized the cat as Oribe, the one Makoto was always talking about. Suo was floored that Kanagi knew about his brother's cat, something even he had no clue about until he'd stepped into that room. Suo knew nothing about the cute cat, the books, the clothes, or the food. He didn't even know the thoughts that ran through his own brother's mind. He only discovered all this after going through Makoto's belongings. Kanagi saw that Suo was holding a stack of journals he planned to take with him. These were journals Makoto left behind for his brother to read, just in case he didn't make it back. Every training session, every mission, Makoto had documented it all inside. But Suo noticed something else. Every single entry in those journals ended with Makoto worrying about him. He wrote about how Suo was doing, whether the weather was too cold, and even kept track of Suo's own achievements and life events. Reading this, all alone in his room, Suo just breaks down, collapsing to the floor as it hits him. Everything his brother ever wrote, it was all about him. Drop a tear emoji in the comments if you're crying too. As Suo poured all of this out to Kanagi, Kanagi shared that Makoto was constantly telling him stories about Suo and his cat, Oribe. Hearing this, Suo's eyes well up with tears, and he declares that from this day forward, he will become stronger, so his brother will never have to worry about him again from the afterlife. With that shared purpose, they went to train under Hinoki Ichika. At first, she was completely wary of them, until they revealed that Suo was Makoto's brother and that Makoto had fallen in battle. The news clearly shook Ichika, but she kept her composure. Together, in perfect sync, both Suo and Kanagi begged her to train them, to forge them into something stronger. Back in the present, Ichika is absolutely blown away by how much they've improved, especially Suo, whose progress has been completely off the charts. Kanagi asks about his own development, and Ichika just lets out an annoyed sigh, saying there's nothing left for her to teach him since he already knows it all. She even jokes that she should be the one asking him for lessons. She then kicks a stick towards them, and with a maniacal grin, declares that she is the sword, daring them to come at her. On that cue, they both charge. Suo rushes from the front, while Kanagi dives in from above. As they clash, Kanagi is more determined than ever, fully believing he will become the most powerful awakened in the world. Meanwhile, in London, England, a man in a hat and coat stalks the empty night streets. As he rounds a corner, someone calls out his name, identifying him as one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, Quatra, who in turn recognizes the person approaching him. It's Midori. Midori gets straight to the point, demanding Quatra reveal the location of his base and his comrades, warning him that any other answer will mean his death. Hearing this, Quatra instantly summons his weapon, a bizarre, heart-shaped pike, and challenges Midori to make a move. Suddenly, a geyser of blood erupts from the alleyway, followed by Midori emerging without a single scratch. Outside, other members of the anti-prophecy group are waiting. Midori hands them the book, turns, and walks away, stating that there are 7 left. They now possess 5 books, which means they've eliminated 5 members of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse, and Midori is already heading for his next target. Inside the anti-prophecies, top-secret facility, the House of Eternal Secrets, someone presents the book that Midori collected to an old woman. Her name is Io, the superintendent of the entire anti-prophecy unit. The man who brought the book confirms it's from Midori and reveals that these are prophecy books belonging to the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. This man is Jinjin, one of the superintendent's aides. A woman named Shiki is also in the room. She theorizes that the books might just be fragments of a single, massive tome that was torn apart. Io cracks open a book, explaining that hunting down apostles and recovering these pages aren't the real priorities. The actual problem is Midori going completely rogue, and it's clear Makoto's death has left a devastating scar on her. Hearing this, Shiki wonders what their next move should be. With a slight grin, Io tells them to leave Midori to him, promising that once she's back, he'll have tea ready for her. Yengen and Shiki then step up, proposing that since Makoto's squad was wiped out, it left a huge power vacuum in the anti-prophecy unit, and they're ready to build a new squad under his command. This news makes Io fall into a deep, serious thought. Meanwhile, somewhere in Tokyo, a rank 2 prophecy, the rebellion, is kicking off. The big boss of this prophecy is the god of the fall. Members of the anti-prophecy unit are clashing with the prophecy's foot soldiers, but they're getting absolutely steamrolled, struggling to take down even a few of them. In a total panic, they scream for their captain, Hibiki. Hibiki Tsuna, the squad's leader, steps onto the field. To her, these grunts are a boring warm-up. She glances over at Akane, who's new to her squad, and asks if she can handle it. Akane unleashes her Trismegistus spell, summoning an enormous wave of mercury. She warns everyone to get back, as she sends the liquid metal snaking across the ground toward the enemy. The second every soldier has their feet submerged in the mercury, Akane triggers her gasification spell, turning the mercury into a toxic cloud. The soldiers immediately start coughing and choking. Akane then reverses the process, turning the gas back into liquid mercury, which is now inside the soldiers' bodies. She uses crimson heat to boil the mercury inside of them, and finally flash solidifies the metal, instantly killing all the troops by forming lethal spikes inside their bodies. The entire squad is in shock, realizing Akane just annihilated all those enemies in a matter of seconds. Akane snaps her fingers and turns back to the group, announcing the job is done. Hibiki casually strolls up to her, clapping, and praises Akane for manipulating the 3 states of matter and executing 4 attacks with a single skill. She lifts Akane's chin and says it's a real shame Akane is only a temporary member of her team. Hibiki proposes that once Akane's training is complete, she should join her squad for good. Akane, totally stoked, replies that she'll think about it. The other squad members are also blown away by Akane, wondering if she'll really join them, considering how cute and powerful she is. To their surprise, however, Hibiki just wants Akane to join, because she wants her own battles to be even more of a cakewalk. The moment Akane is gone, she calls Kanagi, reporting that she's completed Lesson 7 on controlling the 3 states of alchemy, and asks him to send over the next lesson. Kanagi, who is busy trying to protect his lunch from a cat, agrees. The founding alchemist, overhearing this, is astonished that Akane has finally mastered level 7. Kanagi asks the founder to prepare 3 more lessons for Akane, which he happily agrees to do. Kanagi lets Akane know, and she thanks him. He also mentions that Haneda has cleared Lesson 8 over in the Saitama Prefecture. In Tokorozawa City, a Rank 2 prophecy, the Earth-devouring beast, has spawned, with the Sphinx as the boss. Haneda, dispatched to eliminate the boss, unleashes his lightning kick and completely obliterates the boss in a single strike. With that, he completes his level 8 lesson on the lightning kick. The local squad captain, Todoroki, praises Haneda and proposes that he join his squad. Haneda, much like Akane, wants to think about which team he should join. He asks Akane for advice, and she, hyped for the rivalry, declares that no matter which squad he chooses, she's going to crush them. Kanagi, who's on a group call with them, is just happy they're both leveling up and declares that he needs to get up and start training himself. While Kanagi is talking, so gets annoyed because Oribe, the cat, is always cuddling up to Kanagi and not him. He complains about it, and while he's trying to pull the cat away from Kanagi, Akane asks if they've heard the rumor about a new squad being formed. Kanagi hasn't heard anything, so she explains that a new team is being put together to fill the vacuum left by Makoto's squad. The captain of this new squad will be chosen from the member with the best record. Kanagi takes the news pretty casually, but Akane has something more on her mind. She reveals the real question isn't who is going to become captain, it's whether Kanagi wants to form his own squad. At first, Kanagi just laughs it off as a joke, but then he freezes as the weight of her question sinks in. Still processing what she's saying, Kanagi asks Akane what she could possibly mean. She then unveils a secret desire that exists within the anti-prophecy, a force in the world with the power to erase all prophecies from existence. Kanagi is completely stunned by this bombshell, and Akane confesses that she, too, wants a power like that. She lays it all out, explaining that everyone in the squad is searching for a leader with an unbreakable will, and she believes Kanagi possesses the qualities to be an incredible squad captain. Just then, Akane's own squad captain calls out to her, forcing her to quickly apologize to Kanagi and take her leave. The entire exchange leaves Kanagi's mind racing, seriously contemplating the possibility of becoming a squad captain. Elsewhere, Ichika asks Suo what's up with Kanagi, and he spills the details about the whole discussion of his captain potential. Ichika completely agrees, believing that if Kanagi truly wanted it, he could easily step into the role, and Suo is right there with her. Lost in his own head, Kanagi seeks guidance from the founders, but they seem just as uncertain about what to tell him, considering their entire lives were devoted to following a master. They have zero experience when it comes to leading. The mage founder, realizing this, calls them all useless masters for being unable to offer Kanagi any direction in this moment. Hinoki then turns to the military strategy founder, Rillen, and asks for his take. Rillen, however, flat out refuses to intervene, declaring the timing is wrong because someone else, someone truly qualified, is already here to guide Kanagi. Before Kanagi can even wrap his head around that, his thoughts are violently interrupted by a wooden spear, slamming into the ground just inches away from him. Looking up, he sees Ichika approaching, telling him to stop wasting time. overthinking and get back to his training. With a manic grin, she challenges him to use his lightning step against her. Kanagi accepts, launching himself off the rock and blending the lightning step with the ripple step to land flawlessly. Ichika watches in pure astonishment, left to wonder about who Kanagi truly is. From her perspective, the level of skill he's developed in only 6 months is something that should be impossible for a normal awakened. Remembering the brutal training sessions with Hinoki where he failed countless times trying to learn the lightning step, a laugh escapes Kanagi's lips. But before he can dwell on the memory, he feels a powerful aura surging straight for him. Spotting Ichika charging at him with her energy-infused wooden staff, he quickly dodges. The staff connects with the rock behind him, splitting it cleanly in half. Suo, witnessing this from the side, is absolutely staggered. Ichika, completely unfazed, reminds Kanagi that she doesn't care if he's focused or not, she will force him to be. Kanagi, now slightly on edge but fully alert, readies his stance. Within him, Hinoki realizes that Rillen was talking about Ichika as the one qualified to guide Kanagi. The mage founder also understands that Ichika is unbelievably strong for a modern awakened, which is to be expected from Hinoki's descendant. But Hinoki denies ever having children, speculating that she must be descended from his brother instead. He acknowledges Ichika's power, noting that since she trained someone as monstrous as Makoto, she could be a living successor. And yet, as he says this, he notices her using a technique called Skyfall, something he has never seen before. This technique unleashes an electrical discharge at Kanagi, who barely evades it. Feeling the raw power behind that attack, Kanagi understands that Ichika is coming at him with everything she's got. Ichika lunges forward and follows up with her purgatory sword technique, unleashing a devastating strike at him. All the while, Hinoki watches with excitement, realizing that Ichika has forged a new technique, refining all the knowledge that was passed down to her. Outside, as Kanagi dodges the attack, Ichika is thoroughly impressed. It was a technique he had never faced before, yet he still managed to evade it. She praises Kanagi's one-handed sword style, pointing out that it closely resembles the founder's own techniques. This comment completely shocks Kanagi, and before he can respond, Ichika adds that he's probably worried about whether or not he could ever become as strong as Makoto. Kanagi is stunned, silent. This is precisely what has been weighing on his mind. Inside his head, Suo is just as shocked to hear this. Kanagi's grip on his sword tightens, as he remembers witnessing Makoto's power up close, how he was an extraordinary squad captain. This is why Kanagi keeps doubting if he can ever reach Makoto's level. To his utter surprise, Ichika tells him that he doesn't have to be like Makoto. Suddenly, she screams at him to pay attention, channeling her energy, as she executes her Tengu dance sword technique, creating a massive tornado of water. She explains that this technique was developed by past masters who built upon the founder's original techniques. While these moves might never match the founder's power because of the immense strength gap, the masters never stop trying to close that distance. As her words sink in, it finally clicks for Kanagi. He understands. Ichika then admits she doesn't know the full story of how legendary Captain Makoto was, but from everything she'd heard, he must have been an absolute beast of a leader. She warns Kanagi that he won't start out on that level, but if he grinds and sharpens his skills, he has every bit of potential to reach it. Pointing her wooden staff at him, she gives him a critical piece of advice. Stop trying to be the next Makoto and start focusing on the path laid out for him. Hearing this jolts a memory in Kanagi the moment Makoto shook his hand. He realizes he needs to look forward, not get lost in comparing himself to a legend. A smile spreads across Ichika's face, as she declares that, to forge that future, she'll train him herself. With that, they dive into a brutal training regimen, pushing each other to their absolute breaking points. 2 weeks flash by, and over at the anti-prophecy headquarters, 2 squad captains, Kibiki and Todoroki, are reviewing a list of newly recommended squad candidates. The list, submitted by the superintendent herself, has 2 standout names, Kanagi and Ichika. The selection has some members raising their eyebrows. Meanwhile, outside the HQ building, a shadowy figure speaks into a cell phone, confirming to someone that they've successfully infiltrated the facility and that the exam for the new squad captain is set to happen in 3 days. This figure clutches the Book of Doom, boldly declaring that they will soon become the anti-prophecy's new squad leader. This mysterious person is none other than Eva, one of the 12 apostles of the apocalypse. Eva wields a terrifying ability called Celestial Demon, which allows her to completely replace the existence of anyone she kills. Her mission: become the captain of the newly formed anti-prophecy squad and tear the organization apart from the inside. While Midori continues his rampage against the 12 apostles, more than half of them have already been taken down. Since they can't beat Midori in a straight fight, they've resorted to sabotaging the anti-prophecy from within. Their creed is simple: they will do anything to fulfill the prophecy. 3 days later, on the massive anti-prophecy training grounds, The selection exam for the new squad's captain is underway. As all the participants gather, the instructor lays out the rules. There will be 4 trials, and only 4 people will advance to the final stage. The entire exam is based on a point system. First place in any trial nets you 3 points, second place gets 2, and third place scores 1. In the end, the candidate with the highest total score will be crowned captain of the new squad. The superintendent watches from above, as the instructor urges all the participants to give it everything they've got. In unison, they roar, "Yes!" Among them, Kanagi feels the heavy stare of every single person. There are 8 candidates: Koki from the Yagurama squad, Akijina from the Yorosuya squad, Sonobe from the Yashima squad, Hisagi from the Kakabe squad, Sakasaki from the Terasaki squad, Shikami from the Todoroki squad, and Jiru from the Ibiki squad. The real danger, however, is that one of them is actually Eva, an apostle of the apocalypse, an imposter hiding in plain sight. And then there's the special recommendation, Kanagi. Unlike the others, he stands alone, since his squad captain, Ichika, is nowhere to be seen, having overslept, as usual. However, she did send him a text, warning him that if he doesn't win, she'll personally make him regret it. Determined to avoid getting eliminated, before Ichika even shows up, Kanagi braces himself for the competition. Meanwhile, Ichika is frantically rushing toward the training grounds, riding on Suo's back. She screams at him to go faster, knowing that if they don't hurry, they might miss the most epic moments. She has absolute faith that Kanagi will win, and she refuses to miss his moment of glory. Back at the training grounds, the first trial kicks off, a measurement of their mana. To everyone's utter shock, Kanagi unleashes a cataclysmic amount of energy, completely shattering the measurement device, and instantly securing first place. Akijina, of the Yorosuya squad, who places 5th in the test, is completely stunned by Kanagi's overwhelming power. Sakazaki takes 3rd place, while his girlfriend secures 2nd, and they both realize Kanagi is a total anomaly. Sakazaki notes that these kinds of curveballs happen sometimes when a prodigy in either raw strength or mana shows up at the exam. He guesses that Kanagi is a mana genius, much like another participant, Shikami, who is currently ranked 7th on the scoreboard. Kanagi rockets to the lead with 3 points as the instructor announces the second trial, hand-to-hand combat. The real battle is about to begin. Each participant must face an opponent, and a single victory will earn them 2 points. As the instructor calls for the first contestant, Shikami raises his hand, volunteering to face Kanagi. This is bad news, because Shikami is known as the strongest regular member when it comes to close quarters combat. In close quarters combat, and is also classified as an irregular. When he was just 2 years old, he got caught up in a monster outbreak from another dimension. But here's the insane part. Even as a toddler in a stroller, he single-handedly wiped out every last monster, leaving his own mother completely stunned. He protected her, becoming a living legend in the public eye. Hibiki calls out Todoroki, accusing him of cheating by putting Shikami into the hand-to-hand combat trial. Todoroki fires back that there's nothing wrong with fielding his strongest player, since Shikami is blessed with incredible magic talent and just monstrous physical strength. He boasts that he's been training Shikami personally since the moment he joined his squad, and to this day, no one has ever managed to beat him in a close quarters fight. Hearing this, Hibiki wonders if the match will be over in a flash, considering Shikami's combat abilities are practically unbeatable. As the fight kicks off, Shikami strides up to Kanagi, demanding to know if he's the one who has been secretly training Hanada. Kanagi replies that he's just a messenger. Shikami has no idea what he means by that, but he presses on, claiming someone out there is giving advice and lessons to Hanada, who's already a super genius. He adds that even without Kanagi's help, Hanada would eventually surpass his current level all on his own. Instead of arguing, Kanagi simply agrees with him, which only seems to tick Shikami off even more. Enraged, Shikami unleashes Violent Bite, his body warping into a monstrous form. In an instant, with blinding speed, he lunges at Kanagi. Kanagi ducks just in the nick of time, but Shikami follows up with a devastating claw attack. Watching this, Todoroki is hyped to see his fighter going all out as Shikami swings with everything he's got. Kanagi dodges the assault. Seizing the opening, he shifts into a kudo stance and grabs Shikami's wrist. Then, with absolutely terrifying force, he hurls him down and slams him into the ground. The impact creates a massive shockwave, sending rocks flying across the entire arena and shocking everyone. As the dust settles, both Kanagi and Shikami are airborne. The other participants are completely blown away. Even though all Kanagi did was redirect Shikami's own attack, the raw power behind it was enough to devastate the entire battlefield. Even Kanagi himself is impressed by Shikami's strength, though Shikami just assumes he's being sarcastic. Despite the powerful slam, Shikami lands safely on his feet, stunning everyone that he managed to stick the landing. On the completely destroyed terrain, Akijima, analyzing the fight on his laptop, remarks that this outcome was a given. Shikami's physical boost is off the charts, and his body's durability is way beyond that of a normal awakened. Regaining his footing, Shikami charges at Kanagi once more. Kanagi realizes that just countering Shikami's attacks won't be enough to win this. He needs to switch things up. Activating his founder's power, he throws a light kick at the charging Shikami, then multiplies the attack, using the piercing technique Luminous Kick, blasting Shikami multiple times while he's still hanging in the air. Everyone watches in shock as Shikami comes crashing down to the ground, defeated. The instructor quickly jumps in, stopping the match, before things escalate any further, and declares Kanagi the winner, awarding him 2 extra points. The other squad members are floored. This guy just physically dominated Shikami, despite Akijima's earlier claim that he was an unbeatable irregular. Akijima, now typing furiously on his laptop, never expected Kanagi to be so skilled in close quarters combat. He had initially figured that Kanagi would be naturally filtered out if left alone, but it's now crystal clear that Kanagi is becoming a major wrench in his plans. As Shikami regains consciousness and opens his eyes, he's shocked to see Kanagi, casting some kind of spell on him as he lies on the ground. Kanagi assures him he's just healing his injuries, which only blows Shikami's mind even more. An irregular with broken mana and physical stats who can also use healing magic? It seems almost unbelievable. Shikami, still trying to wrap his head around what's happening, asks Kanagi if there's anything he can't do. This question sends Kanagi into a flashback, remembering the moment he desperately tried to bring back his fallen squad member Makoto, but ultimately failed. After healing Shikami for a moment, Kanagi tells him he should be able to get up now. As they're talking, a loud crash suddenly erupts nearby. Kanagi glances over, revealing that it signals the final match of the hand-to-hand combat exam. Shikami, now alarmed, wonders how long he was out for, realizing it must have been quite a while. Kanagi calmly tells him that only 5 minutes have passed. After their fight concluded, the other battles all kicked off simultaneously. 2 of the matchups ended instantly, but Akijima and Hisagi are still going at it. Even after 5 full minutes, neither of them is backing down, trading a relentless storm of full power blows. As Hisagi lunges at Akijima, he just shoves her back with a massive hit, straight up mocking her for having 0 special skills. He taunts her, saying that without any unique abilities or special traits, she's got no business being a captain. Akijima just shakes it off and claps back, claiming he's not the type who needs the spotlight. He lays it out. If some average Joe tries to become a captain, they're just signing their own death warrant. He believes a true captain must have the skill to adapt to absolutely any situation to raise the survival odds. For every single squad member, even if it's just by 1%. Akijima declares that this is his mission, swearing he won't let his squad suffer the same fate as Makoto's. That statement hits a major nerve with Kanagi, since Akijima is dissing his fallen comrades. Shikami is also pissed off, warning Akijima to watch his mouth. Back in the fight, Hisagi unleashes her signature chain sword technique, creating a whirlwind of pure energy as she charges right at Akijima. Akijima manages to block it, but the raw force sends him slamming into the ground. Hisagi immediately follows up with another strike, but just as she's about to land the hit, Akijima suddenly surrenders. The instructor immediately stops the match, declaring Hisagi the winner, which leaves her in total shock. Another squad member has to physically hold her back as she seethes with rage, furious that Akijima just gave up so easily instead of putting up a real fight. Akijima, however, claims he thought the battle would drag on longer, so he chose to conserve his stamina for the upcoming tests. As he walks away, he knows he could have wiped the floor with Hisagi if he'd really tried, but he isn't about to reveal his true power yet, especially not with Kanagi watching his every move. The second stage of the exam, hand-to-hand combat, ends with Kanagi leading the scoreboard with 5 points, followed by Sonove with 3. The instructor calls for a 30-minute break before the third exam begins. He also reveals that in the next round, the 4 participants with the lowest scores will be cut. As the lunch break kicks off, Kanagi finds himself wondering about Ichika and Suo, who should have been there but are still completely MIA. Meanwhile, outside the anti-prophecy headquarters building, Suo finally arrives carrying Ichika on his back. Exhausted from the ordeal, he's baffled when she starts heading toward the courtyard instead of the training grounds. When he asks what she's doing, Ichika reveals she can smell the faint traces of an aura, one that suggests someone was recently killed, right there. She says it feels like the residue left by an awakened who was murdered by an overwhelmingly powerful monster. Hearing this, Suo is completely stunned. If an awakened was really killed here, it means someone might have infiltrated the anti-prophecy headquarters. Even though this place is a closely guarded secret, Ichika argues that the 12 apostles are more than strong enough to have figured out how to find this location, shocking Suo even more. When he asks about their possible motive, she dodges the question and instead suggests they head to the training grounds. In her mind, though, she knows whoever died was probably on the level of a squad captain, but with no official reports about such an incident, the situation is becoming way more intriguing. Now, it's not just Midori, but also Ichika, Suo, and most notably, Kanagi, who are all working towards the exact same goal, avenging the death of Captain Makoto. During the lunch break, while everyone is treating their injuries, eating their food, and chatting, Akijima sits by himself, completely focused on his laptop. Meanwhile, Kanagi, sitting with Shikami, brightens up when he spots his comrades Ichika and Suo finally arriving. The entire atmosphere shifts as others grow tense. Upon recognizing Ichika, one of the 5 elite members of the Anti-Prophecy Special Force, standing next to Midori, Suo feels a sense of dread as he looks at the assembled captains. Ichika had claimed a captain was killed, and yet, all 7 captains are present in the training field. Hearing this, Ichika just smirks and calls Kanagi over to share some critical information. She lays it all out for him, blowing his mind with the revelation that one of the captains might actually be a disguised member of the 12 Apostles. According to Ichika, the probability is high based on the aura residue she sensed in the courtyard. The individual who was killed was undoubtedly captain level. However, all the captains are here, which makes the whole situation highly suspicious. Logically, it should be impossible, but if someone is posing as the victim, then there's an imposter in their midst. Realizing the potential danger, Kanagi grows tense, and Suo agrees. The person who just murdered a captain-level individual, the captain is among them. And yeah, I know, that's a straight-up Among Us reference. Suo is spiraling, fearing that if they don't solve this crisis immediately, the body count will only rise if they let it slide. There's a chilling chance that a prophecy could manifest on a scale where human extinction becomes an absolute certainty. But Ichika, flashing a wicked grin, suggests a far more ruthless strategy. Just slaughter everyone there and wipe the threat off the map for good. Suo and Kanagi immediately shut down that idea, arguing they only need to pinpoint and eliminate the single member of the 12 Apostles lurking in their midst. Ichika, now practically buzzing with excitement, points out that if they're truly up against the 12 Apostles, this could be their chance to get vengeance for Makoto. After all, they're the ones who put him in the ground. She asks Kanagi if he feels the same way, and as the memory of what went down with Makoto and his squad floods his mind, he confirms it. Suo's fists tighten, the memories of everything that happened to his brother flashing before his eyes. Kanagi then turns to Asur, the founder of the detectives, to get his take. Asur suggests his first priority should be to examine the crime scene, but, being stuck in the middle of an exam, he knows that's not an option. Kanagi considers bolting over there anyway, seeing as they still have some time, before the lunch break is over. However, Asur warns that such a move could easily alert the perpetrator. If the apostle they're dealing with is even half as strong as the one they battled on that snow-covered mountain, he could effortlessly annihilate everyone here if he felt like it. They have to be prepared for that possibility. With that grim thought weighing on him, Kanagi decides he'll head to the training grounds after today's test, but he asks if there's any chance that even the founders could have missed any residual aura at the crime scene. Hinoki then reveals that he's been posted near a volcano for the last month, where he trained and perfected his one-handed sword technique. He explains that the volcano could be disrupting the flow of their chi, which might make detecting any lingering energy incredibly difficult. Mage also reveals that if an aura can only be sensed from a short distance, it's almost certainly coming from an enemy, one from the 12 Apostles class. Asur, annoyed that they're doing his detective work for him, is about to protest, but Hinoki cuts him short, suggesting they focus on trapping the culprit so he can finally kill them. Snapping back to the interrogation, Asur tells Kanagi to hit Ichika with a specific question. Kanagi then asks if there's a chance the apostle might have slipped in as a candidate instead of a captain. This catches Ichika completely off guard, but after a moment, she confirms that it's a definite possibility, if they're talking about the captain candidates, that is. However, she's adamant that they can't rule out the captains as suspects either. Kanagi gets it, but he's already cooking up a new idea he plans to put into action during the next test. He's betting it's going to involve combat skills. But just a few minutes later, the instructor announces the start of the 3rd stage of the exam, revealing it to be a written test. This completely throws Kanagi for a loop. The candidates are all seated in private chambers where phones are strictly forbidden. This makes it utterly impossible for Kanagi to gather any intel on the mole. The test focuses entirely on the rules of anti-prophecy, a topic Kanagi is completely clueless about. Still, he refuses to back down, determined to see this through. When the test ends, the instructor announces the scores. Kanagi fails to get a single point, while Akijima skyrockets to 2nd place with 3 points. The last 4 candidates, Shikami included, are eliminated. Kanagi is burning with shame for scoring the lowest on the written exam, of all things. But while he's stewing in his frustration, Shikami approaches and hypes him up, telling him he did great. Both Kanagi and Shikami scored a big fat 0 on the written test, but Shikami is especially pissed that Akihina managed to get a perfect score. In spite of this, he praises Kanagi for holding on to the top spot and promises he'll be cheering him on during the exam's second half. He wonders who will be chosen as the new captain, and adds that once they are selected, the superintendent will also assess whether the newly formed squad is actually functional. Shikami explains that the minimum number of members in a squad is 7, which means the captain needs to recruit at least 6 other members. He tells Kanagi to start thinking about which candidates he'll recruit for when he becomes captain. Placing a hand on Kanagi's shoulder, Shikami offers himself up as a squad member, highlighting his insane physical skills. Then, with a smile, he walks away, wishing Kanagi the best. For the rest of the exam, as Shikami leaves, Asura slides up to Kanagi and tells him to go visit the crime scene. However, something in Asura's confident tone makes it all click for Kanagi. He's already identified the culprit. Asura confirms it, but insists they still need undeniable proof before making an official call. He then declares that the time for defense is over. They're going on the offensive against the 12 apostles. The mage lays out everything that's gone down, mentioning that the detective, Asura, is backing up Kanagi with his own sharp deductions and methods. This clearly annoys Hinoki, who's getting frustrated with the mage's roundabout way of speaking, but she's doing it on purpose to cut the tension in the room. Her story transports us to the crime scene, where Asura takes the lead from Kanagi and begins meticulously scanning the area. And just as he suspected, everything perfectly lines up with his theory, right down to the victim's confirmed identity. And now, he also knows exactly who the killer is. Hearing this bombshell, Hinoki realizes their adversary is, without a doubt, one of the 12 apostles. This means the enemy could have their hands on the Book of Ruin, the very same artifact the last apostle wielded. The mage then cuts in, asking what their next move is, but just as Kanagi is about to speak, a sudden surge of immense energy rips through him, teleporting him to some kind of ethereal, cloud-filled realm. Standing before him is an old woman who, when he asks who she is, just casually claims to be a random grandma passing by. She pries about his investigation, and Kanagi reveals that a murder has taken place. The perpetrator has disguised themselves as someone else, and is clearly a master of their craft. Hearing this, the old woman asks if they should just hunt down the culprit now, but Kanagi explains that they already know who it is, and not based on a lucky guess, but on solid, irrefutable evidence. Despite this, he admits that he can't expose the truth just yet. The old woman is baffled, arguing that unmasking the killer and taking them out immediately seems like the most logical course of action. Kanagi, however, counters that while it might look that way, there are actually 2 culprits, not just one. He insists the smarter play is to take them both down at the same time, once they're cornered in the same location. He decides to handle it in the morning, but he asks the old woman who is actually the superintendent in disguise to hang back and simply observe. She just smiles, wishes him luck, and doubles down, saying she's just a passing grandma who won't get in the way. Right as she's about to leave, Kanagi tells her his name, which brings another knowing smile to her face. Suddenly, a powerful jolt of energy surges through him, and he snaps back into control of his own body. Elsewhere, in a top-secret location, the assistant questions the superintendent, asking if it was really wise to just let things play out like that. The old woman, however, reassures him she isn't worried. Since Kanagi seems to be closing in on the truth and clearly has a strategy, she confesses she's just genuinely curious to see what his next move will be. She then orders her assistant to put the other officers on standby, ready to provide backup for Kanagi if things go sideways. The assistant agrees but confesses that even after tracing the residual energy signatures, he found nothing particularly interesting. Even so, the superintendent places her complete and total faith in Kanagi's words. Her assistant is completely mystified by the sheer level of trust the superintendent has in him. In response, the old woman reveals it's because of the unshakable confidence and raw determination she saw burning in his eyes. The next day, as Kanagi treks through a forest, Shikami falls into step beside him, breaking down the details of the next trial. This test is designed to judge their performance based on their ability to lead as a squad captain. Shikami fully expects Akizuki to lean on his strategic genius, but in a surprising twist, he announces he's throwing his support behind Kanagi instead. Kanagi thanks him, but then, completely out of the blue, he confronts him, asking why Shikami intentionally threw the exam. After a short, chilling silence, Shikami turns to him and claims he just switched up his strategy mid-game. Instead of gunning for captain himself, he's decided he'd rather operate his own way under a powerful leader. Kanagi's eyes narrow with suspicion, accusing Shikami of setting this up so he can systematically eliminate all the promising squad members. Nearby, Chika is hiding among the trees, ready to jump in at a moment's notice. Hearing Kanagi's accusation, Shikami openly admits he has zero problem killing someone if it's necessary to secure a replacement. He explains that during the third test, he struggled to write anything because his brain could only process information it already had stored. Because of that, he ended up with a score of 0, calling himself a complete fool. He agrees it would be better for him to just get rid of Akijina's body. As they step into a clearing, they find themselves completely surrounded by all the squad captains and members. In the very center, Todoroki is chained to the ground, while Hibiki and another captain stand guard over him. With that signature smug, laid-back attitude of his, Hibiki addresses Shikami as Mr. Apostle and demands he introduce himself. Realizing his cover is completely blown, Shikami's voice drops to a menacing growl as he reveals his true identity, Eva, the ninth apostle. She straight up says she iced Shikami because he was rocking the strongest physique of all the contenders. Hibiki just flashes this smug grin and asks if Eva's whole game is to sabotage the anti-prophecy from the inside. She confirms it, but admits that since her cover's blown, she has no choice but to wipe everyone out. Before she does that though, she needs to know who sniffed out her real identity first. Hibiki points right at Kanagi, who's standing literally next to Eva, with a wicked smile on his face. Eva stares him down, remarking she never thought he'd have the guts to stand so close. Whipping around to face him, she unleashes a tidal wave of energy and demands to know who the hell he is. But how did it all come to this? Flashback. Right before Eva hijacked Shikami's body, Todoroki told him he was recommending him as a candidate for the new squad captain. The news got Shikami absolutely hyped, even though Todoroki warned him the info was still top secret. The official announcement wasn't dropping until the next morning. Getting even more pumped, Shikami joked that, for a secret, they were practically shouting it from the rooftops, so everyone else was bound to find out. Todoroki just brushed it off, telling him that Shikami was one of the strongest dudes on the roster when it came to raw physical power and would make a killer captain. Seeing that level of faith in him, Shikami was all in, ready to give it his absolute best. But right as he's going for a fist bump with Todoroki, something slices him to ribbons. In a split second, Shikami is just gone, cut down right in front of Todoroki, leaving him completely shell-shocked, unable to even process what he just saw. All of a sudden, a deep voice booms through the air, mocking Shikami for being so weak and questioning if this was really the standard for a captain candidate in the anti-prophecy unit. The figure then answers his own question, scoffing that the squad only got strong because of the artifacts and whoever supplied them. Stepping forward, the figure introduces herself as Eva, one of the 12 apostles, and says she's looking forward to what's next. She strolls over to Shikami's lifeless body and activates her heavenly demon ability, seizing complete control over him. But as she's channeling her power, Todoroki unleashes his devastating Vajra punch, obliterating her entire body in a shower of gore. Screaming in pure rage, Todoroki gasps for air, but to his absolute horror, he suddenly hears clapping behind him. The same Shikami he just watched get atomized is now giving him a round of applause, praising Todoroki for managing to kill one of the 12 apostles with a single punch, just as you'd expect from his master. Stunned, Todoroki whips around to see Shikami standing right there, looking perfectly fine. But before he can even process it, his own body is instantly cleaved in two by Eva, who is wearing Shikami's face like a mask. With a twisted grin, Eva activates the necromantic dance artifact, resurrecting Todoroki as a corpse puppet bound to her will. Now completely under Eva's control, Todoroki pledges to serve her, calling her Eva. But before he can get another word out, she smacks him so hard he almost goes flying. She corrects him, demanding he call her Shikami, to make sure no one gets suspicious of her disguise. Todoroki just nods obediently, and the two of them share a dark, twisted laugh. Meanwhile, back at the crime scene, Kanagi and Ashur are investigating. Using his unique ability, Theatrical Detective, Ashur rewinds time to witness everything that went down. This OP skill allows him to replay past events right on the crime scene, giving him a front-row seat to what really happened. The only catch is that Ashur has to physically possess the evidence and deduce the culprit himself, not just by looking at clues, but by actually solving it in his own head. On top of that, the ability lets him predict future crimes before they even happen. But there's a massive drawback. If Ashur ever messes up a case and gets it wrong, the ability is permanently destroyed. That means, for the rest of his life, he can never use it again. As Ashur explains all this to the founders, they're disgusted by how grimy Eva's technique is killing someone just to puppet their body. The room then falls into a dead silence, as all eyes turn to Kanagi, who is overflowing with mana, his rage completely off the charts. With blazing determination, he swears he won't forgive the apostle. Back in the present, still radiating that same fury, Kanagi unleashes a devastating assault, a lightning reflex punch supercharged with his penetration spell, aimed right at Eva. He also throws in the Fist of Luminescence, and as it connects with Eva's face, a colossal explosion of energy erupts, sending her flying. She tries to stick a landing, but the sheer force is so immense, she just skids backward, scrambling to find her balance. But as the dust begins to clear, Kanagi is stunned to hear her laughing, hysterically, calling him cruel. Despite getting blasted by multiple techniques, she's still up and talking. She taunts him, weaponizing his friendship with Shikami, questioning why he would come at her so mercilessly. Kanagi totally expected this. He knows he can't possibly defeat Eva with his current power level. Eva, still shaking off the recoil from his attack, claims it was nothing and straight up mocks him, sneering that his attacks feel like he's just messing around. As the blowback finally subsides, Eva roars that those kinds of hits won't do a thing to her. Kanagi agrees, but then reveals he was never the one meant to take her down. All he was doing was buying time just enough for the founder mage to hijack his body. As the founder seizes control, she reclaims everything, and a storm of raw energy engulfs Kanagi's form. Watching this, it finally clicks for Eva. Kanagi might be the very person the satellites warned them about, someone who has become a completely different being. But instead of fear, she gets even more hyped, a wicked grin spreading across her face. She summons hundreds of demons from the sky. Their terrifying shrieks echo as she declares that life is just boring, until you're staring death in the face, so they better fight with everything they've got. Azur, watching the descent of the mummies, remarks that they seem like nothing more than empty husks piloted by Eva, using the bodies she's collected over time. Laughing maniacally, Eva boasts that every single one of these puppets packs the same physical punch as Shikami, and dares them to bring it on. Glancing around, Hibiki realizes there are about 100 bodies, all on Shikami's level, which sends a shockwave of fear through a nearby candidate. Kanagi, watching from inside his own consciousness, finds it utterly revolting that Eva is puppeteering the bodies of those she's already trampled. The mage at his side points out that he has changed, and so have the founders. As the mummies plummet toward the earth, the mage, controlling Kanagi's body, announces that Eva has seriously underestimated him. With that, she unleashes a torrent of lightning, electrocuting every single mummy in midair and stunning Eva. The mage is taking this personally, as Eva summons her minions and lets them just free fall right in front of her, forcing the mage to blast them out of the sky before they can even land. As the burning husks rain down, Eva is left completely bewildered, wondering what in the world Kanagi just pulled off. Some people achieve god-tier accuracy through relentless training, but Kanagi just unleashed his ability, without even flinching, and nailed every single target. The mage instructs Kanagi to stand beside her and study her moves. Our boy is absolutely floored that even while using his weak body, she can still execute all her spells so efficiently. Calling him closer, the mage explains that, while Kanagi was only ever chasing power for himself, the founders, on the other hand, were itching to unleash their power through his body. Kanagi is confused, having no clue what she's talking about. The mage continues, stating that even after all this, Kanagi, high on this immense new power, still felt like he was closing in on his goal, which was simply to become stronger. Meanwhile, all the founders were also getting intoxicated by Kanagi's unparalleled talent. However, after experiencing the tragedy of losing a friend, someone who entrusted the future to Kanagi, the mage concludes that Kanagi is now pissed off from the very bottom of his soul. Pointing to the other founders, who are all amped up, the mage declares that they all vibe with this current version of Kanagi. Eva, overhearing this, is just baffled. She hurtles toward Kanagi, screaming that the rule of the world is simple. The weak get crushed by the strong. Just as she's about to land a hit, a bolt of lightning explodes in front of her face, stopping her mid-charge. Stunned, Eva looks around and sees the entire sky is raining down thunderbolts. The mage reveals that a lot of people think like Eva, but he recalls seeing a being powerful enough to shatter the tower, only to be manipulated and devoured by beasts from another dimension. The mage, who watched their own comrade fall, now champions the weak, swearing to avenge them while stalking toward Eva. Still piloting Kanagi's body, the mage calls out a frustrated Eva, mocking her for lacking the strength to even fight back. Eva, for her part, can't even stand, as she's being relentlessly hammered by lightning strikes. The mage knows that while Kanagi was training in the mountains, putting on a brave face, deep down all he wanted was revenge. She assures him that all the founders share the same belief, that one day Kanagi will reach the very same summit they did. Holding a hand out, the mage promises him that if he ever needs help, they will lend it, and if he feels sorrow, he only has to point at its source and they will end the prophecy without hesitation. Kanagi points a single finger at Eva in the air, and in an instant, she is blasted by a storm of lightning that tears her body to pieces. Everyone is frozen in shock, as the instructor realizes that Kanagi looks just like a young Midori, a monster in the making, as Eva's shattered remains crumble to the ground. She's in total disbelief, unable to process how this one kid not only shredded all her minions but completely dismantled her physical form. Kanagi closes in, asking if she finally gets how strong he is, and flat out states he has a lot of questions for her. He adds that he knows plenty of people who are experts at interrogation, and he wants to have a long chat with Eva about everything that went down. But in a deep, chilling voice, Eva reveals she can't fight Kanagi in her current state. She has to admit, her boss totally called it. Suddenly, a coffin erupts from the earth, and Eva calls it her trump card. Kannagi is shook as Eva explains that hundreds of years ago, one of the founders, known as the destroyer of the 10,000-man army, was the one who wrecked the tower. To Kannagi's absolute horror, Eva unveils the body of Hinoki Reichiru inside the coffin. All the founders, especially Hinoki's spirit, are stunned that she somehow has his corpse. Without a word, the mage unleashes a lightning spell, blasting the coffin. This shocks Hinoki, but the mage says this is the real deal now, because Eva has already seized control of Hinoki's body. Before their eyes, Hinoki's corpse rises, gripping his sword. Eva, hyped on her newfound power, declares that now she can fight them on equal footing. Kannagi, staggered by the overwhelming pressure flooding the air, realizes this aura is on another level. It's even more intense than what he felt training with Ichika. But that's not even the half of it. With a snap of her fingers, Eva summons hundreds of minions straight from the dirt, announcing the arrival of Wave 2. Kannagi starts to sweat, but the mage tells him it's nothing, as Eva continues to spawn her underlings. A sudden explosion erupts behind her. Whirling around, she sees Kannagi's crew rolling up Ichika, Suo, and the others, all geared up for a brawl. He's not alone. Eva is seriously annoyed, having been so sure Kannagi was facing this nightmare by himself. As he watches the corpse talk, Kannagi realizes its voice and speech patterns are a perfect match for Hinoki's. Even with his friends joining the fray, they're struggling to take down the minions. Eva remarks that these new ones are way stronger this time, since the minions now possess a physical hardening ability. And even when one of the members unleashes their full power, the attack leaves the minion completely unscathed. To their horror, they discover every single minion has a unique ability, making each one a formidable opponent. With their insane numbers, the anti-prophecy members find it's getting harder and harder to fight them head-on. Ibiki, who's been carefully watching the battle unfold, activates her sound visualization release ability. She summons a phoenix made of pure sound that obliterates a whole cluster of minions in an instant. However, despite her devastating attack, she stays on guard. She realizes that each minion's strength is being amplified by their individual skills. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Todoroki suddenly shatters his chains and slams one of the youngest members with crushing force. But Ibiki reacts in the nick of time, saving them from certain death. In the middle of it all, Eva is just vibing in the chaos. Clearly enjoying herself, she declares with a smug grin. She says that in a throwdown like this, only the squad captains even have a prayer of survival. Hearing this, Kannagi glances at the other founders to get their take, but they all remain dead silent. He then turns to the mage, asking her to let him take control of the body for a minute. She's surprised by the request, but eventually agrees. Taking over, he confidently taunts Eva. He calls her out for underestimating his friends, a move she's about to regret. Meanwhile, Haneda finds himself completely swarmed by minions, but then he flashes back to Kannagi's lesson number 7. Channeling his fist technique, he summons a dragon. He uses it as both a power source and the foundation for his strikes. With explosive force, he furiously kicks away every minion that gets close. A while back, the spirit founder Vontak had observed Haneda's muscular yet flexible build. He'd noticed his habit of relying on single-point, concentrated blows, combined with his natural agility. Another founder, Aylerson, had argued that while it wasn't a bad technique, it could be way more effective with his guidance. Now, back in the present, Haneda flawlessly merges all the techniques they've taught him. He moves like a coiling serpent, striking from every angle and annihilating the minions with lethal precision. At the same time, Akane stands her ground, ready to face the horde of minions rushing toward her. She recalls Kannagi's advice on the transmutation technique, which transforms an imperfect substance into perfection. In the past, she could only produce cheap, low-quality weapons. But now, he's flipping the script, using his alchemy skills to bend the very earth to his will, forging stone golems from the ground itself. This is a technique he mastered way back in Lesson 8, and with it, he's effortlessly shattering the hardened physiques of these minions. Kannagi throws a question to Hinoki about Suo, but Hinoki just reassures him that Suo is holding his own, even if he isn't as flashy. Like his brother, he has his own unique talents. Right now, he's expertly wielding Hinoki's one-handed sword style. He combines it with the Skyfall ability, bringing down a swarm of goons with a single, devastating strike. He then amps up the attack by fusing it with Calendula, carving out a flower-shaped slash that hits the minions in a massive area of effect. Witnessing this, Ichika is hit with a wave of pride, blown away by how seamlessly her student is blending techniques and abilities. In her eyes, though, Kannagi's achievements are still on another level, simply because of how complex his combinations are. As she keeps tearing through minions, lost in her thoughts, she suddenly spots a colossal tornado of fire erupting before her. The vision shocks her to her core. This can only mean the battle between Kannagi and the 12 Apostles has officially kicked off. However, as she locks her eyes on the fiery vortex, her amazement skyrockets. She realizes Kanagi is squaring off against none other than the legendary founder, Hinoki. Eva charges straight for Kanagi, brandishing Hinoki's single sword style fused with the wave-cutting technique. But our boy dodges the assault with zero effort, showing off the precision of Goku in Ultra Instinct. Despite whiffing the attack, the force from Eva's swing completely obliterates the ground beneath them. Kanagi instantly counters with the mage's lightning attack, but it barely scratches someone as overpowered as Eva. She retaliates with her cataclysmic dice slice ability, dicing the entire battlefield into countless cubes. She even shreds her own minions in the process. Yet, our hero survives by leaping onto one of the floating blocks, and he recalls that he has already weathered this exact ability with his own body once before. Meanwhile, as the battlefield devolves into shifting cubes, the other members are scrambling just to stay upright. One member desperately clings to another, about to plunge into the abyss, but before they can be pulled up, Dice Slice severs their arm clean off. She's sent plummeting, and as she free falls, clutching her comrade's severed arm, Kanagi spots them in the nick of time. Without hesitating, he unleashes a bubble spell, hoisting all of them to safety. The mage's spirit, growing increasingly anxious, turns to Hinoki and asks what their next move should be. But Hinoki simply leaves the choice to her, telling her to do whatever she wants. She agrees, just as Eva unleashes Cloud Splitter, a monstrous blast of energy that consumes the entire battlefield. Even Hibiki, a squad captain, is left stunned by the sheer insanity of the move. Meanwhile, Eva is ecstatic with the capabilities of a founder's body, marveling at how perfectly suited it is. Hinoki's body is the perfect war machine. But despite this, Eva feels an urge to tap into an even stronger skill. She activates Hinoki's secret technique, Indomitable, and prepares to strike. But to her utter astonishment, Kanagi catches her blade with his bare hand. Hinoki's spirit watches on, unfazed, as the mage mockingly declares that even while using Hinoki's body, he's still weak. Hearing this, Eva screams in total frustration, demanding to know how the legendary body of a founder could be considered weak. Desperate for a more powerful ability, she frantically rummages through Hinoki's memories. She tries to forcefully extract something far mightier, as she violently pushes her way into Hinoki's mind. Her eyes begin to well up with tears, as if she has just witnessed something truly terrifying. Eva's tears are flowing from the crushing memory of Hinoki's past, back when he was still alive during the era of the towers. Just witnessing this memory drives Eva to the absolute brink of insanity. In the vision, Hinoki slices through an entire tower with just one swing of his sword. And yet, despite this incredible feat, he becomes colder and more detached with every battle that passes. Eva struggles to comprehend how the wisdom and skill of a single human could ever reach such an unfathomable level. Hinoki's memories are jam-packed with countless acts of destruction, severing human bodies, felling monsters, splitting the sea itself, and even Skull. The overwhelming weight of these memories shatters Eva's spirit, leaving her to crumble under the sheer pressure. She desperately wonders where she should go, how she could get any stronger, but the weight of it all is simply too much to bear. Her very soul starts to fracture, feeling as if it's about to splinter into nothing. All the while, Hinoki's spirit remains unbothered and relaxed. He just mutters that Eva's spirit should be shattered, just to get it over with. But another founder frantically warns that if she breaks, she'll go completely berserk, slaughtering everything in sight. And to their absolute horror, that's exactly what unfolds. Eva's spirit implodes, unleashing a soul-shattering shriek so potent it rips through the atmosphere. Even in the far-off city of Takasaki, the sheer force of the scream triggers an immediate evacuation as citizens scramble for their phones. They discover the source of this insane aura is blasting out of Nagano Prefecture, a mind-blowing 100 kilometers away. Yet, despite the massive distance, the shockwaves still slam into them, and raw panic erupts as people fear the worst. They think either the apocalypse has finally dropped, or some god-tier monster has just spawned. Back on the battlefield, as Eva's scream echoes, the very stones begin to levitate from the ground, and that overwhelming aura crashes down on everyone, feeling like a physical weight pressing them into the dirt. The weaker members immediately start choking, unable to breathe. With crushing force, their bodies are slammed into the ground, pinned by sheer power. Kanagi, watching this unfold, screams for Hinoki, but the spirit is completely unfazed, just chilling like it's another Tuesday. He casually remarks he's left it all to the mage, and she just nods. Meanwhile, as Eva closes in on Kanagi, the mage rolls up her sleeve, revealing the seal of truth etched onto her arm. With ice-cold confidence, she declares that if she has to use Kanagi's body, she's ending this in one clean shot. The moment she unleashes the seal of truth, Kanagi's body begins to erupt with an insane amount of energy. Seeing this, Akane is in total disbelief. The alchemist spirit inside Kanagi speaks, telling him that he and Akane need to watch very, very closely. He explains that whether it's magic or alchemy, they are all seekers of the truth, and in this moment, Kanagi is about to grasp one of those truths. As he continues, the same seals that once marked the mage begin to burn themselves onto Kanagi's arms. The alchemist spirit wonders if Kanagi's body can actually handle these fragments of truth, or if it will just crumble under the sheer weight of such godlike power. At the same time, Eva's soul has already been shattered, and the only thing piloting her body is the lingering residue of her spirit. Her body now moves on pure instinct, guided by primal urges, like a cornered beast. Hinoki, once so composed and wise, abandoned his body to this state a long, long time ago, a phenomenon they call the ignorance of truth. As Eva's rage intensifies, she unleashes a tidal wave of dark energy, her aura twisting and warping the very air around her. The mage witnesses this and sees a flash of the future, a future where that energy spirals out of control, becoming so overwhelmingly powerful it obliterates everyone, including Kanagi, and even scorches the continent from afar. Eva could literally trigger the apocalypse. In that split second, Kanagi processes the gravity of the vision, recognizing the world-ending danger. The mage then triggers one of her skills, Magus of the Truth, a technique specifically designed to deconstruct and nullify her target's abilities. The technique is so immense that the world itself can barely contain its raw force. As Eva channels a storm of dark energy into her arm and swings at Kanagi, he stops the attack cold, effortlessly. To her shock, he just clamps down on her hand, holding it firm. In that instant, the mage channels an inferno of light, creating a massive explosion that engulfs the entire area in a blinding flash. When the light fades, Eva has been reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton, her hand still caught in Kanagi's grip. The mage, speaking through Kanagi, bids a final farewell to Eva's dying soul. As her ashes scatter into the wind, the other founders watch with grim determination, but Hinoki rises, visibly pissed, that his soul and body are now two completely separate things. The mage just smirks and turns to Kanagi, asking if what he just witnessed will be helpful for his training. The moment Kanagi regains control of his body, he's stunned to see the entire field cleared, with all his classmates cheering for him like he just single-handedly defeated the monster. Ichika, however, looks worried. He didn't use his sword at all, making it seem like all her training meant absolutely nothing. Haneda sighs in relief while hyping Kanagi up, saying he torched that powerful enemy in a single blast. But Akane sees something deeper. She understands that Kanagi didn't just overpower his opponent, he completely analyzed and neutralized her abilities, rendering them useless. The realization makes Akane's hands tremble, as she wonders if it's even possible for a human to reach such an unbelievable peak. Despite her shock, a new fire is lit within her. She steels herself, determined to achieve that same level of mastery. The instructor is now just freaking out. About the massive crater in the field, this was supposed to be a simple exam, but things went sideways fast, and spectacularly. Even Todoroki is dead, which just annoys the instructor, who now has to set up another one of these nightmare exams. As the members regroup, one of them spots a strange, glowing circle and starts to panic. The instructor is also on high alert, but to everyone's absolute shock, it's the superintendent. Kanagi, seeing her, instantly remembers she's the old woman from his consciousness. The lady's assistant, standing beside her, also seems completely baffled as to why she's even here. Then, the superintendent suddenly drops to her knees, right in front of Kanagi, proclaiming that she has been waiting for his return. She says she has waited hundreds of years for the founders, and now they finally stand before her. Suo and the others look to Ichika for answers, but she just says they should have known, even if this is their first time seeing her. According to Ichika, the old woman is one of the founders of the anti-prophecy and holds the absolute highest rank in the Japanese branch. A frustrated Suo yells that they already know that, but the real question is why a living legend is kneeling to Kanagi. Ichika admits she has no idea either. Meanwhile, Kanagi is reeling, trying to figure out why the old woman from before is bowing to him like that. The founders inside his head are also deep in thought, scrambling to remember what in the world is going on, but they're drawing a complete blank. Suddenly, Kanagi freezes, hit by her overwhelming aura. The old woman rises and asks if Kanagi remembers her, noting how much she's aged. To make her point, she turns around and starts throwing her back into it, calling for Hinoki to witness her signature waist dance. All the founders are just completely lost, until it suddenly clicks the old woman is Io. Hinoki instantly tells Kanagi to switch with him, and as he takes over, he greets her casually. This sends shockwaves through the crowd, and her attendants immediately go on the defensive, seeing his casual vibe as a massive sign of disrespect to their superintendent. Furious, they declare they're going to kill Kanagi on the spot, and just redo the entire exam. But Io, still vibing with Hinoki, tells them all to stand down, assuring them it's totally fine. Hinoki gives Io a playful noogie, joking that she's already turned into a grandma. Hearing him talk like that, Io is hit with a wave of nostalgia. He used to speak the exact same way back when she was with them. After a bit, all the members get to work, repairing the training grounds and regrouping. Meanwhile, deep inside the anti-prophecy headquarters, in a top-secret location called the Hut of Eternal Sight, Kanagi is floored by the incredible view of her garden. Io explains that since she can't normally show her face, a powerful barrier surrounds this place so she can live here undisturbed. Kanagi asks if she knows all the founders, which prompts Io to dive into her backstory. She reveals she was an orphan, having lost her entire family during the chaotic era of the towers. The founders were the ones who rescued and raised her. Kanagi is shocked, realizing she was just a little kid back then. But when Io mentions that was 300 years ago, he's even more stunned, processing the fact that she's over 300 years old. She then reveals she's been able to stop time by using an artifact that freezes it for her as long as she stays inside the headquarters. The moment she mentions the artifact, Kanagi's founders remember. At the same time, Hinoki's spirit explains to Valentine that the artifact basically works like her own preservation ability. Valentine nods, admitting that in her prime, she could have pulled off the same feat with her powers. Still, she wonders where Io got her hands on such an insane artifact. Io clarifies that within the anti-prophecy, there's a secret division tasked with collecting powerful artifacts, and their very existence is a classified secret. However, she drops a bombshell. The facility storing all these artifacts was recently attacked, and a massive number of them were stolen. In response, a special task force was created, which includes Midori, to hunt down and retrieve the stolen items. The detective founder inside Kanagi immediately puts two and two together. The attack must have been carried out by the 12 apostles, which would explain how they're so ridiculously overpowered in the modern era. Kanagi is blown away by how fast the detective pieced that together from just a few scraps of conversation. The detective then reveals that when Eva mentioned her boss was the one supplying her with artifacts, he dove into her memories and confirmed it. Another founder chimes in, explaining that instead of recruiting 12 awakened who are stronger than Makoto, it's way easier for the enemy to just use artifacts to juice up a bunch of mid-tier awakened. Hinoki agrees, pointing out that the two enemies they fought before weren't nearly as strong as Makoto. And Io confirms this, stating they had no idea the 12 apostles even existed until they raided the facility. She explains that the apostles now wield the same level of power as the anti-prophecy's greatest enemy, making them too dangerous to let slide. She adds that they're pulling out all the stops to track down their leader, but it looks like Midori is going to beat them to it. This news completely blindsides Kanagi. Cut to Detroit, Michigan. The streets are hauntingly empty, the area looking like a war zone. A turbulent spell suddenly erupts into a tornado, slamming into the ground with catastrophic force. At the epicenter of it all is Midori, who has just made a chilling discovery. They thought the 12 apostles were, well, 12 individuals, but there's also a 13th member. Watching her through a scrying orb, a man lounging on his couch cracks a smug smile, impressed that Midori got to him sooner than he expected. His voice dripping with menace, he casually asks if Midori would prefer a cup of coffee, or perhaps some black tea. Without missing a beat, Midori says she chooses him to die. Calling him out by his true title, Number 0, Midori unleashes another devastating beam of turbulence straight at the floating Number 0. The blast is so colossal that miles away, another special force member, Nishina, sees it. Mikado, standing right beside him, clocks it too. He points out that the city is a ghost town, so they should be in the clear, but he's bugging out over why Midori is unleashing such an insane attack. As they're talking, it happens. A massive wave of energy screams towards them. In the nick of time, they leap off the building as it's instantly sliced clean in half. The entire structure just shatters into dust. Hitting the ground, they decide to let Midori handle Number 0, while they focus on taking down Kamaragi, one of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, Midori is getting seriously frustrated, unable to even scratch the bubble protecting Number 0, even after throwing his most powerful wind attacks at it. His mind raced, was this some kind of skill? Or maybe an artifact? Casually finishing his tea, Number 0 steps out of the bubble himself, smirking at Midori, and asking if he's all done throwing his tantrum. Without a second's hesitation, Midori instantly unleashes the wall of cutting pearls, hurling massive chunks of rock straight at Number 0, triggering a devastating explosion. But, to his absolute shock, Number 0 emerges without a single scratch, casually comparing himself to a whale among minnows. It hits Midori hard. Number 0 has other ways to defend himself, even without that protective bubble. Seeing Midori just standing there, Number 0 starts laying into him. He claims that under normal circumstances, Midori would be so powerful, so terrifying, that he wouldn't even dare to consider him an enemy. But right now, Midori is grieving the death of his friend, and to Number 0, that makes him nothing but a pathetic creature. He keeps twisting the knife, saying that, From the moment Midori was born, he was nothing more than a monster engineered for battle. And yet, despite being built for war, he still couldn't protect his precious friends. Those words ignite a firestorm inside Midori. Enraged, he lunges at number 0 with overwhelming power, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. As memories of the past flood his mind, memories of what went down 23 years ago. Back then, deep in the Shinonome Mountains, a Special Forces member stood frozen in shock, staring at a brilliant surge of energy erupting from a massive crater. Screaming in disbelief, he realized this was all that was left of the Midori family mansion. Superintendent Io is there too, witnessing the wreckage of the obliterated estate. At the very center of the devastation, something is emitting a terrifying amount of energy. As she gets closer, she sees the source. It's a baby, radiating an insane, overwhelming aura. The sheer intensity of the energy makes them believe this entire disaster was triggered by this child's birth. Without hesitation, Superintendent Io sprints toward the baby, enduring dozens of cuts ripping across her body. From the pure energy pressure swirling around him, pushing through the pain, she presses forward, finally reaching the infant. Gently, she lifts the baby boy, whispering softly, reassuring him that everything is going to be okay. Now, feeling the warmth of Io's embrace, the baby's cries slowly fade. And as they do, the violent gale of wind around him vanishes, revealing Io, bruised and bloody, but holding the child securely in her arms. She declares that this child will be raised by the anti-prophecy. Later, the baby is given a name, Midori. 9 years flash by, and Midori, now a young boy, is getting ready to leave the facility. A teacher named Hinoki Hiru, along with a 12-year-old girl, tries to stop him, warning him not to stir up any trouble. The man warns Midori that if he goes through with this, the anti-prophecy will hunt him down. Unfazed, Midori just nods, but as the teacher turns his back, he cryptically states that was precisely why he let him live. The girl, standing nearby, feels the heavy tension in the air, but then she suddenly bursts out laughing. The teacher, annoyed, demands to know what's so funny. Midori had always been on another level, shattering every single record and seeing everyone else as weak in comparison. But one day, he meets Makoto, who casually tosses him a wooden stick and asks if he wants to be his partner for sword practice. Midori is totally confused, but Makoto just grins and extends his own sword like an invitation. At that moment, Makoto was the exact same age as Midori. With that, they began to train together. But Midori could never once defeat Makoto in a sword fight. It drove him crazy, but he kept trying, constantly begging Makoto to train with him. Once again, Makoto, wanting to teach Midori a lesson, spars with him again, and the outcome is identical. Midori loses. Frustrated, he screams, demanding to know why he can't win even when he's giving it his all. Nishina, who's also there, reveals that the problem might be that Midori is just too strong. Midori has no idea what she means, since he always loses to Makoto. A voice from off-screen cuts in, saying that's actually a compliment for Midori. That voice belongs to a 14-year-old Mikado, watching as Midori keeps shattering his wooden swords. Midori is sparring with Makoto, and Mikado lays it out. Even if Midori somehow wins, his sword will always break in the process. To drive the point home, Nishina holds up an egg, explaining that when you unleash your full power, it's nearly impossible not to crush something this fragile in your grip. Midori's still not getting it, so Mikado snatches the egg and hurls it at the ground with all his might. But to his shock, even after slamming into the pavement, the egg's shell doesn't even have a scratch on it. Picking it up, Mikado reveals the secret. Midori just has to balance his offensive aura with the aura protecting the shell. It's not a skill you learn, it's something that develops over time. As he's talking, Nishina starts machine gunning eggs against the wall, and even after impact, not a single one breaks. Midori's jaw is on the floor, seeing that not one shell has cracked. Mikado hands an egg to Midori, telling him that if he wants to beat Makoto in a sword fight, he needs to get his aura in check. Once he masters that, even his overwhelming power won't harm anyone around him. As Makoto starts to walk off, Midori calls out to him, only to get nailed in the head with an egg. Makoto spins around to see it was Midori, who wants him to join in on the aura adjustment training. Makoto, ready to return the favor, tells him to apologize first. He then kicks the egg carton, using his power to make them levitate in the air. But when Midori tries to do the same, every single egg around him either explodes or shatters. Still, after grinding it out for a while, Midori manages to blast a hole clean through the wall with an egg without even cracking the shell. The two of them dive back into their sword training, and now that Midori can control his aura, they can go a whole day, just trading blows. Seeing this, Nishina and Mikado get hyped too, begging him for a fight. Flash forward 4 years. Midori has been drafted into the Special Forces, and Mikado has left to pursue his own goals. Midori is heading out to back up the European branch, having heard that a special grade prophecy known as the Pandemonium, is about to go down. Midori then asks if Makoto is still searching for a swordmaster to train him. Makoto confirms it, throwing Midori's own words back at him about finding a master for himself. Makoto holds out a fist, declaring he wants to be on his level. Midori, cracking a smile, bumps fists with him, revealing he'll be waiting. After that day, Midori would do anything for his friends, as long as they were alive. Midori is dead set on continuing his work for their sake. He just wanted friends, but the 12 apostles stole that from him. Back in the present, fueled by these memories, Midori charges at number 0, with pure killing intent, while the guy just stands there, unfazed. However, right as he's about to land the hit, number 0 whips out a golden egg artifact and crushes it right in front of him. It unleashes a Berserker Life Stampede spell, creating a massive, blinding flash of sunlight between them. Other members of the Force spot the light, wondering if Midori was the one who caused it. As the glare finally starts to fade, they see Midori emerge from it, radiating a bizarre but incredibly powerful aura. Seeing him, Mikado asks if he's already taken down number 0, but Midori doesn't say a single word. They call out to him, but to their shock, Midori reveals he doesn't know them. Nishina instantly realizes something has gone terribly wrong and screams at Mikado to get away, but it's too late. Midori's hand is already planted on Mikado's forehead. With a wicked smile, he unleashes a turbulence spell, conjuring a violent whirlwind. After the 3 members from the Japanese Special Force branch vanish, another team from the US branch, including Marquis and Ashton, is dispatched to investigate the situation. Upon arrival, Ashton touches the ground and realizes the residual energy in the area is off the charts, confirming this was the epicenter of a massive explosion. Marquis is floored by the sheer size of the crater Midori created and finally understands why they call him the strongest man in the world. Still, he's confused as to why someone as powerful as Midori would suddenly vanish. Along with his entire team, Ashton has no answers for their disappearance either. News of Midori going missing hits the Japanese branch, throwing the entire situation into chaos. In the cabin of Eternal Vision, the assistant superintendent is freaking out as the reports come in, finding the news impossible to believe. Io, looking just as worried, asks if there's really no intel on Midori's whereabouts. She questions Midori's assistant, Rin, but not even Rin knows anything, since the artifact connecting her to Midori has been completely destroyed. As they discuss the matter, Io can only see the situation as a total disaster. Kanagi strides in, rocking the official squad captain's cloak, though he looks a little awkward in his new role. But the assistant superintendent reveals his promotion was no accident. It was a unanimous recommendation from every single squad captain. Even the superintendent himself gave the go-ahead. After all, Kanagi went head-to-head with Eva, proving to everyone he's the only one capable of filling the massive void Makoto left behind. Dropping to one knee, Kanagi reflects on his vow to surpass the founders as fast as possible and prevent any more casualties. He thanks them for their faith, and with the founders' legacy now on his shoulders, he confidently declares he'll do whatever it takes to fulfill the anti-prophecy's expectations. Hearing this, Io is totally hyped, gushing that she always knew he was the right choice for the captaincy. However, her vibe suddenly shifts. She gets dead serious and cuts right to the chase, asking for his take on an extremely urgent matter. Just a short while ago, Kanagi was out there trying to scout members for the anti-prophecy, but now he's sitting across from the superintendent, and she's asking for his expert opinion. The situation has clearly escalated, and fast. As she's speaking, a door materializes out of thin air, right behind Io, emblazoned with the image of a tiger. The sudden appearance startles Kanagi, and as the door creaks open, Io introduces 2 members of the Special Forces, Nishina and Mikado, who are both looking completely battered and beaten. Io reveals that Nishina and Mikado were on the same elite team as Midori, and they are the only ones who truly know what went down. Mikado begins to explain that while they were in Detroit, Midori's body was hijacked by the leader of the 12 apostles. The revelation hits Kanagi like a freight train. Mikado continues, stating that the power used to control Midori felt eerily similar to the one Eva had used before. He speculates it's likely triggered by an artifact, but the specific details of that object don't matter at this moment. The crucial point, Mikado stresses, is that Midori, a man who once would have died for his friends, has now been twisted into an enemy of all humanity. This horrifying reality shatters Kanagi's world. Mikado adds that Midori fought against the control with everything he had, buying just enough time for Nishina and Mikado to escape before he was completely consumed. Midori apologized and made one final request. He begged Kanagi to defeat number 0 in his place. Hearing this, Kanagi is left completely frozen, crushed by the sheer weight of Midori's final words. The assistant superintendent places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling Kanagi they have high hopes for him. but she also reminds him that he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 7 members for his squad. Right now, Kanagi has Honda, Akane, and Suo, meaning he needs to recruit 3 more people immediately. That, the assistant superintendent states, is his top priority. Hearing the urgent need to expand his squad, Kanagi bolts out the door on the hunt for potential recruits. He spots a young guy from the Ibiki squad and immediately starts chasing him, pleading with him to join his team. The kid, however, is visibly panicked and scrambles away frantically, shouting that there's no way in hell he'll ever ditch the Ibiki squad. Just when the kid thinks he's made a clean getaway, he runs smack into Akane, who is standing calmly in his path, holding a transfer permission slip signed by Ibiki himself. The guy is stunned, unable to process that his own captain, Ibiki, would actually let him leave. But after he scans the letter, his disbelief melts into pure shock. When he realizes it's completely legit, he reluctantly agrees to join Kanagi's squad. And with that, Kanagi and Akane successfully lock down their 4th member. Elsewhere, Haneda is attempting to recruit Akijima for the team. His approach, however, is anything but normal. He busts out a bizarre and theatrical leg-stomping motion as a form of invitation, which Akijima finds completely weird. Haneda insists it's a direct command from the captain and declares he wants Akijima on the team. Akijima, however, shuts him down flat, explaining that his primary goal is to ace the upcoming captain's exam, since a spot opened up after Todoroki's death. Totally unfazed by the rejection, Haneda suddenly unleashes an incredibly powerful kick straight at Akijima, testing his reflexes. To Haneda's amazement, Akijima dodges the attack effortlessly, showcasing his unique evasion abilities. Impressed but far from defeated, Haneda presses on. Akijima, his interest now piqued, proposes a challenge. He'll agree to join the squad. On one condition, Haneda has to land a single touch on him within 60 seconds, right there in the courtyard. If Haneda succeeds, Akijima will gladly join their team. Haneda asks if any means necessary are on the table, and after getting Akijima's approval, he summons the brilliant dragon to erupt around him. Dead set on winning this challenge, Akihina smashes the enter key, starting the countdown on his laptop. Deep within the limestone caverns of the anti-prophecy unit, Akihina finds Captain Surukai, who's just fishing in a 17th dimensional rift they call the Nether Jaw. Surukai explains that he sometimes hooks some seriously massive fish there. Spotting Akihina, he casually asks if he's applying for the replacement exam for the Todoroki squad. Akihina confirms it, but fires back that he's aiming to be a captain, one who doesn't plan on dying. Surukai just smirks, telling him that goal is totally achievable, without ever earning the title. This throws Akihina for a loop, who asks if the captain thinks he's not cut out for it. As he casually reels in a monstrous shark, Surukai says he believes Akihina is missing something vital. Back in the present, Hanada is launching a full-blown assault on Akihina, who seems to be effortlessly avoiding all physical contact. Despite coming within inches of him, Hanada fails to land a single touch. Hanada is absolutely stunned. He realizes Akihina is using some kind of insane evasion skill to sidestep his attacks. Akihina is unleashing the Omni-Egos, an ability he has desperately tried to keep under wraps for a very, very long time. His Omni-Egos allow him to teleport to a designated location within a 100-meter range, though he has to have visited the target spot at least once before the ability can be activated. But once it's set, he can blink there with incredible speed and pinpoint accuracy. Even as Hanada unleashes a relentless flurry of blows, Akihina masterfully dodges every last one using his skill. This is proving to be a massive pain for Hanada, but he treats it like a training arc, knowing he'll eventually have to throw down with Midori. While blinking around the battlefield, Akihina asks Hanada what kind of redeeming quality he even sees in a guy like Kanagi. Hanada, keeping up the assault, admits he doesn't really know and launches a vicious flying kick at Akihina. And he adds that he knows all about Akihina's dream of being the perfect squad captain to boost his squad's survival rate by a mere 1%. Hanada thinks that's admirable, but states that he wouldn't put his life on the line for a captain who obsesses over survival chances above everything else. This comment definitely gets under Akihina's skin, but Hanada explains that if someone is only ever thinking about themselves, they can never reach the destiny they were meant for. As he says this, Hanada flashes back to his childhood, to the moment he saw his family's bodies scattered across the floor, all murdered because of a prophecy. That single event forged an unbreakable will inside him to eradicate every single prophecy from existence. With that singular motivation, he finally understood that Kanagi has the power to do just that, which is why he decided to become his subordinate. Hearing this, it finally clicks for Akina. He now knows what he's missing as a captain, the ability to be someone that other people can actually put their faith in. As he refocuses on dodging, he knows he's technically winning the fight, and he plans to use this conversation as a reference point later on. With the countdown hitting 5 seconds, Hinata starts firing off a message to someone on his phone, claiming that person is arriving right on schedule. Akihina is totally confused when suddenly Suo plummets from the sky, unleashing his marigold spell combined with Skyfall. The blast completely obliterates the entire courtyard where they were standing. This instantly wiped out Akihina's ability to teleport, and Hinata seizes the opportunity. He leaps from a building and unleashes a lightning kick, ripping a small piece of cloth from Akihina's outfit. The timer hits 0, but tearing the fabric counts as a touch, making Hinata the victor. He lands as Suo asks if wrecking the whole yard was worth it. Hinata brushes him off, giving Suo props for the killer assist. Meanwhile, in the background, Akihina is seething, but after typing something into his laptop, he chills out and agrees to join Kanagi's squad. Hearing this, Hinata and Suo share a victory high five, just as Kanagi and Akane drag in another member, Iru, who is literally bound in chains. Kanagi, seeing the completely demolished courtyard, is in a state of total shock, but Suo reveals he's counting on Kanagi to write the apology letter for all the damages. Hinata tries to play peacemaker by suggesting Rin could probably fix the courtyard, but the bigger issue is that they still need one more person for their team. Akane doesn't know anyone else and asks Kanagi if he has any recommendations. Kanagi just points to the members of the Special Force, Ichika, Mikado, and Nishina, and reveals he's already recruited them into his squad. As of that day, they are temporarily Kanagi's subordinates and will fight in his squad. Elsewhere, up in the Watchtower, the last remnants of the 12 Apostles of the Apocalypse convene. There are only 5 of them left, but they're brimming with arrogance, possessing the world's ultimate weapon, Midori's body. In their minds, they are just one step away from completely annihilating the anti-prophecy unit. Number 0 rallies them, reminding everyone of their mantra: everything they do is for the glorious emergence of the prophecy in this world. Cut to the anti-prophecy unit's research lab, where the assistant superintendent is grilling the director, asking if he managed to acquire the requested item. The director confirms, then drops a bombshell. The Book of Fate, once held by the 12 Apostles, is actually a single book that was ripped apart. Based on the 8 volumes Midori recovered, they realize the recent catastrophe is part of the prophecy, a specific one tied to a special rank known as the Bhagavad Gita. According to the text, to successfully destroy the world, the 12 Apostles require Midori's power, which on its own is more than enough. Meanwhile, soaring high above the ocean are Midori and Hajime, a member of the 12 Apostles, flying toward a completely unknown destination. Out of nowhere, Midori asks Hajime if he's ever read the Gita, and Hajime admits he hasn't. Midori explains it's a Hindu scripture, emphasizing that humans are meant to perform their duties with a completely selfless heart. Midori speculates that whoever authored a prophecy like the one now unfolding must have harbored a profound hatred for humanity. As they cruise over Times Square in New York, a family on the ground spots them, and a young boy ecstatically recognizes Midori as the world's strongest awakened one. A crowd instantly swarms, cheering and clamoring for pictures. They also spot Hajime, calling him a samurai. As the crowd's excitement reaches a fever pitch, thrilled to see their heroes, Midori gives Hajime a chilling order to begin their mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Midori starts gathering a ball of raw energy in his hand. As the crowd below continues to cheer, completely unaware of the doom about to be unleashed upon them. As a father snaps a photo of his son with Midori in the background, Midori suddenly hurls the energy sphere into the sky, engulfing it completely. The orb morphs into a colossal tornado, and from deep within it, the real Midori desperately screams for Number 0 to stop. But it's already too late. Number 0 has already unleashed the turbulent spell upon them. Over at the anti-prophecy unit's cafe, Kanagi is busy giving a lecture when Suo sprints toward him, urgently shoving a phone in his face. It's a breaking news alert. New York is a literal inferno, all thanks to Midori's attack. The report claims an awakened one has attacked and completely leveled the city. Meanwhile, inside the Eternal Cabin, the American branch superintendent, Wise, is screaming his head off at Io to do something, absolutely furious that Midori just wiped an entire city off the map. Io tries to calm him down, but the tragedy has claimed countless lives in the financial heart of the world, New York City. She reveals it wasn't actually Midori who caused the destruction, but rather the leader of the 12 Apostles who is controlling his body. She further explains they've already identified him as an Englishman named Warren Hastings. She theorizes he might be collaborating with invaders from another dimension. Wise is completely stunned by this revelation, as Io reveals that the 12 Apostles are using artifacts that are not under the anti-prophecy unit's supervision. As she puts it, someone, or something, is backing them. Despite hearing her out, Wise argues that the responsibility still falls squarely on Io's shoulders, since the man who just destroyed an entire city came from her special forces. He warns her that the White House is even considering launching nuclear weapons against Midori. However, Wise knows that even nukes would have zero effect on Midori and demands to know what Io plans to do about it. Back at the cafeteria, Kanagi asks Suo if he and the others have finished Lesson 15. Suo confirms they have, but to his shock, Kanagi names him the squad's new vice captain. Kanagi then orders him to instruct everyone to continue with their lessons until they receive deployment orders. He notes that Arian and Akina are always bickering, so they need to focus on their teamwork to achieve perfection. Suo wonders what Kanagi himself will be doing in his free time, to which Kanagi reveals he'll be sleeping, and this time, it will be a very deep sleep. He orders Suo not to let anyone wake him up, and since it's a direct order from his captain, Suo accepts, placing his absolute trust in him. Back in the Eternal Cabin, Io reveals her plan to confront Midori and the others head-on, with her most powerful elite unit squad. At headquarters, Kanagi finally arrives at his room, and he's out like a light. In the dreamscape, he summons his sword and starts sparring with Hinoki, while all the other founders stand by, ready to coach him. But to Kanagi's absolute horror, Hinoki instantly dices him to pieces. In the blink of an eye, he materializes again, only for Hinoki to shred him apart once more. Hinoki reminds Kanagi that he was the one who insisted on not holding back, so now, he's going to devour him. With that, he charges Kanagi with everything he's got. Another founder tries to intervene, but Onitake Machi shuts him down. Other founders start to argue that even for a high-speed training arc, this is too extreme. Kanagi is dying so often that his very soul might just shatter. But deep down, they all know that Midori is the strongest awakener of this era, and as he is now, Kanagi has zero chance against him. It's a desperate training method, for sure, but it's their only path to victory. The founder from before warns that there has to be a limit to what Kanagi can endure, but the alchemist waves her off, saying there's no need to sweat it. Kanagi is anything but fragile. Mage, watching Kanagi get sliced up over and over, still has total faith that he will conquer this trial. Kanagi apologizes to Hinoki, feeling an insane amount of pressure just standing before him. It feels like he's been tossed into a blizzard on a frozen solid mountain. Sucking in a sharp breath, Kanagi faces Hinoki again, only to be instantly cleaved in half. But, to his own shock, he manages to sever a single strand of hair from Hinoki's head. He couldn't even touch him before, but now, after dying more times than he could count, he finally landed a hit. Kanagi's resolve is unbreakable. He's going to get stronger. He forces himself up, again and again. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, at the gateway of India, Arada, from the Indian branch of the Anti-Prophecy Special Force, is hyped to see Midori. He reminds Midori that if it weren't for him, the special rank prophecy from the Scorching Fire Chief would have burned Mumbai to a crisp. With a smirk, he asks if, after they fought to protect this city side by side, Midori is now here to tear it all down. Midori dismisses his words as completely worthless, stating that while it's his body, Number Zero is the one pulling the strings. Taunting Eradip, Number Zero laughs at the idea that Midori could ever fight back for control. To really mess with his head, he channels Midori's trapped thoughts straight from his mind, Midori's own voice, apologizing and begging Eradip to run. But Eradip absolutely refuses to back down. This is his hometown, and he is fully prepared to fight to his very last breath. At the Eternal Cabin, Io breaks down the century-long war between humanity and the beings from another dimension for the superintendent's assistant. During the Founders' era, the Tower appeared first, followed by the Rift and the Prophecies. Throughout the long history of this war, there have always been humans who sided with these creatures to destroy the world. As she explains, one of her aides, seeing the news alert about India's fall, panics when he realizes the enemy now seems to be making a beeline for Europe. Io expected this, but remarks it would have been so much better if they'd just come straight to Japan instead. When the aide asks why, she reveals that because Number Zero has only just recently hijacked Midori's body, he shouldn't be able to tap into its full power yet. On top of that, he's in a situation where the more he fights, the more powerful he becomes. With that, she instructs the aide to summon all the captains. She then turns to Tengen, her male assistant, and tells him he's being deployed to the battlefield as well. Tengen jokes about how they only use him for grunt work when things are peaceful, but the real bombshell drops when Io announces she is personally joining the fight. At the same time, the Kanagi squad is in the final stages of their prep work. They are the only real shot at defeating Midori, but until they are 100% ready, Io is ordering the other squads to stall him. Hibiki and the other squad captains, looking visibly stressed, ask how much time the preparations will take. Io reveals that, according to Kanagi, he needs 2 days. She then declares their destination, the Pacific Ocean, where they will intercept Midori. There, the entire Japanese branch of the Anti-Prophecy Force gathers. steeling themselves for the fight. As Midori barrels towards them, he unleashes his devastating turbulent spell directly at them, but it's stopped dead in its tracks by Io's own defensive magic. Midori, visibly stunned, narrows his eyes. Io cracks a smug grin, silently taunting him, a clear warning not to underestimate her. A short time ago, as the captains prepared to storm the ocean and fight Midori, Hisagi and his squad members charged toward their leader, desperately pleading to be brought along to face the head of the 12 apostles. The captain refuses, but Hisagi, tears welling in his eyes, insists that, even if they can't make a real difference, they can at least act as human shields to protect the captains. The captain, flanked by the others, turns to them and asks if they truly understand why the captains have chosen to march into such an unwinnable battle. He explains that even though they know they won't be coming back, since the power levels are on completely different planets, they still hold on to the hope that their subordinates will survive and carry on the fight. The captains are placing all their faith in their subordinates, believing they will shoulder the massive responsibility of defending the world. After saying this, the captains depart, leaving their subordinates behind. While some collapse into tears, others feel their resolve harden into steel, now absolutely determined to protect the Kanagi squad until their preparations are 100% complete. Though their eyes are filled with sadness, they know they have to act instead of just crying, and they have to move incredibly fast. The squad captains, along with the superintendents and assistants, teleport to the ocean, where they now stand face to face with Midori. As Io effortlessly blocks Midori's turbulent spell, the other captains stare in shock at her immense power. Midori is also completely thrown off by this ability he's never seen before. Number 0. Scanning through Midori's memories, recognizes Io as the anti-prophecy superintendent, a mother figure to Midori, who has always kept her true strength hidden. Io, standing before him, announces that this is the first time, in 100 years, that she has unleashed her skills on the battlefield. None of the captains had ever witnessed her go all out before, but now, right before their eyes, she activates her 8-8 mirror spell. This spell has 2 stages. The first stage allows Io to completely nullify any ability, as long as she understands its effects, granting her a 100% defense rate. The very nature of this power is a direct counter, pairing perfectly with the advanced analytical skills of a mage. Wasting no time, Midori follows up with his searing turbulent spell, blasting a flurry of powerful tornadoes straight at Io. Seeing them, the captains realize this is the same ability that burned the entirety of India to the ground. But luckily for them, Io is familiar with this skill and casually deflects it. The second stage of her power allows her to copy an ability once she has mirrored it in the first phase. As she fires her own tornadoes, they collide with Midori's and completely annihilate them. Midori, now laser-focused on the fight, understands how her ability works, but gets irritated when he senses someone trying to attack him from the side. One of the captains unleashes his infinite fist attack, bombarding Midori with a hail of blows. Every time a punch lands, Midori feels his body go numb. However, despite landing countless hits, the captain is floored to see that Midori remains completely unfazed. Abruptly, the captain grabs Midori in midair and signals the others to attack while he has him pinned, and Vicky instantly activates her Phoenix Sound visualization release. As the other captains follow up with their own powerful skills, they hammer Midori all at once. However, Midori counters them with his Cutting Pearl Wall spell, creating a massive explosion of tornadoes that slams into all of the captains. As the smoke clears, Midori emerges without a scratch, taunting them for bringing such weaklings to fight him. But just as he speaks, he feels a powerful aura above him. Looking up, he sees the superintendent's assistant, summoning a huge energy ball the size of the sun, preparing to drop it on him. Midori immediately realizes that this ability gets stronger the longer it's channeled. As he tries to summon his own energy ball, to counter it, the female assistant uses her slave creator spell, chaining his hand. Midori is stunned. He hadn't expected them to have a distortion awakener. Now caught in the shackles, he's unable to cast his spells. Meanwhile, the male assistant finishes channeling and hurls the massive sphere of fire toward the immobilized Midori. Watching the attack close in, Midori realizes he can't dodge it. However, if he unleashes his most powerful wind attack at the last second, he might be able to lessen its impact. But just as he processes this plan, he notices another ball of fire. An identical one erupts from the opposite side, a perfect copy conjured by Io's mirror spell. Both fireballs slam into each other, detonating in a colossal explosion that completely engulfs Midori in the firestorm. Io's assault is absolutely relentless, hell-bent on taking Midori down, even if it means ending his life to save the future. Number 0. The entity possessing Midori hurls a curse at her from the distance. The US team monitors the battle as Number 0 is pummeled by a relentless barrage of attacks. The very next second, a blinding explosion tears through the battlefield around him. One of the American soldiers grins, seeing what looks like a clean hit. Another analyst reports that the temperature of the white-hot fireball is spiking at several thousand degrees Celsius, more than enough to completely vaporize Number Zero and his allies. But Mr. Richard isn't buying it. He spots a massive field of purple energy shielding Number Zero. Meanwhile, the being inside Midori is absolutely floored that all these powerful awakeners would throw their lives away just to land one solid hit. This is way beyond anything he predicted. However, what he really didn't see coming was just how durable Midori's body is, tanking temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius, without so much as a scratch. In the next instant, he becomes the new primary target of the US military, which unloads missile after missile upon him. The sky erupts in a chain of fiery explosions. Yet, Number Zero just laughs through the chaos, launching his turbulence attack straight at the command ship, but Marquise dives in to intercept it, fighting desperately to shield the fleet from that insane firepower. Despite his best efforts, it's painfully clear that even Marquise is struggling to contain the blast. Number Zero then declares, his voice booming like thunder, that they are about to witness the harbinger of the apocalypse. Richard's hands ball into tight fists as he watches, but he refuses to back down. Number Zero, on the other hand, realizes he's running dangerously low on mana, a fact that Io also picks up on. She pulls out her ace in the hole, the one she's been saving for this exact moment. A flashback kicks in, showing the group as they prepared to take on Number Zero. They argued that actually defeating Midori's body was impossible. Io agreed with Ibiki, but pointed out that there was another path to victory besides just total elimination. Then, she unveiled the special artifact they would use against him. Now, back in the present, that very artifact is revealed, none other than the Cage of Sand and Time. As Number Zero gazes at the golden barrier that has now trapped him, a flicker of recognition crosses his face. Io casually mentions that she once gave a similar artifact to one of her subordinates. Number Zero hadn't, even considered they might possess more than one. Io calmly explains that breaking the cage requires an immense amount of chakra, something he no longer has after such a long, draining battle. A smirk spreads across Number Zero's face, figuring she's just stalling with this cheap trick. But he warns her that it's pointless, because even when he breaks free, she still stands no chance of defeating him. Io just grins confidently, and tells him to hang out in there for 2 days. She promises to show him something cool when he gets out, alluding to the time our boy needs to prep for the final showdown. At first, Number Zero plays dumb, acting like he's clueless about Io's hidden trump card, but then he decides to drop a bombshell. He already knows all about Kanagi. The truth is, Number Zero has been reading Midori's memories, and in those memories, Midori views Kanagi as the chosen one destined to end all the prophecies. Io is stunned that Midori holds Kanagi in such high regard. Number Zero coldly continues, saying he can't allow someone like that to live. Kanagi is now officially on his personal hit list. With his energy flaring with rage, he screams that Io is the one who's truly oblivious. A moment later, his expression twists into a smug grin as he explains exactly how. Midori's body has become so overwhelmingly powerful. All the mana he's used so far has just been drawn from the dormant aura within Midori's body. In other words, the power they've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. His true strength lies far beyond their wildest imagination. Before Io can even finish casting her 8th mirror skill, Number Zero effortlessly shatters it with his bare hands. Her body crumples to the ground, lifeless. Now his target is clear. He sets his sights on Japan. Meanwhile, our boy continues to grind through his training deep within his own subconscious. With Io's elimination at the hands of Number Zero, the entire operation by the Japanese branch of the anti-prophecy organization to contain or defeat him completely falls apart. From this battle, they come to a chilling conclusion. Number Zero is finally getting used to Midori's body. He understands how to control the dormant aura inside the kid's body, and he's getting stronger by the minute. At that very moment, on the coast of Sado, in Niigata Prefecture, Ichika and Shinji are training when the girl is suddenly struck by a sinister aura. She knows what this means. Everyone in their organization has failed. With that horrifying realization, they decide to head straight for headquarters to confront their enemy directly, a move Shinji agrees to without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the anti-prophecy organization's control room, Rin stares in horror at the monitors, displaying the utter annihilation of the American fleet. Her subordinate reports the grim news. All communications went dark the instant Number Zero launched his attack. Rin barks an order to switch to satellite feeds, furiously kicking herself for not having her crow's eye ability active over the ocean. She needed to see exactly what went down. Just then, the surviving squad members stagger back into the room. A frantic Shiki pleads with Rin to use her healing ability, but Rin just freezes, stunned at the sight of Io, grievously wounded before her. The scene flashes back to the moments before the operation, with Io pulling Shiki aside, stressing that she is absolutely critical to the team's survival. Io's orders were clear. The second the captain attacked, Shiki was to teleport the entire team out. No hesitation. Then, once Tangent and she unleashed their celestial fall ability, she was to track the enemy's movements with laser focus. Shiki had to warp everyone out in a single jump. She agreed without a second thought, declaring she was ready to lay down her life for the mission. That statement earned her a sharp smack from Io, who explained with cold severity that dying was not an option. Her duty, above all else, was to get everyone back to headquarters after the fight was over. Io drilled it home again. Shiki had to prioritize her own survival, even if Io herself was on the brink of death. When Shiki tried to protest, a single glare from Io silenced her. Still, Shiki quietly admitted she didn't want Io to die. A faint smile touched Io's lips, as she promised she wouldn't let a single one of them perish. Now, back in the present, Io herself is the one clinging to life. As Rin works frantically to save her, Shiki begs her to do more, but Rin snaps back that she's already giving it everything she has. Her ability is time reversal, but Io's own power is actively fighting against the healing. Io is using an artifact that has frozen the flow of time around her, causing Rin's power to clash against it. Another healer grimly adds that even with their combined efforts, they're barely keeping Io's heart beating. The wound is just too catastrophic. Desperate, Shiki suggests a wild gamble. Io can only stop the flow of time while she's inside the anti-prophecy's walls. If they move her outside, the artifact's effect might weaken. Tengen immediately shuts it down, warning that it's far too dangerous, not in Io's critical condition. But before they can argue further, everyone in the room suddenly freezes in place. A suffocating, deep purple aura floods the air. Looking up, they find Number Zero hovering above them. He's flanked by the other apostles of the apocalypse. A firestorm of pure rage instantly ignites inside Shiki. Ignoring Rin's desperate screams for her to stop, she teleports directly in front of the enemy, hell-bent on killing them all. Without a moment's hesitation, Shiki unleashes her ability, Void Park. This power allows for teleportation between dimensions and is absolutely devastating on a small scale. However, deploying it on a massive scale is a huge risk, as it can cause unpredictable distortions that lead to insane collateral damage. Tengen curses her recklessness, knowing full well that Io is still vulnerable inside the headquarters. Meanwhile, Number Zero simply gives Hajime a nod. Hajime raises his artifact, the divine throne of the distorted world, and in the blink of an eye, unleashes a slash that tears a gaping hole through Shiki's dimensional space. The attack is so powerful it not only shatters her dimension but also slices clean through her arm. His teammates cheer his brutality, but Hajime isn't fooled. He knows he didn't finish Shiki off. She must have teleported somewhere else at the last possible nanosecond. Scanning the area, he spots her, wounded but alive. She's being shielded by Shinji. The remaining members of Kanagi's squad are there as well. Number Zero glares down at them with irritation and asks if they intend to become just another obstacle in his path. Ichika steps forward first, her blade already drawn. With a calm but defiant voice, she declares that Kanagi is still sleeping, and until he awakens, she and the others will keep Number Zero and his apostles occupied. Meanwhile, Number Zero sizes up his new opponents. Through Midori's memories, he recognizes Ichika and Shinji, but Kaname and Sakasaki are unknowns to him. He deems them unworthy of holding any real power. If someone like Midori never considered them noteworthy, then they couldn't possibly be a major threat. However, just as he's about to write them off, his eyes lock onto Konami, and something about him gives Number Zero pause. Wasting no more time, he activates his turbulence ability. In the next instant, Shiki realizes everyone around her, including Ichika and Shinji, has vanished into thin air. Sakazaki quickly claims it was his doing, which makes Konami indignantly protest that the trick required his help too. Exhausted and bleeding, Shiki screams at them to shut up and explain what the hell just happened. They clarify that it's a combination of Konami's skill, My House is Your House, and Sakazaki's Everything Everywhere All at Once. Essentially, Konami's ability amplifies Sakazaki's, allowing his teleportation field to expand. It expands on contact. Normally, Sakazaki's warping ability is a self-only kind of deal. But with Konami providing the juice, he can now teleport other people, and he can even lock in multiple destinations at once. As Shiki tends to his wounded arm, Sakazaki keeps explaining, admitting he doesn't have the pinpoint accuracy that Kitamura does. His warp only works on locations where he's already stashed some of his personal belongings, but Kaname's power massively boosts that range. Working together, they've successfully yeeted everyone, including Number Zero and his apostles, to completely different locations. And these aren't just random spots. The three of them sent Number Zero to a very, very specific place. In that moment, Number Zero's eyes snap open to an unknown world where he can't feel any direction or even gravity. As he tries to get his bearings, he spots countless sea creatures, gliding all around him. Only then does it hit him he's deep underwater. In fact, he's trapped inside a colossal stalactite cave beneath the WZ facility, a place known as the 17th Lower Jaw Fissure. This eerie location expands by 10 centimeters every year, a naturally growing labyrinth that no one can fully map or understand. Not even the legendary Midori was able to destroy it, as a prophecy foretold this place would remain untouched by any human will. Sakasaki mutters a challenge to the man's name, wondering if number 0 can actually defy that prophecy. Meanwhile, on Mount Ontake in the Nagano prefecture, Hajime finds himself staring down Ichika. He immediately clocks that they've been teleported there. Ichika just lets out a laugh, clearly thrilled that her plan to split her enemies apart was a total success. When Hajime demands to know where number 0 is, she smugly tells him he's been sent on a one-way trip. Hajime's brow furrows in disbelief. If a place like that truly existed, they could have just dumped all of them there. Ichika calmly fires back that they didn't send everyone, because one of their enemies is probably holding onto an artifact that allows them to escape. And that is a risk they absolutely cannot take. Maybe number 0 himself has one and will eventually claw his way back, but by then, she'll be long gone. Given that possibility, she explains, they can't afford to blow that method on all the apostles. Best case, it takes one major player off the board. Hajime isn't buying a word of it, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight. Ichika remains completely unfazed. Confidence just radiates off her as she taunts him, saying that, aside from number 0, none of them could ever beat her because they're all just a bunch of has-beens clinging to outdated power. In the next instant, Hajime unleashes his Kurikara slash, launching it right at her. Ichika effortlessly counters it with her inherent ability, Solitude of the Dawn. Once looked down on for being too simple, this ability lets her perceive every single external and internal factor that keeps her body in its most perfect state. Essentially, it gives her flawless awareness, ensuring every single strike she makes lands with 100% precision and focus. Thanks to that broken ability, she sidesteps Hajime's attack and lands a clean slice across his side in retaliation. In the world of martial arts, a perfectly trained body is the most priceless asset you can have, and Ichika is the living embodiment of that ideal. Staring down at Hajime, she cracks a smug smile and coldly mocks him, calling him immature and even weaker than Makoto. At the same time, over at the Anti-Prophecy Organization's training grounds, the remaining members of the Apocalypse Apostles find themselves facing Mikado and Nishina. Their enemies realize immediately that they've been separated from the others, deliberately split up. Seth cracks a self-satisfied grin, mocking them. She asks if they seriously think the two of them alone can take down 2 members of the Apocalypse Apostles, especially after they witnessed number 0's power firsthand. She then turns to Asura, asking what his next move is. Asura, shedding a river of fake crocodile tears, declares that he's ready to take care of both of them all by himself. His mockery infuriates Makoto, who immediately launches an attack, rushing Asura for another strike. Meanwhile, Nishina remembers Makoto, his childhood friend, and he feels his own fury ignite. Determined to get payback, he lunges and grabs Seth by the hair, but she just lets out a dark laugh, clearly getting a kick out of his rage. In the next instant, a storm of red strikes erupts from Asura's power, forcing both boys to instantly dive out of the way. She smoothly slips out of Nishina's grasp and activates her ability, Queen of Hearts. Nishina immediately clocks Seth's ability, the power to manipulate objects around her. She commands her enchanted cards to hunt for Kanagi. In seconds, hundreds of them are swirling around her like a crimson storm. Realizing her real objective, Nishina is determined to shut her down, but Asura's next attack forces him back to the other side of the field. Asura readies his own ability, 100 Faces, a power that allows him to manifest emotions into reality. Pure power surges. He yanks his hand away, revealing a mask of absolute fury. With a guttural roar, he vows to slaughter them all as crimson lightning erupts from his body, scorching the ground in 1,000 places. Meanwhile, over in Tokorozawa City, inside the Saitama Prefecture, Akane and Hinata are locked in a brutal clash with the last apostle of the apocalypse. Akane unleashes her Stone of Truth ability, sending a massive stone statue hurtling toward their foe, only for him to effortlessly lop its head clean off. During the chaos, Hinata also engages him in combat. The next second, Shinji unleashes his One-Hunter sword style, executing the Tengu dance, a move that engulfs the entire area in a blinding vortex of dust and debris. The enemy clears the smoke with a single, dismissive wave, revealing 3 of his opponents already down for the count. Seeing this, Akane swears under her breath. They knew their opponent would be strong, but this was a whole other level. Their enemy, Dre, demands to know who they are. He can clearly sense their latent power, realizing if he doesn't crush them now, they could become a serious problem later. With a bone-chilling, Coldness, he tells them to just die, since he needs to conserve his strength for his real target. Hanada scoffs that Dre is totally sleeping on them. But Shinji couldn't care less about the trash talk. His mind is laser-focused on revenge. Akane glances his way, instantly understanding his desperation. He's still burning to avenge his brother's death. Recognizing Shinji's family name, Dre smirks, darkly. He viciously taunts Shinji's fallen brother, calling him garbage and laughing about how pathetically he died. Shinji takes the bait, instantly rocketing toward Dre in a blind rage, but the enemy is one step ahead, activating Camellia the Traviata, leaving everyone completely stunned. Back at headquarters, the two healers are frantically trying to stabilize Io, finally managing to jumpstart her heart. A moment later, Yoshima quickly gets on the comms for a status report. She replies that the squad captain's injuries are almost fully healed. Makabe then orders his group to rendezvous with Kanagi's squad, but one of the squad members suddenly freezes them, pointing toward a storm of hundreds of Seth's cards descending upon headquarters. It hits them instantly. Kanagi is the primary target. Taking charge, Tenjin orders everyone to battle stations. They have to protect our boy until he awakens. In the next moment, the air grows heavy as Tengen senses an unfamiliar aura, yet its wavelength is something he recognizes all too well. Outside, Shiki and the others feel the very ground tremble beneath them. Sakasaki's eyes fly wide open as he pinpoints where the energy is surging from. He's right on the money, as even Captain Tsurusaki can feel the shockwave, rolling out from the cave where Number Zero was imprisoned. Konami refuses to believe Number Zero could have possibly escaped. Sakazaki urges him to come along so they can lure Number Zero away, but the very thought sends a chill down the kid's spine. Still, Sakazaki insists they have to move, and move fast. They need to save Captain Tsurusaki. His words catch in his throat as a blinding blue light explodes from the headquarters building. Inside, the source of that light is Kanagi, who rises to his feet wreathed in energy, his aura healing Io right before their very eyes. Rin stares, wide-eyed, sheer disbelief etched onto his face. He asks how long he's been out, and Rin tells him it's only been half a day, a stark contrast to their original 2-day training plan. She's not sure if that sliver of time is enough for him to go up against Number Zero again, but he just gives a firm nod, his expression set with the determination to win. Before moving on, he turns to Io and apologizes for keeping her waiting. He then activates the ability from God Valentine's medical book, page 3, number 64, Divine Nectar. It's a technique recorded in Valentine's own memories that lets him channel healing at its absolute peak. Both Rin and Yoshima are floored as they watch. Io's grievous wounds begin to seal themselves in mere moments. Yoshima realizes this isn't just partial recovery. Io's injuries are being completely erased. She's dumbfounded, unable to process a level of healing so miraculous, so utterly broken. Even as a healer herself, she couldn't dream of pulling off something like this. At that moment, Io's eyes slowly flutter open, and Rin lets out a shaky breath of relief. When Io looks up, she doesn't see Kanagi. She sees Valentine standing over her, an imposing figure. Kanagi, now channeling Valentine, gently takes her hand and softly scolds her for being so reckless. Io weakly apologizes for being useless in the fight, but he assures her that she was incredible, truly a marvel. Then, Valentine's voice speaks through him, explaining that her wounds are completely gone and all she needs is rest. He tells her that when she wakes up, they'll all eat together. Like a memory of peaceful days long past, tears well up in Io's eyes as she closes them serenely, finally allowing herself to be at rest. In the aftermath, Valentine turns to his comrades, his face a mask of determination. He commands them to brace for the coming war. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters, all hell is breaking loose. Akijima and Hisagi are in a ferocious brawl against Seth's relentless card soldiers. Akijima unleashes his 1,000 superior steel strikes, slicing through countless cards in a single, fluid motion. At the same time, Hisagi is a whirlwind of destruction, wielding her expert taijutsu and lethal chain blade with deadly precision. She cuts down one card after another, without pause. Both of them are panting, struggling to believe these paper soldiers are packing the same power. As the Shikami they fought during the brutal war against Eva, one of the cards materializes behind Hisagi for a sneak attack. Akijima screams a warning, but before she can even blink, a fist smashes into her face. She staggers back, reeling from the impact. Staring down the endless swarm, she clenches her fists, refusing to go down. She remembers her promise to Makabe that she would be the one to protect this world. With a defiant roar, she declares that she will honor her promise to her captain, no matter what it costs her. In that exact moment, as if summoned by her sheer will, Makabe's voice cuts through the chaos, praising her resolve. He's there, tearing through the hordes with his devastating rockbreaker. Hisagi's eyes fly open, flooded with shock and overwhelming relief, seeing him there, alive and unharmed. he just flashes a grin and tells her, "I'm back." A second later, Captain Yorosuya explodes onto the scene, swinging his golden bat ability and instantly vaporizing a cluster of cards. In one devastating swing, the two captains give the order, "Prepare to annihilate every last one of these enemies." With their spirits reignited, Akijima and Hisagi immediately charge forward. That's when Makabe glances up into the air. Our boy is there, crackling with raw energy, his sword glowing as he settles into his stance with a single, powerful motion. He unleashes the Hinoki one-sword style, first wave, swinging his blade in a powerful arc that sends a shockwave of pure energy ripping through hundreds of cards with unstoppable force. Akijima and Hisagi can only stare in absolute awe at his overwhelming power. Across the battlefield, Seth feels the catastrophic damage to his army and freezes dead in his tracks. Azura notices the look of sheer panic on his face and demands to know what's wrong. Seth can only stammer in disbelief that 10 entire decks, over 500 of his unleashed soldiers, have just been utterly wiped from existence. Azura knows instantly that Kanagi has to be behind this onslaught. He snarls at Seth to hurry up and eliminate their target, before turning his furious gaze back to Mikado, his patience wearing dangerously thin. Their refusal to just stay down is starting to get on his nerves. It's just frustrating. Hearing this, Mikado plants his feet, a smirk playing on his lips as he readies his next attack. He declares that Azura is the one who's going to die, not him. Faced with such unshakable conviction, Azura's eyes flash with confusion, which quickly ignites into pure rage at the kid's sheer audacity. But before he can move, he spots a glowing divine seal forming on his own arm. In the next instant, Mikado activates his technique, the anti-demon divine seal. A blinding flash of energy erupts and blasts toward Azura as Mikado thrusts his fist forward, sending out a wave of shimmering projectiles. They fan out across the sky, and Azura just watches them drift closer, scoffing at how slow and utterly harmless they seem. He's furious, dismissing the attack as a pathetic, useless gesture that poses no real threat. Not at all. But as they get closer, a horrifying realization hits him like a truck. Mikado had planted a seal on his body during their very first clash, and these projectiles aren't random at all. They're targeted. They are locked directly onto the seal on his body. Before Azura can even process it, Mikado vanishes and reappears directly behind him, and slams a devastating punch into his back, sending him rocketing forward. Mikado just taunts him, and Azura finally understands that these aren't just simple projectiles. The real danger was never the attack itself, but Mikado's terrifying strategy. It was all designed to break his defenses and set up the decisive blow. Mikado lays it all out for him, the divine seals carved onto his body, double the speed of every single projectile with each new mark he makes, ramping up their destructive power to insane levels. More glowing projectiles wink into existence. At first, Azura dodges them, but in a matter of seconds, their speed becomes a literal blur, too fast for his eyes to follow. Another brutal strike from Mikado sends him tumbling across the ground again. He finally gets it. Each seal doesn't just add speed, it multiplies it exponentially. Soon, the projectiles are moving faster than he can even perceive, and every single one of them slams into his body, each hitting with the same crushing force as Mikado's own fists. A massive explosion of light erupts, completely engulfing him. Azura collapses to the ground, as Mikado stands over his broken form, mocking his tantrum, yet trembling with fear and desperate to create some distance. He unleashes his Face of Fear ability. A corrosive fog immediately erupts from his body, blanketing the entire area in a toxic haze. Mikado watches as the poisonous mist expands around him. Meanwhile, Seth finds herself cornered by Nishina. She pleads for him to let her go, screaming that she doesn't want to die of sheer humiliation. In his own desperation, Nishina ignores her terror. His long hair begins to writhe on its own, ensnaring Seth in a tight grip and forming a suffocating cocoon around her. With no way out, the enemy struggles helplessly as her mana is drained away, leaving her completely powerless. Once the process is complete, her body is left frozen like a mummy. Nishina then glares at Azura, commenting that now she truly understands what fear feels like firsthand. Back on the battlefield, Mikado is breaking down the mechanics of his technique for Azura. The projectiles start out slow, moving no faster than a bowling ball, but every single one of them packs the power of his strongest punch. With each devastating blow, seals spread across her body, endlessly multiplying the number and velocity of the projectiles. By now, 20 direct hits have completely marked up Azura, and the projectiles are tearing through the air at impossible speeds. The final barrage completely swallows him. The sky explodes in a chain of violent detonations, until nothing remains but smoke and ruin, a total catastrophe. Mikado then glances down at his own hand. He silently realizes just how much more powerful he's become. The scene then rewinds to his childhood, where Midori accuses Mikado of fighting unfairly, because the moment someone gets hit, the battle is already decided. No appeal, no comeback. Mikado calmly replies. He explains that the technique is a massive energy drain. The stronger the enemy, the harder it is to land that first critical mark. It also takes over 10 seconds for the initial seal to activate, making the wind-up slow and risky a true gamble. Midori wonders aloud if opponents like that even really exist. Mikoto points right at him and says that Midori himself is one of them. Midori looks totally lost. He asks what the strange kanji symbol means. Nishina explains that it represents the divine seal, an ancient power. Mikoto then wonders if this ability somehow connects to their younger brother, but Mikado shuts the idea down. He states the power is his alone to nurture, adding that once he joins the force, he won't lose to anyone else. Midori fires back that he won't lose under any circumstances. Midori leaps into the air, screaming that he's going to give it his all. Mikado finds his attitude irritating, but there's also a faint glimmer of respect in his expression. It's a complicated feeling. Midori adds that once they all get strong, they should fight side by side as a team when they grow up. Mikado vows that the next time they face off in battle, he will land at least one hit on his best friend. Nishina approaches Mikado, thanking him for his help in defeating such dangerous adversaries. He gestures earnestly towards Seth's lifeless body nearby, and confirms that their mission is now officially complete. Mikado nods, agreeing they still need to help Shinji and the other fighters, because these kinds of opponents are way too powerful to face alone without backup. Nishina then brings up something weird that happened earlier. At that very moment, Dre is taunting Shinji. Regarding the meeting with his brother, Shinji asks if the preparations are complete, but Akane has ordered him to be quiet and wait patiently. She then activates her technique, Trismegistus, and summons the seal of Mafala, announcing her plan to completely annihilate the enemy, leaving not even a trace behind. Our boy flashed back to something the alchemist Kilyo had once told him. He said that alchemy works by transforming ordinary things into something legendary, by truly understanding the world's fundamental source code. Real knowledge, Kilyo explained, came from that deep grasp of core principles. When he'd asked if transformation was part of Lesson 15, Kilyo had confirmed it, but then reminded him that combat strength was the #1 priority. Alchemy could wait. If Akane ever got around to learning it, she would master it with absolutely zero difficulty. Back in the present, Akane activates her technique just as Dre launches another relentless, savage assault. His strikes are pure chaos, so wild that Haneda and Shinji can barely even predict where the next blow will land. With a massive effort, one attack smashes right into Shinji, and Haneda screams his name, but Shinji just barely manages to throw up a block. Even so, they both know they can't endure this for much longer. Dre's laughter echoes across the battlefield as he mocks their weakness and utter despair. He cruelly mentions a special technique his boss ordered him to save for an emergency, but decides this moment is perfect for it. Without hesitation, he summons an artifact called the Purgatory Star and hurls it toward them with a sick grin, declaring that it will wipe out everything without exception. The massive eye glows above them, and Shinji can only stare, completely paralyzed. Dre explains that the artifact fires off projectiles, and every satellite it spawns packs the same insane destructive power as the original, an immense, overwhelming force. His voice booms as he boasts that the attack will rain down from every single direction, completely blanketing the sky. His laughter turns feral as he screams that everything in range will be incinerated under his fire cannon, as flaming weapons swarm around them without mercy. Shinji is powerless to even react, and Haneda is slammed with the same overwhelming sense of helplessness. In desperation, Haneda screams for Akane. She appears by his side in an instant, the sheer danger radiating in the air as she unleashes her counterattack. The fire cannon responds with another cataclysmic blast. The explosion engulfs the entire area, and Dre is absolutely certain that nothing could have possibly survived, not a single thing. He remembers the gift of power that number 0 gave him, the same power that let him get his revenge on everyone who ever mocked him, and he laughs like a maniac about burning the world down with no regrets. But his laughter dies in his throat when a brilliant green beam erupts from the crater below. Akane stands there, untouched, channeling her power upward. Dre snarls in pure rage and fires another massive blast, but Akane simply forms a shield that blocks it effortlessly. His attacks can't even scratch her defense, and the frustration is boiling over. Akane then explains her ability, Mafala's seal. It allows her to change the very nature of any technique she has witnessed. With terrifying mastery, she rewrites his attacks into waves of healing energy, and soon, every explosion around them begins to restore instead of destroy. A shocking turn of events. The three fighters feel their bodies mending instead of being torn apart. She adds that she had already used this power to boost their physical strength, and the effect would last for about 1 minute. A critical window. Dre just stares at her, his mind glitching, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. Akane tells him it doesn't matter anymore, because his time is up. Her cold smile only deepens his terror as he stumbles backward trying to escape, but she just scoffs at his pathetic attempt to run. In the next moment, Haneda unleashes the bird spiral. 8 lightning-fast strikes followed immediately by the 8-headed serpent, ripping through the air with absolute fury. The attacks slam into Dre, leaving his body riddled with deep wounds. As blood gushes from his mouth, Haneda feels power surging back into his own body, his wounds vanishing, as if they were never there. A freaking miracle. Shinji steps forward and activates his technique from Lesson 16, combining Hinoki's one-handed sword style with the dicing slash and the Autumn Thistle's master annihilation. With incredible focus, he channels all of his power into one final, decisive blow. The attack tears straight through Dre, and his body shatters into pieces before completely vanishing, leaving not a single trace behind. As silence falls, Shinji stands motionless, remembering Dre's cruel taunts about his brother. Deep down, he wishes that, in another world, his brother would be the one to kill him again, whispering that it could only happen if his enemy also finds a place in heaven, a grim wish. One of the 12 apostles, Dre, falls to Shinji, Haneda, and Akane of the Kanaga squad in a hard-won joint victory. The 3 of them stand together, gasping for breath, and Akane is just frozen, trying to process what the hell just happened. With dawning horror, she realizes that Shinji had just pulled off a skill that was way too advanced for his current level. Suddenly, her body couldn't take anymore, and she crumpled to the ground unconscious, completely spent. Model. Her mind spirals back through memories, sinking into the past. Deep in her thoughts, she's talking to Midori again, apologizing for the venom she spat at him 7 years ago. She remembers the raw grief, the anger that made her accuse him, demanding to know why he was too late, when everything she loved had already been annihilated. Midori had just stood before her, frozen in guilt, his apology a shattered whisper. Her father, an elite warrior tasked with preventing prophesied disasters, had stumbled upon a cursed painting of immense power. The moment it activated, it warped their entire world into a pocket dimension centered on their mansion, twisting reality into a living nightmare, a truly unspeakable horror. Hearing the distress call, Midori had plunged into that corrupted canvas to stop the prophecy from spreading, but by the time he got there, it was already over, and her parents, their servants, everyone she knew, they had all vanished without a trace. By some miracle, only Akane survived. In her anguish, she had screamed at Midori, blaming him for failing to stop the catastrophe before it began. Later, Midori's subordinate had furiously tried to explain that on that very day, Midori had been fighting on the other side of the world. She learned he had single-handedly saved thousands of lives. The truth hit her with the force of a physical blow, and Akane finally understood just how cruel, how unfair she had been, an impossible weight to bear. Yet, Midori never showed a single shred of anger towards her, not once. Instead, he had urged her to live her life to the fullest and never let guilt hold her back. He explained he pushed himself relentlessly for one reason: his friends. His crew and the special forces always had his back, no matter the cost. Even when she accused him of trying to save people who were already dead, he knew their connection, their trust, and their distant love formed an unbreakable bond. He once showed her his squad's picture as his phone's wallpaper, promising that one day she would understand everything. Without warning, her eyes flutter open, snapping back to the present. Shinji and Haneda are kneeling beside her, their faces etched with concern. Shinji asks if she's awake, and she weakly responds. She says she just regained consciousness. Straining, Haneda clarifies that only a minute has passed since she collapsed. Sitting up, she declares her new purpose. She needs to apologize to Midori in person, face to face. Shinji adds that he also owes Midori an enormous debt of gratitude for his brother, Makoto, someone he calls an irreplaceable friend, a true treasure. Akane looks at him, shocked, realizing just how deeply Midori has impacted their lives. Seizing the moment, Hinata jumps in, announcing with fiery ambition that his goal is to one day surpass Midori himself. The 3 of them now share the same unbreakable resolve. There's no room for hesitation. They rise, determined, soaring toward the heavens with unwavering spirits. Meanwhile, deep within a limestone cave, Captain Surasaki stands watch near the 17th dimensional rift, on high alert. He turns as Kanagi approaches. The captain asks if Kanagi's training has finally reached its last stage. Kanagi gives him a chilling warning to evacuate immediately, with no delay. He reveals that Winfield is planning to annihilate the entire headquarters, using the full power of Turbulence firepower, but the captain staunchly refuses to flee. As Kanagi steps forward, the voice of Number Zero booms from Midori's body, welcoming him. He assumes Kanagi must have come to throw down. Kanagi declares his purpose is different. He didn't come here to fight. He came to save Midori, no matter the cost. Number Zero repeats his declaration with a smirk, recalling Io's earlier words. She had told him to wait around for 2 days because something interesting was about to happen. Since only one day has passed, he scoffs, taking it as a sign that her prediction was absolute nonsense. Out of nowhere, our boy unleashes a furious combination attack using King of the Light, Penetration, and Luminous Kick. The blow connects with devastating force, but our friend feels something is terribly wrong, deeply unnatural. His entire momentum grinds to a dead halt, yet his opponent's defense is completely undamaged, and the assault fails to even leave a scratch. Number 0 acknowledges his incredible speed and the raw power behind his strikes with a hint of admiration. However, he decides this fight needs to end right now, without any more games. He activates Turbulence. His body is engulfed by a wild, chaotic energy that rips through the space, obliterating everything it touches. As the destructive energy threatens to tear him apart, our boy reacts in a split second, activating his own Turbulence. He plans to counter Midori's overwhelming destructive power. Inside his body, one of the founders realizes Skrner is still asleep. He furiously informs him that the battle is already raging outside. Skrner responds drowsily, saying the space feels tranquil and peaceful, and that he would like to stay there forever. The other founder's patience snaps, and he orders the Dragon's Claw wielder to get in the game. Rowan, bite him, now! Skrner screams as the sharp pain jolts him awake, but Rowan reassures him, it's gonna be fine, just stay sharp. Skrner, still dazed, demands to know why, but then it clicks. The horrifying realization hits him like a ton of bricks. If Kannagi dies, he gets wiped from existence too. With no other choice, he reveals that he taught our boy the secret of the Divine Wind, an ace up his sleeve for this exact crisis. A critical technique, Divine Wind. Outside the chaos, Number 0 stares in utter disbelief, watching Kannagi expertly manipulate the turbulent air with the exact same mastery that he possesses. Kannagi's first move is to carefully forge a small, safe zone directly around his body, a temporary shield. His foe lunges forward, determined to mercilessly crush him into dust. In response, our hero unleashes the Seal of Truth, also known as the Mogul Helmet. The seal snaps open and shut in a flash, inhaling and completely nullifying his enemy's wind assaults until they vanish without a trace. In the meantime, another founder is dissecting the battle, coming to the grim conclusion that a long-range fight against Midori is a complete dead end. He formulates a new strategy. They have to counter his wind with their own, then instantly bridge the distance, using Mel's acceleration ability with pinpoint precision. However, the entire plan hinges on whether or not Kannagi can flawlessly execute the combo. Like a seasoned warrior, Kannagi follows the new strat, fusing Hinoki's one-sword style with the elements of wave and lightning to create a monstrous attack called Violent Thunder. The blow connects with cataclysmic force, sending his opponent plummeting uncontrollably from the sky. Without even pausing, Kannagi activates Trismegistus, weaving together the Annihilation Spear, Mortal Bow, and Lunar Rain Annihilation. Brimming with devastating power, he rockets toward Midori and fires the Adad Ray from his fingertips. A massive cannon formed from a sphere of thunder materializes and blasts forward, scoring a direct hit on Number 0 and detonating with immense power. The villain struggles to even comprehend what just happened. He can't believe it. How could Kannagi combine skills with completely opposing attributes without using a single artifact? The terrifying thought dawns on him. Kannagi could actually be the prophesied warrior destined to end everything. Despite this earth-shattering revelation, he just screams that Kannagi's attack didn't truly hurt him. A heavy sigh escapes Kannagi, the sheer weight of the battle pressing down on him. The founder senses something deeply unsettling. Midori's power is skyrocketing, far faster than he ever anticipated. Number 0's confidence swells, truly believing that Kannagi hasn't had nearly enough time to prepare for victory. He begins to gather his energy, powering up for a final, decisive strike. But before he can launch it, our boy calls out Midori's name, dropping a bombshell that freezes him in his tracks. He tells him that Io is still alive. Midori is paralyzed, his mind reeling as he wonders if he's still trapped, fighting against his own fate. Kannagi's voice presses on, filled with unyielding determination, telling Midori that Mikado Nishina, Shinji, Hanada, Akane, Io, and Rin are all waiting for him. He reminds him of the past they shared, admitting that he still hasn't repaid a kindness Midori once showed him. The memory of that debt ignites his will to keep fighting. The founder watches on, a quiet sadness in his expression, understanding the incredible burden Kannagi is carrying. He calls out to Patanjali, requesting his assistance. Patanjali steps forward, places a hand on Kannagi's back, and floods his body with Nadimukti energy. His entire aura transforms. An overwhelming wave of power and determination washes over him. He stands tall, his resolve cemented, and declares to himself that he's giving it everything he's got, starting right now. Kannagi's aura shifts completely, a change that stuns Number 0. The founder watches the transformation intently. We flash back to the past, to when Kannagi was undergoing intense training with Hinoki. During that rigorous, focused session, The founders had gathered in their strategy room to discuss the impending war against number 0. Ryan addressed them all grimly, stating, "My conclusion is clear. At Kanagi's current strength, 2 days of training won't be nearly enough. He would need a full week, at a minimum. And that's just to have a fighting chance," he continued. Even then, victory would be anything but certain. His comrade reacts with shock at the assessment. Another founder added that, according to his observations, Midori's power is still climbing at an unbelievable rate. He reminded them that when Kanagi and Raichiro previously fought Midori, the members of the Special Task Force had shared terrifying stories about Midori's childhood and the path of mass destruction he'd carved. With all this intel, the founders reached a dark conclusion. Midori was on a path to become just as powerful as they were. The gravity of that truth silenced the room with shock and despair. He informed them of the stark impossibility of Kanagi reaching that power level in time, even with his phenomenal growth rate, leaving them all gravely concerned about their next move. Ryan's voice cuts through the tension. He reveals there's a way, but it comes with a devastating price. Patanjali lays it out. They can forcibly shatter Kanagi's physical limits. By prying open all his chakra flow points at once, his life force would surge through his entire being. This would crank his power up exponentially in mere seconds. But the backlash would be irreversible. It would scar both his body and his very soul. Eilerson immediately objects, screaming that a method like that is basically a death sentence. But our boy was all in. Back when he was training with Hinoki Hanadani, he was blown away by her ability to stay locked onto him while casually chatting with the founders. And he knew right then that his friend was leveling up, becoming seriously powerful. Our guy simply replied that he had to repay his debt to Midori by saving him. If defeat becomes certain, he's ready to flip the switch on that extreme method with zero hesitation. In the end, the founders accepted his resolve. Back in the present, Kanagi lets out a roar of pure conviction. As a shockwave of energy erupts from his body, his glowing fist smashes into Midori's face with everything he's got. The impact shatters Midori's guard, a feat he thought was absolutely impossible. Both warriors unleash their turbulence simultaneously, and their energies collide in a violent explosion of power. Number 0 realizes in absolute shock that his turbulence is being completely cancelled out by Kanagi's. He screams in frustration, warning our hero not to get cocky, and he lunges forward in a blind rage, but our boy centers himself, slipping into the kudu style, tranquility, and aims a single, perfect strike at Midori's chest. Number 0 suddenly feels his entire body lock up, frozen solid. He's completely paralyzed. Our guy seizes the opening and unleashes hell. He activates Hinoki's one-sword style, weaving it together with the wave and ripple cutting blade. He follows up instantly with the Sword of Purgatory. The onslaught is relentless. Dicing Slice, Tengu Dance, Lonely Moon, and Dense Cloud. Every single strike lands with pinpoint accuracy, ripping Number 0's defenses to shreds, and leaving him critically wounded. The founders can only watch in stunned silence, completely floored by the power display unfolding before them. Ryan analyzes Kanagi, realizing his strength has already blown past all his predictions. His potential runs far deeper than anyone ever knew. He's starting to see it now. The battle is reaching its final stage. Kanagi then unleashes his ultimate technique, Cloud Splitter. The blow connects with Number 0 with cataclysmic force, launching his body high into the sky. Midori screams as pure instinct takes over, desperately trying to conjure a massive wall of wind to survive the next hit. But Kanagi isn't finished. His body glows with a thunderous aura as lightning arcs all around him. He calls forth Adad's lightning and fuses it with Dragon's Talon Peak and Penetration. He then adds Lightning Kick to complete the insane combo. With a blaze of determination, he slams his attack, Burning Light, directly into Midori's chest. The collision triggers a colossal explosion that vaporizes everything in the vicinity. As the smoke clears, Midori's battered body comes into view, his mouth hanging open and a dead light in his eyes, while our boy remains on high alert. Just as our hero moves in for the final blow, Midori whips out the elixir artifact and chugs it, instantly restoring his strength. With his energy back at 100%, he unleashes a full power blast, aiming a torrent of turbulence straight at the charging Kanagi. The impact creates a massive detonation, and our boy throws up a shield just in the nick of time. But even with the defense, the raw force completely annihilates the area around him. In the middle of the chaos, Midori starts laughing like a maniac, taunting Kanagi for being too clueless to see what was coming next. He smugly declares that there's absolutely nothing our boy can do now. But despite his injuries, Kanagi stands his ground, determined to keep fighting, until the elixir's effects wear off. To his horror, however, sparks begin to flicker across his body, as the aftershock of the power-up rips him apart from the inside, forcing him to his knees. Midori sees it instantly. He knows what's happening. The insane power Kanagi was wielding is now shattering his own body. He won't be able to hold out much longer. Vowing to end it, he gathers his energy and fires another beam of turbulence, this one aimed directly at the collapsing Kannagi. Just as the devastating beam is about to hit its mark, Akane leaps in front of him, activating her Mephilo spell to warp the attack's very shape. Her mind flashes back to the moment she met Kannagi, back when he was practicing how to channel turbulence, a spell that originally belonged to Midori. He had told her he would explain everything after the fight, and had asked her to study the spell using her Mephilos magic. Back then, he also made her promise that she would protect everyone once the final battle against Number Zero began. And so, it begins. In the present, Akane makes good on that promise, flipping Midori's lethal spell into a wave of healing energy that cascades over Kannagi, blasting him back to full strength. Midori can only stare in disbelief, absolutely seething that his ultimate attack was just turned against him. As the dust settles, everyone sees that our boy and the squad have survived the blast. With that, Kannagi's entire crew reassembles, ready for his command. Our protagonist, never one to back down, steps forward and orders them to liberate Midori from Number Zero. The second they hear the command, everyone explodes into action. Kannagi and Suo blitz from both flanks, their blades slicing the air in flawless sync. Hinata dives in, combining his strength and unleashing a brutal dwarf strike knee right into Midori's gut. Under the relentless onslaught, Midori starts to buckle. In a desperate gambit to counter, he throws up the slicing pearl wall, but to his shock, Shiki is already on him, swallowing the spell whole and shutting it down mid-cast. Before he can even recover, Mikado lands a vicious uppercut, followed by a ferocious storm of blows that crash all over his body. Even after taking that much damage, Midori somehow manages to break away, only to be immediately snared again by Nishina's forbidden hair spell. She then caps off the assault with a massive blast from her magic circles, rocking the battlefield with a thunderous eruption. All the while, Ichika just watches from a distance, letting her young guns handle the business. As Midori regains his balance in midair, Kannagi points his sword skyward, declaring that he can see Midori's power fading away. Number Zero feels it too. The artifact's juice is running out, and it knows it has to make a move. At the same time, the guys prepare to unleash the Hinoki one-sword style, channeling their power into a single point. They unleash a unified slash that slices straight through Number Zero's very soul, triggering a blinding flash of light that engulfs the entire forest. As the light recedes, Midori's body is finally freed. This sword technique they just used, known as severing, doesn't just cut the physical form, it strikes the soul itself and can even be performed without a physical blade. Now, Number Zero is left writhing in agony, stunned that they managed to literally sever its soul, leaving Midori's body behind. As Midori slowly comes to his senses, Akane rushes toward him, pure relief washing over her face. Suo, meanwhile, feels a colossal weight lift from his shoulders, almost as if he can feel his older brother's presence finally returning. When Midori finally touches down, Akane pulls him into a tight embrace, and Kannagi greets him with a warm, genuine smile. But just as the two of them clasp hands, a brilliant flame suddenly erupts from Midori's palm. Shocked by the sudden burst, he instantly fears that Number Zero is somehow still inside him. Remembering the dangerous artifact, he screams at Kannagi to get back. Unfortunately, it's too late. The Berserker Life ability activates, and a powerful, blinding light completely swallows the scene. Everyone is stunned by the sight, but Midori quickly realizes that Number Zero is making a play to hijack Kannagi's body. As the blast of light surges and the dust begins to clear, Midori's gaze locks onto our hero, sensing that something is terribly wrong. Kannagi, however, reassures them he's still in the driver's seat. He explains that he anticipated Number Zero would try to possess his body once cornered, which is exactly why he came prepared. Even with his explanation, everyone is in shock, as it's clear Number Zero has taken over Kannagi's body, a fact our boy himself confirms. On the inside, Number Zero is buzzing with twisted glee at finally snagging such a powerful vessel, only to be greeted by hundreds of founders, waiting for it, ready to deliver a beatdown of epic proportions. Back on the outside, Kannagi calmly reveals that inside his own soul is the most dangerous place Number Zero could possibly be, where it will be trapped, in an unending cycle of suffering thanks to the combined power of the founders. With that problem sorted, our guy casually suggests that everyone should probably head home for now. Cutting back to Hajime, Ichika delivers the news that his master is dead, but he doesn't seem to care in the slightest. What he really wants to know is why she's keeping him around. Ichika explains she wants to take him under her wing and train him as her own apprentice. Meanwhile, as Kannagi's crew returns with Midori, Mikado greets him with a sharp punch that stops just short of his face, a half-joking welcome back, before yanking him along on a new mission to hunt down any of Number Zero's remaining hideouts in England. Thanks to some non-stop healing, Ayo's condition is finally starting to stabilize, and as her strength returns, she shares a heartfelt reunion with the girls. A wave of relief crashes over them all. The nightmare is finally over, and they're just so damn grateful to have their grandma back. Up on a nearby rooftop, Tengen and Yoshima are catching a breather, talking over the casualties from the fight. But when they spot Richard's chopper cutting through the distant sky, they know this moment of peace is on a timer, so they decide to just soak in the quiet while it lasts. The rest of the squad and the captains are buzzing, relieved to finally have Midori back in one piece, and he's the absolute center of their attention. But in the background, completely missed by everyone else, our boy suddenly blacks out, plunging into a deep coma he might never wake from. Everyone scrambles towards him in a panic as he collapses, totally confused since every single one of his wounds had been completely healed. Amidst the chaos, Midori feels a chilling sense of familiarity, a gut-wrenching feeling that he's been through this before, and he starts to wonder if it's really Kanagi who's already there. Then, stunning everyone, the spirit of the founder, Rion, materializes from his body and calmly introduces herself. The group is absolutely floored, realizing the legendary founder they've heard so much about is standing right in front of them. Rion explains that revealing herself was never part of the game plan, but the situation has forced her hand. Her expression turns grim as she continues, asking for a massive favor. She needs someone close to Kanagi to help pull him back from the brink. Meanwhile, deep inside his own consciousness, Kanagi lies peacefully in a field of flowers. A little while later, as Midori scrolls through his phone, he stumbles upon a video message sent by his friend Eridep right before he died. In it, Eridep admits that he knew he was going to die helping his friend, but he was at peace with that choice. He tells Midori not to blame himself, reminding him that it wasn't really him causing all that chaos. It was Number Zero pulling his strings. Watching the raw, emotional message, Midori gets choked up, but his friends are quick to lift his spirits, pulling him into a game of baseball with them. Over at the Eternal Cabin, the TV is broadcasting a news report announcing that Midori, the guy behind all the recent mayhem, has been confirmed dead after being taken down by the Japanese-American Navy. Of course, it's just a cover story, a lie spun to keep the public from freaking out about the prophecies. It was Io's idea to cook up that explanation. Richard, though a little salty about it, goes along with the plan. Since they can't afford to lose Midori, they need him, alive to help keep the world safe, even if it means he has to operate from the shadows. Outside, the guys are in the middle of their baseball game. Mikado is already clowning on Midori, laughing about how he went from the strongest dude on the planet to a total wreck. The others suggest he lay low for now, since his face is way too recognizable, and Midori totally agrees. A few moments later, Mikado unleashes a monster swing and cracks the ball, but Midori snags it out of the air with zero effort. Seeing him handle it so easily sends a wave of relief through the group. It's obvious his strength is coming back. With that, Midori heads over to the ICU at the anti-prophecy unit. When Akane spots him there, she's shocked, but they quickly bring him up to speed on Kanagi's condition. Despite everything they've tried, Kanagi's breathing is getting shallower, and even their most powerful healing abilities can't stop him from fading. Realizing just how dire things are, Midori steps up, suggesting they let him take a shot at saving him. As he does, Rion suddenly appears, explaining that the kid traded his own life force for that insane surge of power, and in doing so, an unforeseen chain of events was triggered when an enemy interfered. Hearing this, the whole group is in absolute shock. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself completely lost, realizing he's not with them anymore. Instead, he's standing alone in the middle of a vast, open field of flowers, surrounded by towering mountains. As he's trying to make sense of it all, he spots a strange figure in the distance, holding a black, squid-like creature. The figure calmly offers to help remove the crest of nothingness from his body. Those words hit him like a ton of bricks, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Then, without any warning, the entire atmosphere violently shifts. As dimensional cracks begin to spiderweb across the sky, the figure's form twists and distorts into a horrifying shadow, with countless monstrous eyes staring out from its face. This presence introduces itself as the clusters, revealing that they are the architects of the prophecies and the very beings destined to bring about the end of the world, the clusters of destruction. All of this insane information is being channeled to the group through Rion, and as they listen, they are all completely and utterly speechless. The clusters, as she explains, they're beings from a whole other dimension, and they're somehow linked to those mysterious towers from 300 years ago. According to her, they're basically humanity's ultimate nemesis, and the only ones who stand a chance against them are the people who bear the emblem of nothingness, people like Kanagi. But the real problem right now is that Kanagi's body is being slowly devoured by the clusters. Ryan's voice is laced with panic, telling his friends they have to expel them before it's too late. The crew, still reeling, has no idea how they're supposed to do that, but Ryan just asks them to entrust him with their souls. Trusting his desperate words, they obey, placing their hands on Kanagi's body. In a flash, a brilliant light explodes from the emblem of nothingness, pulling everyone into its blinding glow. As the energy surges through them, Ryan warns that this is going to be dangerous. The cluster's attacks can literally shred a person's very soul. His voice cracks as he falls to his knees, pleading with them to save Kannagi for the sake of all humanity. Seeing his utter desperation, the team reassures him that, as their captain, Kannagi is worth risking absolutely everything for. They're going in, no matter what. Once the channeling is complete, the blinding light swallows them whole. Inside, Kannagi finds himself facing a bizarre scene where the clusters are playing his entire life out, right in front of him. Dismissing it as nothing more than a common reincarnation story, the entity reveals that they are the ones who write the future, observing humanity from another dimension. It predicts that humans will soon conquer space and even shatter the barrier to other dimensions within a few hundred years. However, the clusters claim that every single time humanity encounters another race, they bring war and destruction, just like they did in the ancient past. And this time, the clusters plan to change that narrative by wiping out humanity first and rewriting the future, using their own prophecies. Hearing all this, our boy is absolutely livid, but he still has to ask why the being didn't just stop the fighting if it already knew the future. The man just lets out a maniacal laugh, claiming they will eventually be annihilated by an awakened one like Kannagi, someone who wields the emblem of nothingness. With that, its point becomes crystal clear. Just as humans fear anything that threatens them, the clusters are also just fighting for their own survival. It adds coldly that since Kannagi carries the emblem of nothingness, it's only logical to eliminate him for their own self-preservation. Then, almost mockingly, it brings up number 0, calling him a fool who believed he was their equal, and insists giving him the artifact was the right call. Hearing that, our boy's eyes widen in shock as he realizes this being is the mastermind behind all the strange artifacts that have been popping up all over the world. The man recalls every moment. An awakened one interfered with his grand designs in the past, but declares that this time, it all ends here. And with that, it commands its squid-like creature to move in. Its tentacles shoot out, wrapping tightly around Kannagi and trapping him completely. In a matter of seconds, our boy is bound, struggling against the crushing grip, while the cluster sneers, eager to watch the life drain from his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the realm of consciousness, Ryan takes the lead, guiding Kannagi's squad through the shifting, abstract space. She explains that the founders can't join the fight since Kannagi's power is still sealed, but she promises to guide them straight to him. As they follow her path, the group witnesses Kannagi's memories, floating by his moments with the founders, his battles against countless foes, and especially his bond with Makoto's squad, particularly with Makoto herself, who was always right by his side. They soon arrive at a dark, desolate landscape, where the massive squid looms over Kannagi, holding him captive. Seeing their captain trapped like that, his squad doesn't hesitate for a second and charges forward as one, unleashing their special powers with everything they've got. The giant squid braces itself and launches its massive tentacles toward the squad. They immediately counter with their own attacks, creating a thunderous explosion that rocks the entire dark realm. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kannagi is on the verge of being completely swallowed by the twisting tentacles. His consciousness begins to fade, and he knows that if he loses it now, it's all over. His physical body begins to convulse violently as his energy leaks out. Outside, Yoshima and the remaining members of the anti-prophecy unit are doing everything they can to stabilize his body, fully aware that if anything happens to Kannagi, everyone connected to him through their souls will suffer the exact same fate. Back inside, Kannagi's form starts to lose its color until, in a single instant, he shatters into countless fragments. The shockwave echoes outside as his pulse begins to fade. He's on the brink of death. Just as the cluster starts gloating, convinced it's finally locked down its future. By wiping out the only real threat, a hairline fracture splinters across its shadowy shield. Light erupts through the crack, followed by the arrival of Kannagi's entire squad. Their voices call out to him. Seeing them floods him with new strength, and his body begins to knit itself back together as energy surges through his veins once more. He's totally floored to see his comrades at his side, but that shock quickly melts into raw emotion as one of them steps forward. He finally unloads the crushing weight on his heart. Their unwavering resolve strengthens him, and together, they vow to keep fighting with him, no matter what comes next. Washed with relief and gratitude, Kannagi thanks them for believing in him, even when all hope seemed lost. But his attention snaps back to the cluster, which seems to recognize Ryan. The creature even drops the names of his parents and sister, names that make Ryan's face twist into a mask of pure fury. It's obvious from his reaction that this being might be the very reason they're gone. While the cluster keeps running its mouth, Kannagi's group is already on the move. Even as Ryan screams at them to stop, they charge straight ahead, completely unaware they're walking right into its trap. In a flash, Their bodies begin to disintegrate, their very souls ripped apart and warped by the cluster's vile corruption. It's the same gruesome technique it once used on Rion's family, and now it's doing it again. This time, to Kanagi's entire squad. Just as the cluster is about to consume them completely, a blinding beam of light slices through the darkness, stopping the assault in its tracks. Everyone spins toward the source, completely stunned, spotting two figures descending from above. They casually praise Kanagi's team for holding out for so long. Both of them bear the insignia and mark of the anti-prophecy branch on their hands, radiating an aura of authority and cool confidence. Kanagi narrows his eyes. Their faces seem familiar, but the memories refuse to click into place, until faint flashes from his early days in Makoto's squad surface in his mind. They were his training partners, yet he distinctly remembers hearing they had retired a long, long time ago. And yet, here they are, standing before him as if they'd never been gone. The man introduces himself as Claude Friedman, and beside him stands Natasha Smirnov, both former apprentices of the anti-prophecy branch, from the exact same class as Kanagi himself. They've returned to handle business, and by the look in their eyes, they are more than ready to join the fray. They sternly warn the cluster to get out of the kid's consciousness, and then they introduce Natasha as the Princess of Ale. The girl, however, remains completely asleep, clutching her stuffed toy as if nothing else in the world matters. Seeing her like this, the whole squad is just dumbfounded, realizing that she is an actual princess. Our boy steps closer, but before he can even process what's happening, the sleeping beauty reveals her one wish, for him to save her world. He's caught completely off guard, but she promises that if he helps them, she will help him escape this bizarre place. The cluster, hearing all of this, finally loses its patience, and declares that Kanagi's death is non-negotiable. It scoffs at the Alat race, calling them weak and nothing more than obstacles in its path. A dark, tar-like goo begins to spread from its body, but just as it's about to engulf Claude, he whips around to Natasha, urging her to act. Still half asleep, the girl responds, as if making a down payment for Kanagi's help, and unleashes a sparkling light, flash freezing the black tentacles in midair. The cluster is utterly baffled, its frustration boiling over at this completely unexpected move. That's when Claude steps forward, calm and self-assured. With no flashy moves, he walks right up to the cluster and simply taps its forehead. Instantly, the creature's form erupts into a dense, icy smoke. Even as it fades into nothing, the cluster manages to hiss one last warning, but it's far too late. They all just stand there in disbelief, slowly, realizing the enemy was defeated just like that. Relief floods over them as their wounds begin to heal, but before they can process what just went down, the ground beneath them shatters. A blinding light erupts, swallowing them whole, and in the next moment, they're plummeting through a vast, unknown space. Despite all the insanity that just happened, Natasha still looks totally relaxed, curled up as if she's taking a nap in a cozy corner. Claude, on the other hand, suggests it's time to head back to the real world. As they begin to fade out, they remind Kanagi that they've put their faith in him, and now it's on him to prove he was worth it. With that final message, everything around them dissolves into light. When our boy's eyes flutter open again, he finds himself lying in a hospital room. All the members of his squad are there, scattered about, exhausted but alive. The sight makes him smile, and just then, Rin bursts into the room, completely relieved that he's okay. She clarifies that by the time her squad made it back, her healing magic had already kicked in, yanking him back from the brink. Kanagi tries to thank her, but she immediately turns it around, insisting that he's the only reason Grandma Io and Midori are still breathing. While they're talking, the rest of the squad slowly starts to come to, their faces flooding with relief to see him conscious again. Claude and Natasha are also there, with Claude making his trademark flamboyant femboy entrance, instantly earning a wave of confused glares from everyone. But the weirdness doesn't end there. Things take an even stranger turn when Natasha fully wakes up. She greets Kanagi and calmly reminds him about his promise to save her world. The entire group just stares back, having no clue what she's on about. Then she drops the real bombshell: the ancient towers are collapsing on her home planet. And that's when it all clicks for Kanagi. The same 300-year-old towers that the founders conquered. She reveals that this ancient disaster is happening all over again, and this time, the clusters are plotting to use her world as their new home base, to launch a full-scale invasion. For that reason, she needs Kanagi's help, to obliterate every single tower before it's game over. 6 months ago, on Olay, bizarre towers began sprouting from nothing, unleashing chaos and utter destruction across the entire planet. It shattered Natasha's heart to see her home torn apart, and against her will, she was forced to escape. Before she fled, she made a solemn vow to return one day, with the bearer of the Null Emblem, and rescue her world from total ruin. Back in the present, she explains that a war for supremacy is tearing through multiple dimensions, and that's the real reason Earth has been plagued by so many insane events. Every single planet, she says, is locked in a struggle for territory, influence, and resources. And now, that conflict is playing out on a universal scale. Hearing this, Kanagi is completely thunderstruck, his mind reeling, unable to process the bombshells just dropped on him. To make him understand, Natasha and Claude use their ability to teleport the entire squad to her hometown on Olay. The moment they materialize, the team is just awestruck, gazing at a small, vibrant town thrumming with life and energy. But when Akane reaches out to touch one of the locals, her hand phases straight through them. It's then that Natasha explains everything they're seeing is an illusion, generated by an ancient artifact that can reconstruct memories. Even so, the atmosphere feels warm and incredibly alive. They see Natasha's face plastered on huge banners all over town, hyping up her upcoming coronation. When she points to her castle in the distance, the group can barely process the sight. The place is colossal, shimmering under the sunlight like something torn from a fairy tale. Kanagi can't help but stare, completely blown away by how vivid everything is. But Natasha just tells them to keep watching. A second later, the sky begins to twist and fracture as dimensional rifts tear open above their heads. From those gaping wounds in reality, hundreds of towers plummet toward the earth. The squad watches in pure terror, especially Kanagi, who recognizes them in an instant. He knows them as the Towers of Destruction. Suddenly, the towers slam into the ground like a volley of missiles, unleashing absolute bedlam. Explosions scar the landscape, fire consumes everything, ice flash freezes its surroundings, and the screams of the people begin. As the city is swallowed by destruction, the once lively town devolves into a hellscape. Within seconds, they are all paralyzed by shock, until a soul-shattering scream rips through the air from the castle. It's Natasha's voice, crying out for her people, lost and desperate, wondering why this fate has befallen them. Kanagi's squad is forced to listen to the cries of agony, the sound of innocent lives being extinguished by a wave of darkness. The pain and the chaos feel sickeningly real, as if they've been dropped straight into someone's waking nightmare. Kanagi tries to speak, to offer some kind of comfort, but the words won't come. There is only silence. Natasha quietly explains that this is what she witnesses every time she closes her eyes. The same horrific loop playing over and over, her people being mercilessly slaughtered by the clusters. Everything she fought to protect, reduced to nothing but ash. Seeing it all play out, Kanagi finally grasps the meaning behind the founder's words. They didn't want to destroy the towers just for power. They did it to avenge the defenseless, and to fight back against those who would crush anyone in their way. Now, feeling the true gravity of the situation, our hero gently places a steadying hand on Natasha's shoulder. With a calm resolve, he promises her that they are ready to save her world from the darkness that once tore it apart. As his hand rests on her shoulder, his emblem begins to flare, pulsing with the combined energy of all the founders standing with him. In a voice that is quiet but iron-willed, he tells everyone to get ready for the main event. In a flash, the squad bursts out of the memory realm, splitting up into two cars, Kanagi's team in the first, and Arian with the others in the second. Inside their car, Arian is literally chained to his seat, screaming for a vacation. He's raging about how they just finished rescuing Midori, and now they're being thrown into a mission to save a whole planet. His frustration skyrockets when he finds out that Superintendent Io greenlit the mission without even hearing the full plan. But before his rant can continue, Akane shoots him a chilling glare that instantly silences him. The annoyance on his face, however, is clear as day. Earlier, Kanagi had paid a visit to the founders. They apologized, admitting they were useless during the battle against the Patanjali cluster. One of them, in particular, was blaming herself, thinking Kanagi risked his life because of her technique. But Ryan quickly shut that down, assuring her it was that very ability that gave them the edge they needed to take down Midori in the first place. With the air cleared, she urged everyone to lock in on their next objective, saving Natasha's home planet. When Kanagi asked how they dealt with clusters in the past, most of them just shrugged, saying they basically just kept attacking until something worked. Baffled by this complete lack of strategy, Kanagi looked to Ryan, who explained that the best defense is a blitzkrieg offense. They had to strike Olay before it was too late. Still reeling from the suggestion, Kanagi was told to first visit the founder's mausoleum. According to Ryan, it was the hallowed ground where they had all first met. A massive portal device was hidden there, a gateway that could warp them directly to their destination. Now, back in the present, as the squad's vehicles tear toward the area, they can already see a brilliant beam of light piercing the heavens. But everyone is completely stunned when Kanagi reveals they can use the portal to travel directly to the entire planet. A journey like that would normally take weeks, demanding countless transit stops between distant worlds. The very idea of a device that could bypass all of that and send them straight there leaves the entire crew speechless. As they try to wrap their heads around this revelation, Midori suddenly points towards the horizon. He spots hundreds of clusters being drawn toward the glowing beam, a sight that leaves the group frozen in shock. But Kanagi remains unfazed. He remembers Hinoki mentioning that the sleeping monster he fought in the tower long ago was also a type of cluster. Now, it seems these creatures are all reacting to the portal's activation. Seeing the clusters swarm and gather into a massive horde, something inside Kanagi just snaps, and his energy surges. In a burst of pure hype, he channels Hinoki's power and leaps from the car just as he preps his 10,000 cut. He's surprised to see Midori right beside him, geared up for battle and determined to make up for his past failures. Midori looks like he's dying to unleash all his pent-up frustration on the fight ahead. Kanagi gives a sharp nod, signaling Zuo to drive straight into the monstrous formation before them. The clusters have fused, forming a massive, writhing tentacle beast made of tangled creatures. But instead of fear, Kanagi feels a jolt of pure excitement. With his blade gleaming and a wild grin spreading across his face, he's ready to go all out and slice through anything that stands in his way. Fueled by raw adrenaline, the kid channels Hinoki's technique, the Cloud Splitter, and unleashes it directly at the colossal tentacle monster. The blast tears the creature apart effortlessly, leaving everyone, especially Midori, completely floored. He can't believe the sheer power behind that single attack. It seems even stronger than before, a fact Hinoki himself confirms, noting that the energy feels different this time. He then gives Midori a knowing look, asking how he's holding up. As the group speeds deeper into the battlefield, they ram through smaller monsters blocking their path. But things escalate fast when a gigantic creature materializes directly in front of them. Zuo floors the accelerator, trusting the two warriors perched on the hood to handle it. Gripping his sword, Kanagi thinks back on all the grueling training he endured under Hinoki's style. Every slash, every stance, every lesson had forged him. The moment he unsheathes his blade, the very air crackles with power. With a single, fluid motion, he lunges forward, and every monster in their path is cleaved cleanly in half. A while back, right after Kanagi and Midori had recovered, Midori went to the Eternal Cabin to speak with Neo. They talked about the Bhagavad Gita, a book of prophecy that had been hidden away for ages by Number Zero. It was notoriously difficult to decipher. Despite their conversation, Midori couldn't hide his deep disappointment in himself. He was still crushed by the heavy guilt of slaughtering his own people while under the enemy's control. To everyone's surprise, not even Neo had a clear answer on how to ease that kind of pain. It was Midori's carelessness in that fight that sparked the whole tragedy. But to pull him forward, Io urged him to keep fighting, to carve out his own redemption in the heart of battle. He needed to stop living in the shadow of his past and start walking toward the future, with Io's words ringing in his ears. Midori now fights with a renewed purpose, determined to forge some light from his failures and find meaning in the struggle. As the battle rages on, Tsuyo suddenly spots clusters swarming towards the cars and screams for everyone to protect the civilians inside. Kanagi snaps into action instantly, clocking one of the cars speeding directly toward him. In a split second, Midori unleashes his turbulence ability, hoisting the entire vehicle high into the air and holding it safely out of harm's way. Kanagi stares in shock, blown away by how Midori is using a raw combat technique with such surgical precision for defense, to shield people instead of just destroying his enemies. Inspired, Kanagi leaps in, summoning a barrier around the car. Then he flips the script on the spell's energy, morphing it into an offensive attack that traps several clusters inside a glowing orb, before smashing them straight into the pavement. Everyone watching, including the founders, is completely stunned by how perfectly in sync they are. Arian, however, looks terrified as a gigantic, snake-like mass of monsters. The cluster charges right at them, but Kanagi remains stone cold. He's just admiring Midori's growth and newfound control. Without hesitating, the two of them synchronize their attacks, blasting the massive creature from both sides. The resulting explosion rips the monster to shreds, sending shockwaves across the entire battlefield as the civilians cheer. As the winds of Kanagi's power swirl protectively around them, the monsters lie defeated. The people are safe, and with that victory secured, the squad moves on to their next destination, the Founders' Mausoleum. Meanwhile, beneath the highway, a lone figure watches the entire battle unfold. Anayagi Rui, the guardian of the mausoleum, cracks a relieved smile, thankful no lives were lost despite the chaos. Thumbing through his book, he reads the prophecy that foretold the arrival of Kanagi and his crew at the temple. Gazing at Kanagi's glowing emblem in the distance, Rui whispers a quiet wish, asking him to protect the world, just as the founder did before him. A little while later, the squad finally arrives at the mausoleum and is greeted by its guardian. Rui introduces himself politely, but the group can't help but feel a little thrown off, especially when they learn what his job actually is. Rui explains that his family has been looking after the mausoleum for generations, almost like monks dedicated to protecting the temple. But with the whole structure glowing and pulsing with a bizarre energy, it's clear today is no ordinary day. And as the team discusses the strange situation, Kanagi suddenly freezes when Rui calls him by his full name. Seeing the confused look on his face, Rui grins and reminds him that they used to play together a long time ago in the mausoleum's library. The memory hits him instantly. Kanagi finally recognizes him and asks about Rui's father. Rui's expression softens as he brushes the question aside, and instead asks them to follow him down the staircase. Though the squad is hesitant at first, Rui explains that according to the ancient book, the stairs lead directly to the portal hidden beneath the temple. He promises to guide them safely to the bottom. Back when Kanagi and Rui were kids, they spent hours together in the library, reading the old stories that Rui's father loved to share. One of those books was The Emblem of Nothingness, a mysterious volume that fascinated them both. Rui's father would often tell them stories about the founders, and those moments were among their most treasured childhood memories. Back in the present, Rui quietly reveals that his father passed away not too long ago. He was killed defending the mausoleum from grave robbers, and one of them was an actual monster, just like the ones Kanagi had just been fighting. Although a hunter managed to take the creature down, it was too late to save his father. Hearing this, Ryan realizes the clusters must have been drawn in by the lingering energy of the Emblem of Nothingness, setting a trap near the temple. Rui's father was simply caught in the crossfire. A wave of guilt washes over Kanagi, but Ryan gently reminds him that none of this is his fault. The clusters are the real villains here. Sensing the heavy mood, Rui quickly changes the subject with a faint smile. He shares that his ancestors admired the founders so deeply that they even married into the Hanayagi family. Because of that, Rui grew up in a strict and emotionally distant environment, one that molded him into the quiet and reserved person he is today. As they continue to talk, the group finally reaches the door that leads to the deepest part of the mausoleum. With a low groan, the massive doors swing open, unleashing a blinding torrent of light that floods the chamber. The entire squad, Kanagi most of all, is just frozen in absolute awe. Before them, a colossal portal materializes, its energy swirling like liquid starlight. Rui breaks it down for them. This gateway was forged by channeling the insane power of the Void Emblem and the founders themselves. But before anyone gets lost in the moment, Hinoki cuts through the awe, snapping everyone back to reality and reminding them to stay on mission. The objective hasn't changed: save the planet. Kanagi gives a firm nod, striding forward to ignite the portal. Rui lays out the mechanics. Only the awakened can use their emblems as a key for the jump, which means he's staying behind to hold the gate stable. Just as Kanagi is about to cross the threshold, Rui grabs his arm, his eyes welling up with tears. He begs Kanagi to get revenge for his father, admitting he's not strong enough to fight himself. Kanagi's hand tightens around Rui's in a rock-solid grip, vowing he will hunt down every last one of the clusters, and he'll make them pay for everything. With that oath hanging heavy in the air, the group plunges into the shimmering gateway. The light instantly swallows them whole, yanking them through a vortex of pure energy as they rocket towards Olette. Kanagi's mind is a razor's edge of focus. This time, he's not just fighting to save a world. He's fighting to avenge his fallen comrades, and to end the cluster's reign of terror for good. In what feels like the blink of an eye, Kanagi's squad materializes, finally setting foot on the planet of Olette. But this is a nightmare. It's nothing like the vibrant paradise they witnessed in Natasha's dream. The clusters have scorched the entire planet, turning it into a desolate wasteland, and their grotesque forms have even overrun her palace. A wave of fury washes over the entire team, but Kanagi feels the founder's raw, volcanic rage erupting inside him as he surveys the devastation. Suddenly, Akane's eyes go wide. Amidst all the ruin, she spots survivors, hidden away from the chaos. As the team scrambles to figure out their next move, they sense a terrifying presence rapidly closing in on them. Without a shred of hesitation, Princess Natasha blasts past her team, racing to protect those survivors. Meanwhile, at a makeshift refugee camp, the last survivors are barely holding on, plagued by starvation and squalor. They've been clinging to the desperate hope that their princess would return. And then, like a miracle, she appears. She immediately apologizes for taking so long to come for them, but despite her words, the survivors' faces ignite with pure joy. Chants of praise erupt through the crowd. Natasha is overcome with emotion, knowing she had to abandon them before, but she declares with unshakable resolve that she's back now and takes full responsibility for their safety. Just as she reignites that flicker of hope, a colossal clusterworm erupts from the ground right behind her. Luckily, the mages are on it, flash freezing the monstrosity in its tracks. Hanada follows up with a devastating kick before the whole crew unleashes a combined volley of spells, obliterating the beast. The explosion creates a brilliant flash of light. Natasha, beaming with pride, proudly announces to her people that these are her powerful allies. Seeing the raw admiration and the spark of hope returning to the survivors' eyes gives Kanagi's squad a massive morale boost. They're ready to give this fight their all, but as that determination settles in, Kanagi spots something that sends a chill down his spine. An armored knight sits silently on horseback, shrouded in a suffocating, dark aura. Natasha goes completely still, her blood running cold. She recognizes him instantly, her brother, Mijail, but he's been hideously corrupted by the clusters, a disgusting black sludge oozing from his eyes. Despite the shock of seeing the twisted prince, our boy Kanagi steels himself, ready for whatever fresh hell Mijail is about to unleash. Back inside the palace, Natasha's corrupted parents are enjoying a truly disgusting feast, all while eagerly awaiting their daughter's return for a long overdue family reunion. Outside, Mijail offers his sister a chilling welcome home. The sight of him sends a shockwave of horror through Kanagi's entire squad. Claude, sensing their panic, quickly explains the horrifying truth. Mihail's body has been hijacked by the same creatures that conquered this world. It's their go-to strategy: possess the leadership to seize control of a planet in one swift move. Midori instantly connects the dots. These things aren't just copying the cluster's playbook. They're body-snatching the rulers to execute their own twisted agenda. Mihail confirms it himself, proudly declaring that he is now one of them. He brags about how much more powerful he feels now, no longer shackled to his useless human form. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he makes a sickening offer to Natasha. Why don't you join us? He even throws out an offer for Kanagi's whole squad to team up and rule the planet together. But while he's laughing like a total maniac, our boy Kanagi blitzes him, pressing his blade right to Michael's throat. Seeing this, Hinoki decides to let Kanagi handle it, to let him figure out for himself what kind of monster he's truly up against. With that, our boy unleashes a massive lightning bolt on Michael's horse, and then follows up with Hinoki's signature sword style. But Kanagi is absolutely floored when he sees Michael's spear doesn't have a single scratch on it. Even after taking a direct hit from his spell, Michael just shrugs it off and claps back, unleashing his cluster tentacles. He tries to ensnare everyone there. The second Kanagi sees them, he knows if those tentacles make contact, it's game over for their magic. Not missing a beat, Michael starts powering up, juicing himself with energy from a nearby destruction tower, and then hurls Kanagi's own lightning spell right back at him. As their blades clash, our boy can feel the raw, overwhelming power radiating off the guy. I mean, he was a knight from a noble bloodline, and now he's wielding the prince's spear? That thing is seriously tough. Watching the fight go down, the mage founder clocks that Michael is a lightning user, but he has total faith in his boy. Just as the prince charges in, our boy Kanagi activates the seal of truth on his sword, instantly nullifying all of his lightning. Michael is visibly shook by this move. He just keeps charging, rapidly powering up his spell all over again. Their weapons collide, unleashing a massive shockwave that demolishes every tower around them. And yet, both fighters are left standing, completely unscathed. The possessed prince gears up for another charge, but then he suddenly spots the giant dark squid in the palace, starting to glow intensely. Knowing it's his mother calling him, Michael literally just dips out mid-fight. He bolts toward the palace, basically telling them to bring the fight over there instead. Our boy also spots Natasha's parents standing in the window, clearly waiting for them. Meanwhile, Kanagi's founders are ready for the grand finale, urging the kid to storm the castle before the clusters can attack life itself. Back in the palace, life was once peaceful, filled with warmth. Natasha had a loving family who absolutely adored her, quirks and all. She was always sleepy, even dozing off at the dinner table, but her father would just laugh, saying that's just how kids are. Her mom would often smile, seeing a little bit of herself in Natasha. She trained under one of Olet's top swordsmen, Karol Zakharov, though her lazy streak made her a pretty unmotivated student. Even though her mother wanted her to be the next queen, Natasha had zero interest in actually ruling. She just wanted to nap and take it easy. Instead, she pushed her brother to take the throne, but he knew their family followed a matriarchal line and believed in her completely. He'd often tell her that no matter what, she'd be a great queen one day. Natasha, on the other hand, only wanted one thing: her brother by her side. Their bond was tight, strong, and real. But now, in the present, everything is completely falling apart. After Michael pieces out, everyone starts to let their guard down. Our boy turns to Natasha, asking what their next move should be. Akane seems hesitant. She figures the captain should make the call, but Kanagi is adamant that Natasha has to decide, since it's her family they're about to throw down with. The weight of that choice sinks in. Natasha thinks about all the people who have suffered because of what's happened. She finally decides to confront her family at the castle. As the crew rolls up to the massive gates, a strange, almost living presence seems to stir in the air. While everyone's trying to process the weird vibe around the castle, they suddenly spot a tall, hulking figure standing guard in front of the gate. To Natasha and Claude's shock, it's none other than Karol, their old swordmaster. He's now completely consumed by dark matter, but despite his corrupted state, he still recognizes the princess. But in a flash, he charges straight for Suo, screaming at them to get out of the way. Seeing Natasha's family just standing there, watching the chaos unfold with amusement, the founders start getting pissed. Hinoki demands to take over Kanagi's body, ready to put an end to this nonsense. Meanwhile, Akane steps forward and asks for permission to engage. Natasha gives a silent nod. She knows this fight is for her people. With that resolve, Natasha moves in a blur, casting her sparkling light spell, and traps Carol inside a frozen circle of light and ice. Our boy then morphs into his Hinoki form, his energy flaring as he moves in for the final blow with a clean, powerful strike. He strikes down his former master, ending the duel in a flash as he unleashes the dicing cut, shattering Carol into 1,000 shimmering cubes. As the master disintegrates, his fading voice calls out to the princess, joking that it's been a minute since he last had to chase her for skipping out on sword practice. Natasha's expression softens, and she raises a hand, ready to end his suffering. But before she can cast her spell, he asks for one last thing, to save his country. She gives him a silent, solemn nod, promising she will. With that, a blast of ice from her sparkling light spell freezes his remains, giving him a peaceful end. Watching this, a horrifying truth crashes down on Midori. Those consumed by the cluster can never be returned to their former selves. And once again, from the balcony above, Natasha's family slips silently back into the castle, their faces like masks of cold indifference. Kanagi wastes no time, immediately ordering the squad to charge. Before they can storm the castle gate, he swings his blade at the massive, inky squid guarding it. But the energy wave just fizzles into nothing. The entire squad is stunned, realizing it's acting as a living shield. Without shattering it, they're not getting any further. Stepping up to handle things, Rion asks Hinoki to let her take the driver's seat. She points out that with the gate wide open and undefended, she has a clean shot straight into the throne room. As she takes control, she turns to Akijina for intel on the giant squid. He explains that the creature can sense any hostile intent and will speed up the hatching process for its offspring. The team is instantly alarmed, hearing the word offspring. Kanagi quickly clarifies that the towers are siphoning the planet's energy and fusing it with living beings, creating these twisted new life forms. Kanagi also warns everyone that these things can merge with literally anyone, including himself and Midori. Their top priority is to nullify that barrier and wipe them all out before that can happen. As our boy steps into the castle's grand hall, he finds Michael, already waiting for him, his aura radiating pure, overwhelming power. Hinoki gets ready to take over, but before she can, Calcis cuts in, calmly suggesting that if their opponent is a spear user, then this fight belongs to him. He doesn't even need a real spear. His will alone is more than enough. Without a shred of hesitation, Calcis seizes control of Kanagi's body, just as Michael charges forward, his weapon crackling with raw lightning. In a split second, Calcis snatches a nearby flagpole, instantly transforming it into a makeshift spear and meeting Michael's assault head-on. The impact rocks the entire hall, but Calcis doesn't budge an inch. Everyone is frozen, completely floored that he managed to stop Michael's attack so effortlessly. Michael himself is in disbelief, feeling the sudden, dramatic shift in the atmosphere surrounding the kid. Even his horse begins to tremble, sensing the crushing presence of the Spearmaster, who now inhabits Kanagi's body. In the biography of every founder, the very first chapter tells the tale of the Spear Founder's first battle. Several hundred years ago, a massive war erupted between two sides, one of which was fighting simply for the hope of returning to a safe and peaceful life back home. Among them stood a legendary lancer named Shimmer Calcis, a man who wielded a spear 3 times his own height, and looked every bit as intimidating as his weapon. The leader of that army just wanted his soldiers to survive and get home, but deep down he knew the harsh truth that most of them wouldn't make it. Seeking some kind of hope, he turned to Calcis for advice. Calcis, who had just recently emerged from an uninhabitable forest and joined their ranks out of nowhere, simply said he wanted the war to end. He explained that the enemy they faced was utterly ruthless, destroying, burning, and slaughtering everything in their path. They were the same monsters who had annihilated his entire village, and this battle was his chance to stop the destruction, for good. Hearing this, the leader pointed towards a distant mountain far behind enemy lines, where the opposing general stood beneath his banner. He told Calcis that if they could just take out that general, the war would be over. But before he could even finish his sentence, Calcis was already gone. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the enemy's front lines, with blinding speed, disappearing into their base. Moments later, he calmly returned, simply stating that the general was dead. The soldiers soon noticed chaos erupting across the enemy camp, the reality of what just happened sinking in. When the leader looked through his spyglass, he was utterly dumbfounded to see that the general was, in fact, down, and the battle had ended in an instant. Only one casualty was ever recorded, a miracle in every sense of the word. After the war, Calcis simply returned to the forest to rest peacefully in the lap of his wolf mother, assuring him their home was finally safe. But just as that sliver of peace seemed within reach, the sky above them was suddenly swallowed by darkness. A colossal tower of destruction plummeted from the heavens, annihilating everything the forest, the village, and the place Calcis once called home. Snapping back to the present, Calcis is driven by the very same fire that forged his past. A burning, all-consuming need for vengeance against the ones who shattered his world. So, while the rest of the crew ascends the tower to complete their mission, Calcis holds his ground, ready to clash with Michael head-on. Consumed by an absolute fury, Michael unleashes his lightning storm domain, transforming the entire hall into a maelstrom of crackling energy and roaring thunder. Calcis watches with a chilling calm, undeniably impressed by the sheer velocity and intensity of Michael's power. Yet, behind that serene and steadfast expression lies the crushing weight of memory, the countless innocent lives that were extinguished by the cluster. He isn't the only one shouldering that grief. Every founder has their own tragic backstory, their own scars. Some grew stronger by shouldering the blame themselves, choosing to remain sealed within the founder's mausoleum, waiting for the rightful bearer of the emblem to appear. And now, that bearer is Kannagi. Musing on this, Calcis sends a silent thanks to the kid before his focus snaps back to the battle. Michael, completely supercharged by his domain, moves like a bolt of lightning, rocketing toward Kannagi with lethal precision. But before his attack can even connect, Calcis thrusts his spear forward in a blinding flash, ending the fight in one single, decisive blow. The founders despise the cluster with every fiber of their beings. Every one of them aches for the chance to strike back, to finally unleash the torrent of rage and sorrow they've been bottling up. And Kannagi, understanding this completely, silently vows to give them that opportunity. As Michael's life begins to fade, his hardened expression softens. In his final moments, he finds peace, seeing before him a lancer far more worthy than he ever was. Watching the man draw his final breaths, Kannagi quietly asks if he has any last words. Michael weakly extends his hand, offering a small chain and asking him to give it to his sister. Our boy takes it with a solemn nod, then with one clean strike, sends Michael's dissipating body smashing into the rubble. In his fading moments, Michael gently praises his loyal steed and murmurs how he wished he could have seen his sister's coronation ceremony, because in his eyes, she is the one true princess. With that unfulfilled wish hanging in the air, his body disintegrates into dust. Back with Kannagi, Calcis phases out as his spirit fades, and Rowan steps forward, demanding to face the next opponent. The sudden request catches the other founders completely off guard, since this guy had never stepped up like this before. Meanwhile, the rest of Kannagi's squad finally reaches the Grand Theater Hall, where Natasha's father is seated at a piano, playing the same gentle melody he once did when he was still human. As they draw closer, he calmly deduces that his son has died, and then erupts into an unsettling, chilling laugh. Midori steps up to confront him, but the moment he extends his hand, a wave of pure agony slams into him. The vicious memory of his own brutal killings flashes before his eyes, sending him crashing to his knees. It's a curse left by Number Zero, one that now forbids him from ever harming humans again. While everyone struggles to process the situation, Natasha's father suddenly charges straight for her, his laughter twisted and inhuman. Knowing it's the cluster's influence, Natasha quickly launches her sparkling light attack, but to her utter shock, her father sidesteps it with zero effort. She can't even manage to land a single hit as her father rapidly soars into the air. After touching back down, he immediately taunts Natasha's skill, demanding to know where the hell she learned it. She doesn't reveal the exact source, but firmly states she got it from one of the founders, a revelation that completely floors everyone there. Her father suddenly closes the gap, but Claude intervenes in the nick of time, sliding in to rescue the girl just before the hit connects. This only sends her father deeper into a rage, and he lunges at them in a completely unhinged frenzy. What he doesn't realize, however, is that Rowan the dragon is looming right behind him, jaws gaping wide, poised to take him down. Rowan's founder ability allows him to recreate or reanimate the power of ancient dragons, whether they existed in reality or are purely from fiction. Wielding this terrifying power, Rowan immediately begins to devour Natasha's father. He then morphs into a massive T-Rex and begins to brutally tear the man to shreds.